Splat! Tear! The horrific sound of flesh being ripped apart, and the spray of blood flooded Chen Ze's vision and hearing. His mouth fell wide open and his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Just moments earlier the blonde blue-eyed woman tied to the third iron pillar on his left had her frail lower jaw torn open in an instant the moment the device exerted its force. With her mouth destroyed the woman could scarcely even scream. Only the sound of blood spraying and the hoarse gurgling from her throat as air collided with the blood clogging it echoed in the air. "Oh God! My God, don't do this to me!" The others who had been scared witless snapped back to their senses and burst into hysterical wails, stumbling and writhing in terror. The stench of urine and even feces began to permeate the air. Chen Ze could no longer care about any of that. In his mind, which was on the verge of going completely blank, a single question echoed again and again: should I sacrifice my right hand? Be strong and courageous. Be strong and courageous. On Chen Ze's right side stood a black woman in a police uniform. Her belly bulged and the tight blue uniform dug into the rolls of fat around her waist and abdomen. She chanted those words as she pulled a mournful face, eyes squeezed, shut, her hands trembling violently as she reached toward the bottle in front of her. No one knew what material the bottle was made of. At the very least, the strong acid inside could not corrode it. Through the transparent liquid at the bottom of the bottle, everyone could see a single key. Chen Ze had no idea what was truly going on. He only knew that he seemed to have been captured by some bastard imitating the traps from Saw. Here an iron contraption encased his head. It forked at his mouth, and once it was triggered his lower jaw would be pried apart just like that woman's torn clean away. This was the most brutal of punishments. Imagine your jaw wrenched off while you remain alive. How indescribable would that agony be? The woman whose jaw had just been ripped away was still convulsing. She was not dead yet and was enduring pain beyond imagination. Chen Ze had once heard that during the Yongjing era a criminal who had been cut in half at the waist did not die immediately. Lying on the ground, he dipped his finger in his own blood and wrote the character for misery 7 times. When Yongjing learned of it, he was shaken and abolished the punishment of waist severing. Perhaps the torment now was of a similar kind. What was most terrifying was that this device was clamped right on his head, and the only way to remove it was to reach into the bottle of strong acid, retrieve the key from the bottom, and unlock the mechanism. Just like the woman beside him had done. You. Be strong and courageous. The black woman on his right let out an inhuman shriek. Amid the nauseating stench and the sizzling sound like meat roasting over a fire, her hand finally emerged from the acid clutching the precious key. But the right hand she had plunged into the acid was now little more than bare white bone with only scraps of red flesh clinging to it. The sight made everyone's scalp crawl. Forcing herself not to faint, the black woman unlocked her own headgear, then collapsed to the ground, cradling her right hand and screaming. With such an example before them, there were now 5 people left, including Chen Ze, facing the same life-or-death choice aside from the one whose jaw had been torn off and the woman whose right hand had been ruined. Among those 5, some were vomiting. The stench of bile, blood, and the reek of flesh dissolving in acid surged together enough to make anyone faint. Before them, an old television set that looked like something produced in the 1970s or 1980s flickered with static for a second. The image then resolved, revealing a person wearing a white mask painted with several rings of red paint. My dear, adorable, and pitiable prey. You have 1 minute left. Listen carefully, 1 minute. After 1 minute you will have no more chances. Savor well the delightful sensation of your jaw parting ways with your body. Watching this figure, Chen Ze felt his scalp prickle, his heart plunging into the deepest abyss of despair. This was exactly the getup of the Jigsaw killer from Saw, utterly authentic. He had actually been captured by Jigsaw. His heart was filled with nothing but panic. Why was all this happening? Why had he suddenly appeared in this place? He had only just graduated from university, gotten drunk at a graduation dinner, stumbled outside to take a leak, and then for no reason he had blacked out and woken up as Jigsaw's captive. What mattered most was plunging his hand into strong acid. How excruciating would that be? And his hand would be ruined forever. Yet if he did not reach in and retrieve the key, he would die. And it would be a death in which his jaw was torn away, forced to wait in agony until he bled out. A death so terrifying it defied imagination. Please let us go. Seeing Jigsaw on the television screen, a middle-aged white man beside Chen Ze cried out desperately, Please, I can give you a lot of money. Pray, savor your choices. Choice always carries a certain charm. Farewell, my prey. Jigsaw paid him no heed at all. Whether it was due to one-way communication and being unable to hear them, or simply a refusal to respond, no one knew. Static once again flooded the television screen and Jigsaw vanished. My God! Why are you doing this? Why? The middle-aged white man, having lost all hope, muttered to himself. He dreaded making such a choice, for either path promised soul-rending pain. Spider-Man, come save us, please. Iron Man, Flash. Even Batman, anyone will do okay. The 40-something black man on Chen Ze's right shouted at the top of his lungs. Even under such circumstances, hearing this, Chen Ze almost spat blood in exasperation. Could this guy not think of something even remotely realistic? Yet suddenly he felt something was off. A man in his 40s would not usually be this childish, and the man did not look as though he had lost his mind. Coupled with the fact that he himself had inexplicably ended up in this horrifying place, a strange thought surfaced in Chen Ze's mind. Did I actually transmigrate? Other people who transmigrate often complain in the beginning that others become nobles and princes while they end up as useless trash. A cliché repeated to the point of staleness. Yet even if they are trash at first, they eventually rise to greatness. But as for Chen Ze, even being sent back to fool around with princes of the Qing dynasty would be better than transmigrating into the world of Saw. This was no place for a human being to exist. Such thoughts were nothing more than complaints, and did nothing to change the reality that this was no dream. The immediate issue before him was choice. He had to decide whether to thrust his right hand into the strong acid, or to wait a few dozen seconds for his jaw to be torn apart and die in agony. After the snow on the television screen faded, it turned into a countdown. They had 51 seconds left. Several times his trembling right hand reached out toward the key, but each time the vision of the black female officer's hand, only raw red flesh hanging from white bone, made him recoil instinctively. Yet, time was slipping away. Ugh, ah! The scream came from the middle-aged white man who had finally overcome his terror and seized his key. Only 20 seconds remained. As long as I can survive, as long as I have a chance, I will tear you to pieces. Clenching his teeth, Chen Ze finally made his choice. Before acting, he shouted those words in his hometown dialect at the top of his lungs. The others could not understand Mandarin, much less his soft and subtle Wu dialect. With a ruthless resolve, Chen Ze thrust his right hand into the acid and snatched up the key as fast as he could. The alto-familiar sizzling like meat charring over a fire. He thrust his hand in and pulled it out as fast as he could. Yet, ugh, ah! The pain defied description. His entire body convulsed. Agony washed away every thought, making him long for death in that instant. He did not even dare look at his right hand as he passed the key into his left. The cunning Jigsaw had positioned the bottle so that only the right hand could reach it, forcing Chen Ze, if he wanted to live, to transfer the key from his ruined right hand to his left. Feeling for the lock, he opened it and as swiftly as possible removed the headgear. At the same time, the steel bands restraining his limbs and body sprang open. The pain sent Chen Ze crashing to the ground, curling into himself. Sweat poured from him like water from a bath. He could no longer speak or even scream. Only pain, nothing but pain filled his world. The countdown on the television still showed 14 seconds, yet the clack of machinery and the sound of bodies being torn open erupted simultaneously. The device had triggered ahead of time. In the end, only the black female officer, the middle-aged white man, and Chen Ze escaped the device. The remaining 4 were plunged into despairing agony, awaiting the cold arrival of death. Congratulations, my prey. Congratulations on surviving. That disgusting, despair-inducing voice sounded again, but this time the sweat-soaked survivors had no attention to spare for him. They only heard him continue. It's polite to look into someone's eyes when they speak to you. To punish your rudeness, I've decided to add a few more toys for you. No sooner had he finished speaking than Chen Ze and the others felt the floor beneath them begin to rumble and shift. It was as if they were being carried forward on a conveyor belt. When they reached the front, the movement stopped. With a click, the ground ahead suddenly opened, revealing countless knives planted upright with their blades pointing skyward. So, my prey, look before you. Here is a chainsaw. Under normal circumstances, it is used to cut wood on a workbench, but I now need this chainsaw to cut your remaining left hands. From the gap between your ring finger and middle finger all the way to the wrist. If even one of you fails to saw through your left hand up to the wrist, the entire floor beneath you will open, and you will all enjoy the delight of being impaled to death on those blades. So choose. I recall saying that choice always carries a certain charm. You have 6 minutes to decide. Please make good use of it. Hearing this, the other 2 fell into utter despair. Just when a sliver of hope had appeared, they were once more forced to face the cruelest of choices. To use a chainsaw to cut from between the middle and ring fingers down to the wrist. Merely imagining it was enough to make one's entire body shudder. Chen Ze had only barely passed his CET-6 English exam, and Jigsaw spoke very fast. He had to replay the words in his mind and think carefully before he could roughly grasp their meaning. Nightmare, please let this be over. The middle-aged white man, snot and tears streaming, sobbed aloud. Please let me wake up. The black female officer had gone completely blank. Chen Ze's mutilated hand still throbbed with unbearable pain, and his heart was now nothing but a block of icy despair. This choice. This Jigsaw. His sole purpose was to toy people to death. It was impossible, there was no way to choose. In that very instant. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. The roar of an engine thundered wildly as a dark shadow burst in from outside. Riding a motorcycle with oversized wheels, a figure cloaked head to toe in a black robe, and wearing a mask maneuvered the strange bike, drifting to a halt with a sharp skid. Seeing this alto-familiar getup, Chen Ze's mind went blank once more. Holy crap! Is that really Batman? A loud boom. The moment the black motorcycle came to a halt, a large hole cracked open in the floor with the motorcycle directly above it. But just before the motorcycle was about to fall, the strange figure in a black suit, black cape, and mask moved his right finger. Suddenly a burst of orange flame shot from what looked like an exhaust pipe, and the motorcycle soared upward, darting to the other side. At the same time, the figure's left hand flicked upward, and a black rope snagged a steel beam above. His black coat billowed as he charged forward, and from his right hand 3 ropes extended midair, lifting Chen Ze and the 2 others directly. In that instant, the floor below also cracked open, and they narrowly escaped being pierced by a forest of blades. Batman! The middle-aged white man yelled out. It really is Batman. Chen Ze confirmed that he seemed to have arrived in Batman's world. But wasn't Batman's opponent the Joker? Could this be a massive crossover? He had heard someone say earlier that Batman, Spider-Man, Superman, whoever came would be fine. Did all these heroes exist? In a flash, countless thoughts raced through Chen Ze's mind, but just then Batman's ropes bound the 3 and dragged them along. His black cape billowed in the wind, then wrapped all 3 together. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll still have to suffer, but compared to Jigsaw's methods, I think this is already exceptionally merciful. Batman's voice was deep yet carried a hint of arrogance, for his black cape had bound the 3. The wounds on their right hands made them sweat cold and writhe in agony. Thank you, Batman, Chen Ze said, enduring the intense pain. At this moment, he couldn't care less about the arrogance in Batman's words, because in his darkest hour Batman had brought him light. However, for some reason, he felt that the other 2 beside him were acting strangely, as if they didn't really like Batman. At this moment, Batman suddenly said, "Watch out, something's coming." The moment he spoke, a crashing boom. The sound exploded under the enormous ceiling. Several huge iron balls shot toward Batman at high speed, and then a large net extended from above, wrapping around his body. Batman had no choice. His heart sank. He threw his cape to the left, using controlled force to toss Chen Ze and the others to the ground. He needed all his focus to deal with the iron balls and the drifting net. As a high-tech wealthy superhero, Batman had no mutant abilities. Facing these was dangerous. Batman began to swing through the air, dealing with the incoming traps. The intricate mechanisms exhausted him, leaving him unable to attend to Chen Ze and the others. He didn't notice that 3 green-skinned figures about 2.5 meters tall with hideous faces and terrifying pointed ears had emerged from the ground and were walking toward Chen Ze and the others. Chen Ze and the others almost bit their tongues from the fall. They barely untangled themselves from the cape and saw the 3 terrifying green monsters. The middle-aged man let out a strange cry and fled in the opposite direction. The black woman, swinging her bleeding right hand, also ran forward. The 3 green monsters began to accelerate. Each stamp landed with immense force, creating deep craters. Converting power into speed, each stride covered several meters, kicking up a gust of wind. Soon the 3 green monsters arrived before Chen Ze and the others. What to do, what to do? Chen Ze had only been a university student before. The strangeness and panic nearly drained his mind, but at that moment he knew he had to move. Moreover, toward these green monsters, and especially toward Jigsaw lurking in the shadows, Chen Tuo was consumed with hatred. He wished he could inflict every cruel punishment in the world upon that man. At the critical moment, Chen Ze's legs trembled as he slightly bent his knees, facing the charging green monster. Just as the monster was about to reach him, Chen Ze focused all his energy and rolled forward, narrowly dodging the monster's heavy strike. In that moment, his pain was temporarily cut off. As Chen Ze scrambled to his feet and glanced back, the green monsters had caught up with the female police officer and the middle-aged man, smashing them into pulp with their hands. This sudden scene made Chen Ze's stomach clench again, but this was no time for sentiment. He knew he had no chance of defeating 3 green monsters. Meanwhile, Batman in the sky seemed unable to finish his fight anytime soon. So he steeled himself and thought of a trick. Come here. Come here. Chen Ze's thighs were trembling. His right hand, now reduced to white bone, throbbed with pain, draining his strength. But at this moment, the will to survive prevailed. He forced himself to stay calm, luring the green monster to follow him, and then led it to the edge of the blade pit. Damn! The green monster uttered, slowly confirming Chen Ze's suspicion that these creatures had low intelligence. The green monster accelerated into a jog. Chen Ze used all his remaining strength to run backward 2 steps, then, with precise control, suddenly changed direction at the edge of the pit, veering to the right. Ah! The dim-witted green monster, focused solely on pouncing, actually fell for it. It stepped into empty air and tumbled into the pit, immediately pierced by the blades below. Green blood splattered. Chen Ze had no time to revel in his cleverness. He saw the green monster that had killed the black female officer approach. He started running, but suddenly the second monster launched itself from a standstill, hurtling toward him like a cannonball. Brutal force defeats cunning. The green monster's walking speed was slow due to their stiff joints, but this one had immense strength. By jumping from a standstill, it converted power into speed, instantly reaching Chen Ze's front and knocking him into the blade pit. Damn it! Before Chen Ze could finish his curse, he felt cold blade tips pierce his chest, waist, and thigh. His neck and head escaped, but his lung was completely punctured. The sensation of air leaking made Chen Ze's eyes widen. He gasped desperately like a miser grasping for gold, but the air wouldn't stay, only escaping constantly. Heavens! Heavens! Chen Ze could barely speak. The 2.5-meter green monster lay on top of him, crushing almost all his ribs. With his lung punctured, he was like a deflating doll, his waist and thigh also pierced by blades. Blood foam rose and blocked his throat, making breathing harder. Facing death, Chen Ze didn't review his life in his mind. Instead, he was filled with terror and a desperate will to live. He had to push the monster off, climb out of the pit, survive. The intense pain was slightly dulled by adrenaline. The green monster, also stabbed by blades, couldn't get up for a moment, just flailing like its former companion. But this 2.5-meter monster weighed at least 200 gene, over 100 kilograms. How could Chen Ze possibly move it? The green monster's blood stained Chen Ze green. After several failed attempts to push it off, he still didn't give up, but he could barely breathe now, perhaps only tens of seconds left of life. If one day, I will repay this. Chen Ze's mind flashed bitterly to Jigsaw's face. Maybe he really had no chance for revenge. But in that very moment, a powerful sensation surged from deep within him, as if his life force was withering, and he became extremely hungry. In that instant, he needed to consume something to satisfy the loss of vitality. And the way to eat seemed to be using his skeletal right hand to kill the green monster. Since he was already dying and hadn't breathed for over 10 seconds, Chen Ze gritted his teeth and lifted his bony right hand, touching the monster's wound. The moment they touched, the monster's blood didn't flow into him, but he felt a strange power spreading from the monster's body into his own, surging like a flood. This torrent traveled along the bones of his right hand to his heart. Thump, thump, thump. Chen Ze felt his heart pounding violently. A warm current spread from his heart through his blood vessels, reaching his lungs and stopping there. Then the warm current from the monster, after circulating through the heart, reached his lungs. Within seconds, Chen Ze found his lungs beginning to breathe again. He sucked in air greedily, as if it might be his last. Then he tried to stand up as fast as possible because he felt his lungs were healing, and he needed to get up to prevent them from fusing with the blades. So Chen Ze tried to push the monster off again. He suddenly found that the creature which he couldn't budge earlier and was still flailing was now easily pushed aside. Though it took effort, it was incredible. Chen Ze pushed the monster away and stood up, feeling the connection break. He touched the monster's wound again with his right hand, and the warm energy once again flowed through his heart and spread through his body. The pain began to subside, and he could even feel his body getting better. Chen Ze discovered in shock and awe that he was absorbing the green monster's power. He seemed to have gained the ability to devour. The first green-skinned monster's eyelids drooped, its life force extinguished, and its body had deflated. Chen Ze realized that he had truly devoured the monster's power, genuine and unmistakable. Chen Ze acted without hesitation, placing his right hand on the wound of the green-skinned monster beneath him, following the same method. A similar sensation surged through him. Carefully stepping on the empty spaces among the blades, he reached the edge of the pit. The monster above had not jumped down and now stared at him with bewildered eyes. Ha! Chen Ze exerted force with his legs, causing the pit to tremble slightly. He leaped over 2 meters high, grabbing the edge with his left hand, and with a powerful pull vaulted out of the pit. The green-skinned monster seemed startled but quickly charged at Chen Ze. Roars and cries erupted as it drew near. A surge of battle lust drove Chen Ze to channel all his energy, spirit, and focus to their peak. His leg muscles tightened, anchoring him firmly to the ground. The green-skinned monster slammed its fists toward Chen Ze. Gritting his teeth, He recklessly met it with his left fist. Boom! A thunderous roar threatened to tear his eardrums. Chen Ze felt a violent tremor within, stumbling back 3 or 4 meters. The monster also retreated over 2 meters, but its thick hide allowed it to recover first. It lunged at Chen Ze again. He sidestepped, hoping to send it tumbling back into the pit by its own momentum, but the monster didn't fall for it. It swayed slightly to regain balance. And in that fleeting moment, bang! An explosive sound rang out as Chen Ze's left fist slammed heavily into the monster's head, followed by another unrelenting punch. After 2 blows, the monster was driven back over 3 meters, its green eye socket shattered. Chen Ze pressed forward, enduring the agony throughout his body, elevating his energy and spirit to their zenith once more. Just then Batman, having resolved the aerial crisis and leaped back to the ground, witnessed this astonishing scene. Bang! Chen Ze's fist caved in the monster's eye socket, creating a deep crater. Seizing the moment, he extended his right hand, and a torrent of energy surged into his heart. However, he noticed that the energy he absorbed from the monsters diminished each time. From the first monster, he had drawn 3 units of power. From the second, only 1.5. From the third, a mere 0. 75 units. A continuous decline. When he had fully absorbed the power of this monster, Chen Ze felt his wounds greatly healed. His broken ribs and shaken internal organs had recovered significantly. Yet perhaps due to the day's exhaustion or the strain on his heart, after all this a wave of fatigue and sudden discomfort darkened his vision, and he collapsed to the ground unconscious. You're awake. Chen Ze beheld a face both familiar and unfamiliar. An elderly white man in his 70s who addressed him. Chen Ze realized his English had improved remarkably, almost as if it were his mother tongue, understanding the old man's words with ease. The face struck a chord of recognition. He had seen it before. In Nolan's Batman, the butler Alfred. Memories flooded back like a tide. Chen Ze narrowed his eyes slightly. Hello, Alfred. You know me? Yes, because I know Bruce Wayne, Chen Ze said calmly. Thank you for being here. It's nothing. Actually, you're in a special place now. We found you on the outskirts. You were unconscious, but sensing something odd about your body, we didn't take you to the hospital. Alfred said with surprise. Thank you, Chen Ze replied succinctly without much astonishment in his tone. This composure puzzled Alfred, but he proceeded as planned. I'm glad to see you awake. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll return in an hour. A nurse will look after you in the meantime. Minutes after Alfred left, a black bat glided silently through the window. Black cape battle suit with a peculiar tautness, the curved surface making the front seem like a mound of muscle. The half mask on his head with its pointed ears resembled a true bat. Batman stood there exuding a sense of power, his black figure striking and formidable. Congratulations, you survived. Thank you, Batman. Without you, I would be dead. Somehow, after waking, Chen Ze found his former garrulousness had vanished, replaced by an uncanny calm. It's nothing, Batman said. What intrigues me is your body. How could you absorb the power of those failed gene warriors? Are you a mutant or a metahuman? Sorry, Mr. Wayne, I don't know. This power, how should I put it, came out of nowhere. Chen Ze spoke truthfully except for his transmigration. But I feel a formidable force within me now. I imagine so. Oh, wait. Batman suddenly stared at Chen Ze. What did you just call me? Chen Ze paused, realizing his slip of the tongue. But since Batman had brought him here, knowing his identity seemed inconsequential. He thought for a moment. Yes. I'm not in a regular hospital, and I saw your butler. After he left, I saw Batman, who rarely appears in daylight, so I must say your deductive skills are impressive. Bruce Wayne removed the Batman mask, revealing the face of Christian Bale, or rather Bruce Wayne. Unlike his robust physique, his face was somewhat gaunt, with eyes betraying weariness from constant strain. I rarely take this off. Chen Ze shrugged. A superhero who walks in the shadows might need that. He said this to gauge whether this Batman was the one from Nolan's universe, and if so, whether he was in the phase of bearing all blame as the Dark Knight. Who are you really? Wayne's eyes sharpened, his legs stepping back slightly, sensing that this man knew everything about him. From your actions today, I know you're a good man, Chen Ze said. I won't believe the malicious rumors about you. Thank you. Wayne, half convinced, pulled up a chair and sat by Chen Ze's bed. After a moment's thought, he said, We've diagnosed you. I have to tell you bad news. Though your body has begun healing with the power you absorbed, the skin on your right hand has completely sloughed off. The bones remain, but flesh cannot regrow. Chen Ze forced a bitter smile, glancing at his right hand. Pale bones gleaming attached to the wrist by a mass of fresh pink flesh that had clotted and formed a peculiar protective layer. The sight sent a chill through him. He inwardly mocked that his left-hand swordsmanship honed through computer practice was quite proficient. At the same time, a searing hatred for Jigsaw surged within him. Chen Ze vowed to grind that man to dust. Now that he possessed sufficient power, he would have his revenge. I suggest you temporarily wear a mechanical glove. I've had such gloves custom-made by Stark Industries before. With modifications it'll serve until we find a way to restore your fingers, Wayne said. Chen Ze nodded helplessly. This was a world of superheroes. There must be many ways to regenerate lost limbs. He believed he would find one eventually. However, one phrase piqued his interest: Stark Industries. How's your relationship with Iron Man? Ha! That arrogant playboy. We're not close, Wayne said with a shrug. He has no idea what discretion means, nor how to be a decent human being. Chen Ze confirmed that this world indeed had Iron Man. But for now that knowledge was of little use. His sole desire was revenge. Revenge. And of course to regain a functional right hand. His long-term goal was to return to his original world where his parents awaited him. Well, Mr. Wayne, thank you for all your help, but I'd like to ask you 2 questions now if I may. Chen Ze said to Bruce Wayne. As you wish. First, I want to know everything about Jigsaw. Chen Ze clenched his left fist, a glint of hatred in his eyes, while the bones of his right hand shifted slightly, a ghastly sight that sent chills down one's spine and caused him to wince in pain. Yet he persisted. Second, Mr. Wayne, I want to know, is there anything I can do to help you? Wayne gave him a peculiar look, for Chen Ze's first request was understandable. If he himself had endured such torment, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance. But the second, had he already seen through his intentions? With that thought, Wayne said, All right, let me answer your first question first. Jigsaw is one of the Joker's men. As you know, all of the Joker's followers are twisted and Jigsaw is the worst of them. Wait, I recall Jigsaw used to only punish those who didn't value life, didn't he? That was information from long ago. Wayne narrowed his eyes slightly, his handsome face bearing a hint of strangeness. That Jigsaw is dead. His son has taken over now and he works for the Joker. Behind the Joker might stand something beyond your imagination. The current Jigsaw's greatest pleasure is capturing innocent people and torturing them to the brink of despair. Last month I heard he took an ordinary high school student, then the student chopped off his own left hand and slit open his belly. Similar incidents keep happening, so I wanted to kill him, but unfortunately he got away. Chen Ze ground his teeth audibly. I understand. Please leave him to me. I want revenge, not just for myself. Wayne looked at Chen Ze, who reminded him of a youth once driven by vengeance. He said to Chen Ze, Hatred will make you fearless, but it can also make you lose yourself. You need to find a balance. I know. Very well, I'll answer your second question. In fact, my answer ties into the first. I found traces of the Joker and Jigsaw. They may both be at the Triad recently, so we can move together and capture both villains. That's not helping, Mr. Wayne. Chen Ze knew Batman was a truly good man, but he felt Wayne must have something for him to do, or otherwise, he wouldn't have appeared so deliberately. This is helping, because I want to obtain something from them. Wayne explained, the Joker currently possesses the last remaining super soldier serum. It's the substance that gave that recently revived modern man immense power last century. This batch has been refined and it would be very useful to me. Revived modern man. Super soldier serum. A thought flashed through Chen Ze's mind. Are you talking about Captain America? Yes, that old relic, Batman said. Chen Ze nodded but added, I thought you didn't need such things. In my constant battles against evil forces, I've realized my strength is insufficient. Over the years I've collaborated with Asgard Industries to gain superhuman power, but it only gave me a little over twice the strength of an average adult. I need that serum. I see. Chen Ze finally understood that even Batman sought greater power. So he nodded directly, I'm willing, Mr. Wayne. Let's do this together. Thank you. By the way, I don't know your name yet. Chen Ze. Chen Ze said. Chen Ze. Wayne pronounced the name with a slightly odd intonation. With a series of clicks, Chen Ze put on the mechanical glove and found he could control it with ease. Though not as nimble as his original fingers, it was far better than having bare bones exposed. Moreover, the glove had shock-absorbing features, and his arm had mostly healed under the strange energy interference, so wearing it caused him no pain. Throw a punch at this machine. Wayne, now dressed in a sharp black suit, pointed at a vertical black device before him and instructed Chen Ze. Chen Ze nodded, and after mustering all his strength in his left fist, he slammed it into the device. A loud noise rang out. Thanks to the excellent shock absorption, Chen Ze felt no pain in his left fist. The LCD screen atop the device displayed 889 kilograms. The force of that punch was close to 900 kilograms. That was a straight punch. Then his chopping punch reached 1470 kilograms, surpassing the limit. An adult's right chopping punch could reach a maximum of 700 kilograms, while the left's limit was about 500 kilograms. Achievable only by those who trained to the extreme. An average person's chopping punch was just over 200 kilograms. Chen Ze's was close to 1,500 kilograms. Although these were theoretical and peak condition numbers and real combat never allowed such optimal force, it was still an impressive limit state. Wayne looked at the numbers and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Now let me introduce you to your weapons and formulate a battle plan. The force testing machine still vibrated as Chen Ze's latest chopping punch had slammed it to 1840 kilograms. Over these 3 days, despite knowing Chen Ze's terrifying recovery ability, Wayne insisted he rest for a while also teaching him how to better control his body. Chen Ze's punch strength had reached over 1,000 kilograms. His other physical abilities remained intact. Additionally, Wayne taught Chen Ze how to use firearms. His aim was off, so he could only use a portable submachine gun. Fortunately, it was simple enough and he learned quickly. Precision shooting was Batman's job. Chen Ze was to clear out minor enemies, and if they encountered a boss, he would assist Batman. After all, Chen Ze seemed to absorb power by defeating bosses. With preparations complete, and to avoid any delays that night, Chen Ze and Batman drove a black Batmobile to the outskirts of the city, where Chen Ze jumped out. Batman rode his black motorcycle, and a burst of flames erupted from its front, blasting the gate open. The Batcycle then charged inside. Wearing a custom bulletproof vest, helmet, bulletproof glass mask, and mechanical glove, armed to the teeth, Chen Ze followed Batman inside. At the thought of possibly taking Jigsaw's life, Chen Ze's blood boiled with excitement. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Bang, 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 bang. Shells flew everywhere. The tranquilizer gun in Batman's hand was unfailingly accurate, and his figure was elusive. With most bullets deflected by his gear, Batman swiftly charged inside. Chen Ze followed closely behind him, but for him most of the enemies had already been taken care of by Batman. Chen Ze was merely there to clean up. Bang! Suddenly a bullet struck Chen Ze in the abdomen, blocked by his bulletproof vest, yet the impact caused discomfort. Just a little discomfort. If an ordinary person were hit by a bullet and had it blocked by a bulletproof vest, it could break their ribs. However, thanks to his good equipment and his seemingly enhanced body, ordinary attacks could hardly hurt him. Chen Ze fired a burst at that spot, turning the target into a sieve. Chen Ze felt little about this incident as hatred burned in his mind. Besides, the dead person had not been subjected to the cruelty of having their hands dipped in sulfuric acid or their jaw forcefully pried open, so he felt no discomfort at the sight before him. He continued forward, firing away. The precision of the submachine gun was limited, but it was equipped with an oversized magazine. Chen Ze fired 70 or 80 rounds without running dry, only reloading when he rolled into a corner. Blood burned in his throat, bullets roared from the gun's muzzle. The gunfight scene, which should have instilled terror, was instead filled with an odd exhilaration. Batman seemed to have already mastered all the routes here. Each path was optimal and precise, as if calculated countless times. In the comics, Batman is a meticulous strategist. He even prepared contingencies in the Justice League to prevent its members from betraying humanity. He is a figure of absolute integrity. Chen Ze followed Batman into a room. Batman first threw a few grenades inside, causing the ground to shake before charging in. The acrid smoke spread inside, and without a care, Chen Ze began firing wildly. Batman quickly warned him over the radio, "Don't shoot recklessly. There might be a lot of drugs in there." Chen Ze was speechless, thinking, with bombs exploding, wouldn't that be more effective than gunfire? But this was merely his private thought as the two moved deeper back to back. As the smoke slowly dissipated, the interior had been utterly shattered by the grenades. The two checked around and found nothing more, continuing forward until they saw a thick, heavy door. Batman reached the door and instructed Chen Ze to step aside over the radio. Chen Ze moved aside, and soon after a mini-explosive blew the door open. Batman then threw in a few more grenades before charging inside. Chen Ze followed closely behind, and what they saw was a hard glass enclosure surrounded by numerous small dark holes, as if they were waiting to devour. Just as Batman's hand was about to touch the glass, bright red lasers suddenly sprang from the holes, crisscrossing and sealing off the space around the gene serum. At that moment, a face appeared before the glass, a visage that made Chen Ze feel utterly disgusted. Jigsaw. Bang. Chen Ze could no longer control his emotions. The moment he saw this, he unleashed a barrage from his portable submachine gun. Batman did not stop him. However, the glass on the outside of the screen seemed to be made of an unknown material, impervious even to close-range submachine gun fire. At this moment, Jigsaw appeared to be laughing. "Yo, my little prey has come out. I've prepared a little riddle for you. Inside is the super soldier serum. You can take it, but your hands must survive the lasers. Of course, the glass containing the serum can withstand the lasers. Choose wisely. Damn, damn, damn. Chen Ze's calm shattered. He angrily cursed 3 times and declared, you better pray that you never get caught by me in this lifetime. Yohi, I'm looking forward to it, Jigsaw replied. Batman suddenly said, Chen Ze, don't talk too much. To avoid revealing any flaws, Batman's warning was spoken in Mandarin. Although the tone was somewhat awkward, Chen Ze understood. He was about to ask how Batman knew Mandarin, when he suddenly remembered that Batman had traveled the world, making it no surprise that he could speak it. What flaw? You'll know soon enough. After saying this, Batman glanced at the serum inside and the crisscrossing lasers outside. Mr. Batman, I think you need to decide quickly. Because I believe your time is limited. Let's go. Batman decisively commanded. What? I said we're leaving. Batman drew 2 portable submachine guns from his holster, but the door they had entered through suddenly closed again. Don't leave, my friends. On the screen, Jigsaw's mask vanished, replaced by a pale blood-red face. The Joker, Batman's nemesis. You can't leave, or rather you can choose to leave. But you must leave your yellow-skinned companion behind. The Joker said leisurely, did you really think Catwoman could steal that serum? If nothing went wrong, she should have been caught by now. Suddenly Batman's throat made a sound. Since he and Chen Ze communicated through a voice recognition device stuck to his Adam's apple, Chen Ze heard it clearly. It appeared Batman was getting annoyed. But what Catwoman? What serum? What was going on? Also, why did this Joker want him to stay? Thinking of Jigsaw's methods, Chen Ze involuntarily shivered. His craving for power surged like never before. He had read novels about becoming Superman. If he were Superman, what Joker, what Jigsaw with all their schemes would only find themselves facing 4 words, 1 punch to obliterate. But now, Batman's expression turned grave as he asked, why do you want him to stay? Because this kid is a bit peculiar. The Joker seemed quite candid. We saw the footage from that day. He is neither a mutant nor a superhuman, yet can absorb the abilities of others. This power is quite interesting. No, he is my friend. Fine, then you can only lose your chance, and then Loki will grant our wish. The cosmic cube. Heh. The Joker continued, soon a good friend will come to greet you. He will capture your yellow-skinned friend alive. The cosmic cube. Loki. The Loki who started the battle in New York. What is Batman planning? Chen Ze's head buzzed, suddenly grasping a bit of understanding, but this thought quickly vanished as he remembered something else. A good friend will be coming soon. Who could it be? Chen Ze felt everything was in utter chaos. The Joker, originally an enemy of Batman, was now entangled with the adversaries of the Avengers, and this serum was left over from the era of Captain America. As for the so-called friend who was about to arrive, Chen Ze understood. Batman, watch out! Chen Ze suddenly shouted. The Winter Soldier is coming. The Winter Soldier was a super assassin saved by Hydra to carry out assassination plans. His combat prowess was nearly on par with Captain America. Batman's fighting capacity was limited. As for his own, although he could devour aside from the 3 green-skinned monsters, he hadn't truly devoured anything else. This Winter Soldier could go toe-to-toe with Captain America. While Captain America was a command-type hero, he could still block Thor's attacks with his shield, which showed just how formidable the Winter Soldier was. The Winter Soldier. Batman was somewhat puzzled. An old relic. Before Chen Ze finished speaking, a masked figure in a black combat suit, with a silver mechanical left arm, appeared on a side door that suddenly cracked open. It was indeed the Winter Soldier. Chen Ze cleared his throat and said, his left arm is a mechanical limb, and his body has been enhanced with a serum on par with Captain America's. He's extremely powerful. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. As Chen Ze spoke, he rolled on the ground while Batman turned to shield himself with his cape. Because the Winter Soldier's submachine gun had already roared to life, spewing a long tongue of flame. If he could kill this Winter Soldier, he could devour his energy and his own strength would skyrocket. But the problem was he simply couldn't defeat this guy. Batman had just turned around when the Winter Soldier was upon him like the wind. Bam! 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 3 punches. The Winter Soldier was too fast. Batman could only clash with him using his flesh and blood. The mechanical arm smashed Batman's arm clad in special material, nearly breaking it. Batman's suit couldn't compare to Iron Man's, but its defensive capabilities were indeed formidable, so he now confirmed the Winter Soldier's strength. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Before Batman could even rub his aching arm, the Winter Soldier's dual submachine guns opened fire. Fortunately, Batman sensed it in time, raising his arm while ducking low. But as Batman dodged the bullets, the Winter Soldier kicked him square in the abdomen. The massive dark figure was sent flying backward. Batman scrambled to his feet as quickly as possible, but Chen Ze knew the kick he had just taken was no minor injury. The Winter Soldier wouldn't leisurely walk over to finish off his enemy like in the movies. Instead, he raised his dual submachine guns to gun down Batman. Hiya! At the critical moment, Chen Ze had no choice. He threw his left fist with all his might, channeling over a ton of explosive force into a chopping punch aimed at the Winter Soldier. Bam! The Winter Soldier's foot arrived first, kicking Chen Ze squarely in the stomach. Chen Ze's left swing missed, and he followed in Batman's footsteps, crashing to the ground. However, he rolled to the right with all his strength just as a series of bullet holes appeared where he had been lying. Even so, Chen Ze was hit by 3 bullets. Fortunately, the bulletproof vest from Wayne Industries was exceptionally well made, so Chen Ze came out unscathed. At this point, both Chen Ze and Batman were in extreme danger. How could they fight an opponent with such immense strength armed with 2 submachine guns? But luckily, after a series of shots, the Winter Soldier seemed to run out of ammunition. At that moment, Batman launched his attack, pulling out a small hand cannon from somewhere and firing it at the Winter Soldier. The scorching projectile shot toward where the Winter Soldier had been, leaving only an afterimage. However, Batman's hand cannon kept the Winter Soldier at bay for the moment, and he was even caught in the shrapnel. Because Chen Ze had quickly explained to him, although the Winter Soldier used guns, his greatest strength lay in hand-to-hand combat. His power and fighting skills were terrifying. So Batman couldn't let him get close. Chen Ze also grabbed a submachine gun and began laying down suppressive fire on the Winter Soldier's position. But the Winter Soldier was also wearing a bulletproof vest and pants. As for his head, he simply raised his mechanical arm to block the attacks. This couldn't go on. Once the bullets ran out, both Chen Ze and Batman would be finished. Suddenly, Batman crossed his arms. With his left hand, he swept his submachine gun at the Winter Soldier, who was closing in, while with his right hand, he fired the hand cannon, shattering the glass they had previously been unable to break, revealing the super soldier serum inside. Then Batman abruptly said to Chen Ze, "Your mechanical glove is laserproof. Take out the serum and inject it immediately. If there's any miracle today, it lies with you." Chen Ze's heart trembled. "But this is your goal. I can't use it now. You need to become stronger." Chen Ze gritted his teeth, and without looking back at Batman, focused on reaching his right hand into the laser. True enough, the laser was deflected by the mechanical glove. It seemed the Joker and his crew had miscalculated Batman's knack for pulling out gadgets. He grabbed the super soldier serum, and without a second thought injected it directly into his right arm. Boom, boom, boom. In his right arm, power seemed to surge straight into his heart. He felt as if his entire body had been hit by 3 bombs, the impact forcing blood to spurt from Chen Ze's mouth. When Captain America and the others injected the serum, they had all sorts of instruments and optimal conditions. But here Chen Ze could only endure it with his own body. And so for a moment Chen Ze's vision swam, his body felt weak and limp, and waves of surging power racked his internal organs with excruciating pain. Something neither Batman nor Chen Ze had anticipated happened after injecting the substance. Chen Ze lost his combat effectiveness. At that moment, the Winter Soldier had already closed in on Batman, attacking with both hands and feet. Batman's hand-to-hand combat skills were exceptional, but compared to the Winter Soldier, their techniques were actually quite similar, but the problem was that his strength wasn't even a quarter of the Winter Soldier's, making the fight impossible. So now Batman could only rely on his batsuit to offer some resistance, but he was already riddled with internal injuries and in a perilous situation. If Batman was killed, would his own death be far behind? Chen Ze watched the constantly shifting figures, his mind racing, and finally recalled a trick. If that didn't work, he was done for. Without delay, Chen Ze let out a roar. "Bucky, do you remember Steven? You two were in the Super Soldier program together. He's alive now too." Chen Ze's voice boomed so loudly that the Winter Soldier couldn't help but freeze for a moment. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Batman seized the opportunity to leap out of the fray, drawing his gauntlet cannon and aiming it at the Winter Soldier. Simultaneously, he vibrated his throat to speak to Chen Ze in a low tone. "What's going on?" Chen Ze moved his lips without making a louder sound, replying to Batman. He was once Captain America's comrade, but now he's under Hydra's control. "Who are you?" The masked, handsome Winter Soldier asked, his eyes tinged with confusion. "Don't let Hydra control you any longer. They were once the enemies you would have given your life to fight against." Chen Ze didn't elaborate, continuing, "Stop aiding the evil." "Who are you?" The Winter Soldier persisted. "I'm Steven's comrade." Chen Ze could only improvise wildly, "Captain America needs you." The Winter Soldier was already lost in confusion, his eyes swirling with bewilderment. "Fire the cannon. Blast him to hell." Chen Ze roared to Batman through his throat vibrations, then turned to the Winter Soldier. Bucky, you deserve a life of honor and integrity. Those vile Hydra scum want to control you into killing the ones you once loved most, so stop now. Bucky's eyes grew more and more bewildered as he muttered to himself, Who am I? A flicker of joy passed through Chen Ze's heart. Finally it worked. This Bucky indeed had psychological barriers. A lost soul, no matter how formidable, is riddled with vulnerabilities. However, the agonizing pain within Chen Ze grew more intense, as if 10,000 tiny knives were slicing through his muscles, veins, and bones. This torment nearly overwhelmed him. Thus he repeatedly urged Batman to use his gauntlet cannon to take down the Winter Soldier. After all, the Winter Soldier wasn't some superpowered being like the Hulk. He was merely a super soldier, his flesh and blood no match for the cannon. But Batman paid no heed to Chen Ze. At that moment, the Winter Soldier clutched his head in agony. Batman made no move, and Chen Ze dared not approach to strike him either. One punch from him likely wouldn't kill the Winter Soldier, but if provoked, both Batman and he would meet their end here today. What in the world are you doing, Mr. Wayne? Chen Ze asked, inwardly transmitting his voice to Batman through throat vibrations. Batman didn't reply. Boom, boom. Thunderous echoes resounded. The noise shook the entire room, gradually rousing the Winter Soldier from his stupor. Though his awakening was steeped in Hydra's memories, his eyes sharpening with clarity. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. The Winter Soldier's twin submachine guns sprayed a torrent of bullets at Chen Ze and Batman. As they dodged, Chen Ze noticed a bullet piercing his bulletproof vest. No vest, no matter how good, could withstand such relentless barrage. A searing pain shot through his body, but Chen Ze dared not pause for a second. Lacking the skill or technique to evade bullets, he could only resort to rolling wildly on the ground. The booming continued. At last the gunfire abruptly ceased, replaced by the roar of a motorcycle. The Winter Soldier had vanished to some unknown place. Chen Ze glanced over and saw that Batman's Batcycle had blasted open the door. Saved! The thought flashed through Chen Ze's mind. Indeed, Batman's submachine gun still fired in one direction as he leaped gracefully onto the cycle. Chen Ze, without needing instructions, scrambled behind him. The pain racking his body was excruciating, but he dared not stop for even a minute. The Batmobile roared to life and shot out into the night sky. Bullets whistled past his ears, orange tracers streaking through the blackness, their shrill cries mingling with the sound of air being torn apart and other indiscriminate splatters. Chen Ze's back was hit several times. Whoosh! A powerful projectile sound rang out, and Chen Ze instantly deduced it wasn't a bullet. At least not an ordinary one. Sure enough, Batman swerved the handlebars sharply to the right, nearly throwing Chen Ze, who was trembling with pain, off the vehicle. But at the spot where the bike had just twisted, a bomb exploded with a deafening roar. The scorching blast and intense shockwave nearly sent Chen Ze tumbling from the cycle. Hold tight or you'll be thrown off. But it's over, Batman suddenly said. Out of nowhere, a black mechanical contraption appeared in the night sky, its dark cannon barrel aimed. Boom, boom. The cannons fired. Then the black machine flew above them and lowered two strange mechanical arms. As Chen Ze watched with curiosity, these arms grabbed the Batcycle, lifting Batman and Chen Ze upward. Thus Chen Ze and Batman were retrieved into the Batplane's cabin. The danger was over. Let's fly back and tear that damn place apart with your cannons. Chen Ze began to goad Batman. He figured that Batman hadn't used the cannon earlier for fear of destroying useful items inside, but now he could unleash it without restraint. Batman removed his mask, and Chen Ze could sense his foul mood, his face dark. He slowly shook his head. No. Why? I'd better not appear in public right now, or they'll think I'm harming innocent people. Batman said. Besides, I promised Clark I wouldn't cause too much of a stir. Chen Ze frowned. He's got no room to talk. His battles have destroyed countless cities. Never has. Batman shook his head. He's a good man. The two iconic superheroes of the Justice League, Batman and Superman, were indeed paragons of virtue compared to Marvel's acerbic Iron Man, disdainful Thor, and rage-blinded Hulk. From what Batman said, the battle between Superman and that general hadn't erupted yet. Pain washed over Chen Ze like a tide. He felt drowsy yet unable to sleep, so he sought a topic to distract himself. Why didn't you fire at the Winter Soldier earlier? Because I ran out of shells, Batman said. It's quite frustrating. I see. Chen Ze replied weakly. I was wondering. Batman glanced at Chen Ze and fell silent. Chen Ze felt he wanted to say something but held back. By then the pain had intensified, sweat pouring from him in torrents. Alongside the sweat, he noticed a phenomenon often described in cultivation novels, expelling impurities after taking a pill, leaving him reeking. Yet he also sensed that his body was being transformed for the better. Sensing Batman's hesitation, Chen Ze remained silent, for at this very moment his own mind was also shrouded in countless enigmas. Why had he suddenly been transported to this world? Why had he suddenly gained the ability to absorb others' energy? And what connection did Batman have with the Tesseract? Why was Catwoman stealing a potion? What was happening? The tangled web of mysteries left Chen Ze feeling bewildered, yet one thing was certain: Batman was definitely hiding something from him. Furthermore, there was another significant concern: why were the agents of Hydra interested in him? The mere thought of that dread organization sent an unavoidable shiver of anxiety through Chen Ze's heart. Dwelling on these matters, Chen Ze managed to distract himself somewhat from the pain. At that moment, the exterior of the Batplane had become almost transparent. Looking down, the colossal city blazed with resplendent lights, a dazzling tapestry of brilliance. Batman suddenly spoke. "What a beautiful city." Yes, truly beautiful. Chen Ze rarely had the chance to overlook a city from such a height. Seeing those lights sprawled so wantonly before his eyes, an inexplicable surge of emotion welled up within him. A pity this is nothing but a... Batman paused, searching for the right word. A bonsai. Yes, a bonsai. Those politicians with blood on their hands, the filthy underbelly of society, layer upon layer. They are parasites clinging to the bonsai. Chen Ze fell silent. These matters held no meaning for him, especially since this was America. If American villains were oppressing ordinary people as a fellow human, he would step in if there was no danger to himself now that he possessed such power. But to cleanse this nation of its tumors for the American Empire, weren't they the biggest tumor on Earth themselves? They were the biggest tumor on the planet, weren't they? Yet he knew Batman was dedicated to these causes. Unfortunately, the Joker had repeatedly shown him that some problems couldn't be solved by violence or strategy alone. The decay of a city or an entire social system was beyond the power of a single superhero to fix. "I've been to your country. I feel they are also changing, becoming more like us," Batman said. "I wonder if this is regression or progress." At this moment, Batman had removed his grotesque cowl, revealing a face that, though handsome, was etched with weariness and bore premature signs of aging. Perhaps compared to Superman, Batman lacked the Kryptonian's godlike powers and illustrious alien heritage. But there was one crucial difference between him and Superman and many other heroes. Without his powers, Superman was just an ordinary man. But even without his high-tech gear and Wayne Industries, Batman was still Batman, the one who constantly pondered how a single person could change the world. Looking at this Batman, Chen Ze felt a strange sense of security rise within him. "Leave these matters to fate. I can't concern myself with all of that." Shaking his head to dispel those tangential thoughts, as if also trying to shake off the heavy burden Batman might impose on him, Chen Ze clenched his left fist, the pain now subsiding. "Right now, I only want to tear Jigsaw apart limb from limb." Hearing this, Batman switched the plane to autopilot. He looked intently at Chen Ze and said, "Chen Ze, after we land, heal your wounds at my place and then leave." "Huh?" Chen Ze frowned, pieces of the puzzle starting to connect in his mind. "I could stay and help you for a while. I appreciate the offer. I know that with the super soldier serum you could be of assistance. But trust me, leaving now is the best course of action." Batman continued. "Hydra seems to have set its sights on you. They will use every means at their disposal. I lack the ability to protect you, and staying with me might expose your location. There are too many capable individuals out there. As for the others, they would most likely hand you over to S-H-I-E-L-D. S-H-I-E-L-D. Yes, S-H-I-E-L-D has done much for Earth, but they are dedicated to controlling every potential danger. I suspect they won't let someone like you slip through their fingers." A surge of frustration, all the confusion and resentment towards this world, erupted from Chen Ze. Why are they targeting me? Aren't there plenty of other superhumans and mutants out there? Why pick on me? Batman waited for Chen Ze's emotions to settle slightly before speaking. "All right, let me ask you a few questions." "What?" "First, how did you know about me from the very beginning? Second, how do you know about the Winter Soldier? Third, why is your ability so peculiar?" Batman said, "After this incident, I believe I have a measure of your character. But I can't protect you here. My only option is to let you go to a place I don't know. In truth, even without S-H-I-E-L-D, I think all superhumans would fear your ability and choose to keep their distance. No one can guarantee you won't suddenly attack them and absorb their powers." Chen Ze tried several times to explain, but found himself at a loss for words. He couldn't exactly say he knew the plot from watching movies, could he? As for his absorption ability, it was inexplicable, impossible to justify. Suspicion between people was inevitable. Wasn't that the basis of the dark forest theory? It seemed his very power would make him a target of others' enmity. However, the conjecture in his mind became clear. All right, I think I understand it all now. You took me to get the super soldier serum, primarily to test me to see what I was like, to see if I was evil, right? It was also a diversion. Your real objective was to cover for Catwoman, who was stealing the potion to control the Doctor to prevent Jean from using it to threaten Loki, wasn't it? After speaking this lengthy deduction, Chen Ze himself felt a sense of wonder. For some reason, his thinking was incredibly lucid. With just a few clues, he could now piece everything together. You are truly remarkable. You always manage to guess most of the truth. I don't know your origins, so now more than ever I want you to stay hidden. Batman said, based on my judgment, I don't believe you are a bad person. So all I can say to you is do not be blinded by hatred. Instead, let that hatred transform into fearlessness. Fearlessness. Chen Ze chewed on the word, thinking of Bruce Wayne's own tragic history, and in the comics how he had to drag his aging body into a fight against his former comrade Superman for the sake of humanity. He suddenly understood something. Perhaps Batman himself embodied those 4 words. Blinded by hatred. Chen Ze just gave a cynical smile. With this ability, it won't be long before I make sure Jigsaw dies a miserable death. After that, there might not be much hatred left. Batman fell silent for a moment. In truth, there might not be any real danger. I'm just planning for the worst. If Hydra is interested, I suspect S.H.I.E.L.D. will be too. Chen Ze looked at Batman, sensing that his mind was made up. It would be difficult to convince him to let him stay. What he said about being in more danger at his place was also true. His base might fend off evil forces. But what about other superheroes? Could he defend against them? So, all right, Mr. Wayne. Thank you for your care these past few days. Land the plane. I'll leave now. Bruce Wayne, however, shook his head. I agree with your decision, but for now it's best you come back to the Batcave with me. Your physical condition isn't good, and I can't let Hydra capture you. Chen Ze thought for a moment and nodded. Okay. Wayne's expression turned a bit strange. Besides, there's another reason. You need a place to shower. Good heavens, I must say you smell so foul right now. Even the Batplane's advanced air filtration system can't cope. Oh, I see. Chen Ze's face flushed with embarrassment. With a roar of water, the waterfall at the mouth of the Batcave cascaded down. The Batplane pierced through the torrent and soared into the cavernous hideout. After the plane opened, Chen Ze climbed directly down from it, discovering that he had forgotten how to walk. Batman smiled bitterly and said, Buddy, I'd love to give you a hand. But you're... Chen Ze knew he was referring to his unbearable stench and could only furrow his brow. Sir, no one asked you to help me. I'm sorry. Batman's face still wore a wry smile. Chen Ze said, Don't worry about me. Once I'm in better shape, I'll find a place to wash up and somewhere to stay on my own. So you'd better focus on figuring out how to save Catwoman. I'm truly sorry. Wayne said, However, regarding saving Catwoman, I'll contact Clark right now. So I can't look after you for the moment. If you need anything later, you can use the communicator to reach Alfred and Hell assist you. Chen Ze nodded. He knew that both Batman and Superman were reluctant to rely on each other's help, but circumstances were different now, so things had changed. By the way, at that moment Chen Ze suddenly called out to Bruce Wayne, who had already turned to leave. Be careful. That Loki can control minds. He's no ordinary foe. I know, thanks for the warning. Batman shot Chen Ze a strange look. After Batman departed, Chen Ze felt his condition shifting again. Alfred came over to ask what he needed, but the stench made it impossible to get close. He stood tens of meters away, looking at Chen Ze in distress. Chen Ze said to him, Alfred, go about your business. I'll call you when I'm better. Very well. After Alfred left, Chen Ze felt his body racked with intense pain, a burning agony, as if he had been drenched in strong acid. Am I going to die from this super soldier serum? Chen Ze recalled that only a handful of people had survived this batch of super soldier serum with a survival rate of less than 1%. Now, without any mechanical aid or medical treatment, could he still make it? Chen Ze felt the pain intensifying throughout his body, causing him to roll on the ground and scream, without any dignity, filling the Batcave with a startling cacophony of howls. Chen Ze made no attempt to hide his suffering, and his howls echoed far and wide. After being immersed in this torment for over an hour, he felt consciousness slowly returning, and his vision gradually became clear and focused. His previously slightly nearsighted eyes had now fully recovered. His entire body was brimming with a tremendous sense of power. Of course, this was accompanied by a foul stench in the Batcave, as if hundreds of corpses were rotting there. Chen Ze then headed toward the shower room. Boom, boom, boom. Each step he took produced a resounding thud, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Chen Ze found it difficult to control the strength surging through his body. It was like a 5-year-old child suddenly acquiring a massive sword that could cut through iron. Difficult to wield and prone to causing self-injury. However, once the child gradually became familiar with and mastered the sword, they would possess formidable power. A combat prowess far beyond their years would thus erupt. Chen Ze made his way to the shower room at a very slow pace. By the time he arrived, his control over his strength had improved slightly, but when he turned on the faucet, crack! He snapped it off with his bare hands. Cold water poured down on him, chilling him to the bone, yet as the streams cascaded over his now more muscular physique and down to his heels, Chen Ze suddenly felt an exhilarating sense of release. So instead of calling for Alfred, he savored the sensation of the cold shower on his own. Chen Ze examined his pectoral and abdominal muscles. They weren't as exaggerated as those of a bodybuilder or Wolverine. They were perfectly streamlined. His chest and abs weren't overly prominent, but there was a sense of explosive energy hidden within their aesthetic form. He grabbed a towel, wrung it out under the water, and ended up tearing it apart. Chen Ze felt quite frustrated. He remembered that in the movie Captain America gained immense strength and remarkable agility immediately after the experiment succeeded. Why in his case had his strength increased but his agility not improved much? Because of the terrible stench, it took Chen Ze over an hour to finish showering, and he used 2 bars of soap. Moreover, he scrubbed off a large amount of grime from his body, all of which fell to the floor, nearly clogging the drain. Fortunately, this was Batman's domain, and the facilities were well-equipped, so it was quickly resolved. Alfred had brought Chen Ze several sets of replacement clothes to choose from, all impeccably tailored. One of them, a suit, appeared to be handmade and exceptionally fine. Such is the life of the wealthy. Though Batman and Iron Man dedicate themselves to saving the world, their personal lives are indeed quite luxurious. Batman was somewhat better in this regard, as Wayne was a man of strict self-discipline, never allowing luxury to erode his resolve. Chen Ze picked out a black suit to put on and then, rip! The garment tore apart. Chen Ze's expression changed. I'm really sorry, but may I ask how much I just tore up? $50,000, sir. Alfred replied. Oh, damn. $50,000. That was 350000 RMB. And he had torn it apart just like that. It's alright, there are more. Rip. After tearing 3 outfits, Chen Ze finally managed to squeeze into one, though it was a downgrade from the exquisite suit to a denim look. I guess I'm not meant for formal wear. Chen Ze shrugged and said to Alfred, maybe this is what's truly meant for me. It looks great on you, sir. Alfred smiled. Thanks. Chen Ze looked at himself in the mirror. Although the denim outfit was of lower quality, it looked good on him, and what mattered most was that it fit perfectly. It seemed Batman had already calculated Chen Ze's body measurements. Could it be that my secret of having 28 centimeters down there has been discovered? Chen Ze joked to himself in his Zhejiang dialect, ignoring Alfred, who was utterly baffled. For Chen Ze, the most urgent task now was to learn to control his power. Regarding the matter of controlling power, I believe you could seek assistance from others. It seems that Clark also encountered such troubles at the very beginning. Batman analyzed to Chen Ze, however, I can see that your skill in controlling power has improved considerably now. Perhaps you don't need that much help, would you agree? All right. Chen Ze said, I'm just curious. After Captain America received the serum, he instantly became a super soldier with immense strength yet agile movement between buildings. Why did I end up like this? Have you witnessed the birth of Captain America? Batman inquired. No. Chen Ze realized he had slipped up again. I'm just speculating. After all, based on some records, Captain America killed several Nazi soldiers just a day after receiving the super soldier serum, so. Which records? Batman asked this, but seeing Chen Ze's discomfort, he tactfully refrained from pressing further. Instead he said, because this serum of yours is a modified version, there may be some inherent issues. It's unavoidable, and I apologize for the troubles it has caused you. This is not your fault. On the contrary, I want to thank you for granting me this power. As Chen Ze spoke, he understood the reasons in his heart. Alright, let's now measure your various physical data, Batman said. A full set of professional testing equipment was placed before Chen Ze with all kinds of tests available. Bang! Chen Ze delivered a powerful punch with his left hand, causing the punching force tester to shake violently. Chen Ze ran on the ground, sprinting 100 meters at top speed. Soon a set of data was presented before Batman and Chen Ze. Perfect! Even Batman couldn't help but snap his fingers at this data. Barefoot height 174 centimeters. Weight 85 kilograms. 100 meter sprint time 8. 57 seconds. Body fat percentage 2. 4. Maximum straight punch force 3,758 kilograms. Maximum overhead punch force 5,107 kilograms. When these figures were laid out, Chen Ze himself was amazed, concealing 85 kilograms in such a physique. Hey buddy, you're truly remarkable. Wayne displayed great grace, showing no regret for having yielded the super soldier serum to Chen Ze. Instead, he was genuinely happy for him. Indeed, Chen Ze exclaimed in astonishment, with physical stats like these, if I played in the NBA, I'd just keep dunking and knocking everyone flying. Eft. Batman sprayed coffee without any dignity. Oh, my God. A super soldier, a man with a punch force of over 6,000 kilograms, wants to go play in the NBA and bully ordinary people. You've got some nerve. I was just making an analogy, Chen Ze said, somewhat embarrassed. But speaking of which, why did my height shrink by 6 centimeters? What's going on? Wayne looked at him with deep suspicion. As I recall, you were this height the first time I saw you. We have a saying in China, telling a barefaced lie, Chen Ze said in Mandarin. Even though I'm uneducated, don't try to fool me. Batman was highly amused and replied in Mandarin. I trust my eyes. Your struggle is futile. Chen Ze pouted. In truth, his height had indeed shrunk by about 1 centimeter, likely due to denser bone structure, but certainly not 6 centimeters. That day, Chen Ze spent the entire day training in power control, feeling his skills improving remarkably. His maximum overhead punch force had surged to 6,000 kilograms. Batman had been acting mysteriously these days, but Chen Ze didn't feel comfortable asking about Catwoman's situation. Since Batman didn't bring it up, he thought it best not to inquire. Not until Batman's expression gradually relaxed did he come over to chat with Chen Ze. After a few minutes, Chen Ze's stomach growled loudly. As he felt embarrassed, Batman had someone bring in a large platter of meat. Chen Ze didn't stand on ceremony and began eating directly. His appetite had grown terrifyingly large recently, especially on the day he received the serum. He had consumed at least 50 gene of meat. Fortunately, his appetite had now normalized somewhat, though it was still significantly higher than an average person's. Thank you, Bruce. Chen Ze had grown more familiar with him, so he addressed him by name. I truly appreciate all your help these days. My pleasure, Wayne said. But, although it's regrettable, I must ask you to leave for now. You understand? It's fine. Chen Ze's eating slowed a little. I can manage. This is what Bruce prepared for you. That day, Chen Ze planned to take his leave. Then Alfred showed him the items Batman had prepared. There was a form-fitting black bodysuit, a bulletproof helmet, a pair of technologically advanced shoes, and a brand new mechanical glove that looked far more sophisticated than the one he currently wore. Additionally, there were some makeup and disguise items that could easily transform one's appearance with a few applications. Alfred said to Chen Ze, this bodysuit has excellent bulletproof capabilities, able to withstand gunfire from calibers up to 10 millimeters. As for your mechanical glove, it's custom-made and better suited to your current strength. Chen Ze felt a surge of gratitude. Regardless, Batman had been incredibly kind to him. Without his help, he wouldn't know how to navigate this unfamiliar world. Please thank Mr. Wayne for me. Chen Ze interrupted him. Alfred replied, very well, but allow me to explain the shoes as well. Chen Ze interrupted again. Based on my speculation, these are the latest model capable of flight through jet propulsion, right? When necessary, they can also be controlled to attack enemies, functioning like an exoskeleton. The soles can launch small missiles, and they can deploy titanium alloy blades to slit an opponent's throat. I love them. Alfred shrugged. Apologies, Mr. Chen. I admire your imagination, but these are just ordinary shoes. Though the soles incorporate special air cushion technology for excellent shock absorption, they cannot fly, launch missiles, or function as an exoskeleton. Chen Ze stood awkwardly for a long moment. All right, goodbye. Stepping onto the streets outside the bustling traffic, and all the noise collided with him, while the abundant sunlight seemed to illuminate every cell of his body. Separated from Batman, though Chen Ze felt a loss of security, he instead gained a peculiar sense of freedom. Suddenly the wind picked up, blowing fiercely. Chen Ze glanced at the towering, intricately arranged buildings, tucked his right hand into the spacious pocket of his coat, and walked forward. Next, he needed to find Jigsaw and also a way to restore his right hand. After leaving the Wayne Industries where Batman operates, Chen Ze realized that an urgent matter awaited him. He was unsure whether Batman had simply forgotten or if he truly had no intention to help. In any case, Chen Ze found himself utterly broke. Previously his pockets contained the leftover 37 yuan from treating others, which was only slightly more than $5. Of course Batman had been quite generous to him these days, and Chen Ze felt it unnecessary to ask for more. Thus he had to devise a way to earn some money. How could he not make money? Chen Ze had a hefty appetite, and just a casual meal could easily cost dozens of dollars. If he didn't find a way to earn, he would likely starve. Now was a crucial moment for the super serum to transform his body. Without enough energy to supplement it, he might end up like those who were drained of their essence in horror films. So he needed to find a solution. Despite possessing such formidable power, earning money should be simple, yet his current situation meant he could not reveal his identity. Moreover, Chen Ze could never bring himself to oppress the weak. Though his moral education since childhood had not been particularly effective, Chen Ze was not a bad person, even if he had watched adult videos, cursed, and drunkenly urinated on the street. After much contemplation, Chen Ze thought of a method. Night fell, shrouding the streets in darkness, while the traffic flowed beside him, illuminated by the bright streetlights lined up in a row. This was already the second night since Chen Ze had left Batman. His hunger was unbearable, as if he could even drink the swill served in restaurants. However, he still had his limits and refrained from doing something utterly insane. If I count as a superhero now, I would probably be the worst of them all, Chen Ze said with a bitter smile. Even Spider-Man, despite his misfortunes, could earn money through selfies. But what about him? Finding a dark corner, he donned his black spandex suit. Though impressive, it was uncomfortable, as it did not allow for sweat evaporation, forcing Chen Ze to wear it only during combat. Over the black spandex, he wore his original jacket and put on his combat boots. After finishing these, he stashed his gear in an abandoned corner, then pulled the hood over his head, blending into the night. The method Chen Ze devised was not sophisticated. In fact, it was quite crude, black and black. He had been observing dark corners from yesterday to today, and finally spotted some drug dealers meeting. After some speculation and searching, fortune smiled upon him, as he found a location that served as a drug transit point, lightly guarded enough for him to try his luck. Chen Ze labeled this act as black and black, rather than nobly declaring an intention to destroy the drug base. He did not wish to mix such ulterior motives into genuine acts of help. In the darkness, Chen Ze gradually revealed himself, the transit point being a small building in the rundown slums. Ahead lay broken streetlights, pothole-ridden roads, ragged beggars, emaciated low-cost prostitutes, and malnourished black children running about naked. Compared to the dazzling lights of the upper class, the scene in this slum was shocking. Recalling the various issues in the news during the day, a question suddenly emerged in Chen Ze's mind: why, with so many superheroes in this world, does crime still persist? Why, even with the U.S. plundering the entire world, are there still so many impoverished people? However, this line of thought quickly faded from his mind as he focused on the task ahead, raiding the drug station. Using the cover of darkness, Chen Ze stealthily approached until he was about 20 meters from the two henchmen, who were bulging with what seemed to be handguns at their waists. Suddenly his leg muscles surged with power, and like a galloping leopard, he broke through the boundary between darkness and light, appearing before the two. Chen Ze reached them in just over a second, and the two could only react by drawing their guns before they could even fire at him. Bang! His right fist from the mechanical glove slammed into the head of the right henchman, the immense force turning his head into a watermelon that exploded. Next he raised his left leg and kicked the left henchman in the chest, the nearly 10 tons of force collapsing his sternum. Unless employing weapons of mass destruction, the only way to deal with superheroes is with superheroes. Just like tanks are best countered by tanks and airplanes by airplanes. Otherwise, how could ordinary people withstand the strength of someone like Chen Ze? Chen Ze did not hold back against the two, knowing that if he showed them mercy, they might shoot him from behind. Though he wore a bulletproof vest, who knew how things would turn out? Killing these two was not as simple as eating or drinking for Chen Ze, but he certainly had no psychological barriers. The door was locked, but Chen Ze used the most brutal method: bang. With a thunderous crash, despite being an iron door, it was kicked open by Chen Ze. Without a handgun, he charged inside. The first thing he saw was a low hallway which was narrow and not conducive to his movement, but he had no choice but to push forward. Just as Chen Ze rushed up the hallway, bullets from a submachine gun hailed down upon him. Faster, faster, faster. Using his bulletproof helmet and vest to shield against the hail of bullets, Chen Ze ran with all his might, causing the hallway to tremble under his powerful strides. Chen Ze converted his strength into speed, resulting in significant destruction to the hallway, even threatening to break the stairs. But he could not afford to care. Bullets hit his body, causing pain, but Chen Ze countered the impact with his immense strength, charging upward like a beast at full speed. Though this bulletproof vest was exceptional, he estimated it would not last long under the barrage, so he needed to ascend as quickly as possible. Ha! Chen Ze shouted, his whole body leaping with force, directly breaking the stairs while his body surged to the next level. Then, bang, 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 bang. The simplest and most efficient moves. In a flurry of punches and kicks, those who had just fired at Chen Ze found themselves succumbing to his attacks, dead, with a mere touch, perishing with a mere brush. Though he had gone hungry for 2 days, Chen Ze unleashed all his pent-up energy and spirit, exploding like a bomb. Every resistance in his path was obliterated into nothingness. Ha! Chen Ze shouted again, and the head of the last thug before him was nearly crushed into pulp as he collapsed to the ground. Looking around, he saw he had killed at least a dozen people, their bodies strewn haphazardly across the floor. This one's a superhero, let's get out of here. The others had no effective means against a superhero either, so they could only flee. They couldn't kill him, but touching him meant death. How were they supposed to deal with that? Chen Ze watched them run off, knowing they would likely report to their superiors. But he couldn't give chase. He lacked ranged attack abilities. If he ran out after them, who knew if he'd ever return to claim his target money? So Chen Ze began opening drawers and cabinets, even taking the cash from the bodies. Finally, in a corner cabinet, he discovered a stack of crisp US dollars. He could recognize the denominations by the Arabic numerals printed on them. He roughly counted his spoils: over 500,000 US dollars. Over 500,000 US dollars. Chen Ze's heart trembled. No wonder in Xinxia novels they loved killing and robbing. It was exhilarating to seize treasures through murder. In an instant he possessed that much wealth. In his original world, Chen Ze's monthly living expenses were only about 1,000, and the most money he had ever held was just over 20,000. And that was in RMB. But now, over 500,000 US dollars, equivalent to more than 3 million RMB, had fallen into his hands. Time to get out of here. Suppressing the exhilaration of his massive windfall, Chen Ze packed the money into a bundle slung over his back, slung 2 captured submachine guns across his chest, and leaped down from the second-floor balcony. With his current physical strength, jumping from a height of over 3 meters was like leaping from knee height in his former ordinary body. He landed without a scratch. After landing, Chen Ze sprinted along the route he had previously studied. Who is this person? Watching the surveillance feed, a man in hip-hop attire furrowed his brows. He had never seen a superhero break in to rob like this, but judging by the fact that the man was impervious to bullets and could kill with a single punch, he was undoubtedly a superhero. After a moment's thought, he decided to report the issue urgently. When a superhero attacked, they needed to find the right person to deal with it. Deploy a few of our super soldiers. Bring him in. Upon witnessing the scene, the Joker immediately recognized that this person seemed to be the one who had been with Batman. His abilities were peculiar and worth capturing for study, so he dispatched super soldiers at once. They rarely deployed super soldiers as the government's tolerance had limits. Their power had grown, but the U.S. government's appeasement policy meant that when their strength first began to recover, the government, fearing massive destruction, refrained from wiping them out, merely restricting their channels to starve them out. Unexpectedly, the super genius Kingpin later emerged, consolidating most of the American underworld. Thus, they became too big to fail, infiltrating every level of society and government networks like a vast spider web. Removing a piece was possible, but uprooting the whole web would bring destruction. Now dealing with them would cost far more and be infinitely more difficult. Of course, the issue wasn't solely about the risk of destruction. The U.S. government was a consortium of businessmen. Expecting high moral integrity from such a group was utterly impossible. This destructive process was rife with corruption and decay, which was why someone like Batman had spoken those words to Chen Ze. Nevertheless, to avoid truly provoking the U.S. government's nerves, they didn't go too far. After all, the U.S. was still the world's sole superpower with unimaginable national strength. If it truly resolved to cut out the cancerous sore, their survival would be precarious. But today, the Joker decided to deploy several super soldiers to capture Chen Ze. This man's abilities were truly bizarre. Moreover, judging by his behavior of robbing a drug den for money, he was probably desperate for cash. Their organization could certainly offer him money and likely bribe him. Chen Ze ran through the darkness carrying a large bundle of cash, his heart racing with urgency to escape as quickly as possible. He suspected the place he had just left had cameras. The technology in this world was far more advanced than his original one. At least he had seen the aerial train tracks woven like blood vessels similar to those in Batman Begins. Under these circumstances, he instinctively sensed danger. If he didn't flee now, something terrible might happen. He suspected the place he had just left had cameras. The technology in this world was far more advanced than his original one. At least he had seen the aerial train tracks woven like blood vessels similar to those in Batman Begins. He arrived at the abandoned factory, found his previous crate, and stuffed his money inside. The abandoned factory was utterly silent, with even the light stingy in its reach. Almost everything was still save for a few intermittent distant car sounds that drifted like smoke. But in this environment, Chen Ze suddenly heard a strange mechanical whirring, as if something was fluttering through the air. Chen Ze looked around warily. In the surveillance room on a shaky monitor, Chen's alert eyes looked in that direction as if he had detected something. Then, bang! The screen flashed with static and went black. "He's spotted us. Get those idiots moving," someone shouted in the surveillance room. Chen Ze swatted a wasp-sized flying object out of the air. Crushing it on the ground, he saw it was indeed a surveillance camera. He knew he was being watched, and soon a horde of opponents would swarm him, and he had no idea what their abilities were. Chen Ze slowed his steps, trying to move outward, but his footsteps were still heavy and jarring in the darkness. He had to stop altogether. He still couldn't control his strength. Just then, blinding white light flooded in from all sides, illuminating the area. Boom! Boom! His footsteps pounded heavily against the earth. The ground itself seemed to tremble slightly. The booming grew louder. Chen Ze drew the submachine gun he had obtained earlier from that place. To avoid revealing his position, he spent 5 seconds stealthily hiding beside a massive steel pipe. However, his luck was abysmal. A beam of searchlight pierced through the thick darkness and fell upon him. Under the glaring light, nothing could remain hidden. The searchlight was so blinding that Chen Ze felt dizzy, yet he did not raise a hand to shield his eyes. Instead, he aimed directly at the source of the light and unleashed a burst of submachine gun fire. Clang, 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 clang. Apart from bullets striking the walls, there were the sharp metallic sounds of bullets colliding with steel. Some clear, some muffled. Clearly Chen Ze had not hit anyone. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Buzz. Trails of bullets visible in the darkness carved long paths through the night sky. The roaring sound of air being torn apart caused the airflow to tremble violently, the vibrating noise howling in a deep hum. Dust and debris sprayed from the surrounding walls. 2 curtains of gunfire converged on Chen Ze from both sides. Several super soldiers had surrounded Chen Ze. The earlier searchlight and his own submachine gun fire had exposed his position, drawing a hail of bullets toward him. Thud, thud. Chen Ze was struck by a few bullets, but fortunately the bulletproof vest from Wayne Industries was no joke, and he remained uninjured. The situation made Chen Ze realize that his submachine gun seemed ineffective against them. In the darkness, they illuminated him with their searchlights, leaving him exposed while he could not see them. So he made the quickest decision. Run. Head toward the light. Otherwise, he had no chance of fighting. Chen Ze's current speed over 100 meters was about 7 seconds, and his endurance was strong, allowing him to maintain this pace for at least 2 minutes. Bullets struck his body one after another, but Chen Ze knew that with the enemy holding the light, while he was in the dark, fighting these opponents would only lead to death. The super soldiers were faster than Chen Ze, and the distance between them was gradually closing. Buzz. A strange vibrating sound, more violent and intense than before, and the sound of air being torn seemed sharper. What the hell is that? The moment Chen Ze heard the strange noise, he immediately rolled on the ground. Boom! A scorching wave of air along with flying dust and debris surged upward. Chen Ze's bulletproof vest blocked these, and his own strength prevented him from being blown away. However, the impact left him feeling as if he had been struck all over, with only a ringing in his ears and a dizzy mind. He casually touched the box. Fortunately, its material was quite sturdy, so his hard-earned results were safe. But these guys had artillery shells. Chen Ze sensed that things had taken a serious turn. If he kept running like this, he would likely be killed by those bombs. Yet why hadn't they used bombs on him from the start? Initially, these people wanted to capture Chen Ze alive. Knowing he wore a bulletproof vest and seemed to possess an absorption ability, they weren't worried about shooting him to death. But now that Chen Ze was trying to escape, they had no choice but to use bombs. As a last resort, it was better for him to die than to get away. With this delay, the soldiers drew closer to Chen Ze. He continued running, but now had to dodge left and right. Even so, the bombs hurt him badly, and one of them even tore a hole in his bulletproof vest. Now they were outside, and some light finally allowed Chen Ze to see these people. They were indeed human, perhaps ordinary, but they wore strange armor on their vital parts, somewhat like the soldiers in Edge of Tomorrow. This seemed to be the real exoskeleton armor. The gun barrels in their mouths were likely the things that could shred a body. There were 4 such units in total. The distance between Chen Ze and them was now very close. One soldier's right hand even extended a long hand blade. Chen Ze felt he might die here today. With so many of them, he had no way to fight. Bang, 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 bang. Despite feeling it was a tough fight, Chen Ze immediately swept his submachine gun toward them. The clanging sounds of steel on steel rang out continuously. Even the unarmored parts of these soldiers had bulletproof protection, so Chen Ze couldn't take them down with his gun. Soon Chen Ze's gun ran out of ammunition. He tossed the submachine gun aside. At that moment, the 4 machines slowly surrounded him in a crescent arc. Chen Ze untied his bundle and placed it on the ground. He also realized that these 4 machines seemed intent on capturing him alive, or otherwise they would have already torn him apart with guns and shells. Hand blades extended from the right hands of all 4 machines, while shields emerged from their left hands. Shing! The first machine thrust its hand blade at Chen Ze. Chen Ze was merely an ordinary person who had gained some strength with no combat training. Facing this, he could only step back, but the hand blade was faster. In the critical moment, a strange instinct made Chen Ze sidestep, slightly barely avoiding the blade strike. Due to this action, Chen Ze's right hand might have some skin torn, causing some pain, but he released the super soldier's hand blade and swiftly moved to another super soldier's side, smashing his left fist down onto the bulletproof helmet. A grating sound accompanied by sparks erupted. Chen Ze immediately leaped back, feeling sharp pain at the connection between the mechanical glove and his hand bones. The third super soldier also closed in, swinging its hand blade horizontally. At the critical moment, Chen Ze managed to unleash a bit of combat instinct, rolling on the ground to evade the blade. But the 4th machine kicked him square in the chest. Crack! Chen Ze's ribs were broken by the kick. The pain made him break out in a cold sweat, and his body was sent flying backward. The bulletproof vest only prevented penetration. Against such blunt force, it offered little protection. Faced with these invulnerable machines, Chen Ze found himself in a desperate situation. He realized that all his strength was of little use now. However, in that moment of being kicked back, he caught a glimpse of the super soldier's armor. It seemed there was a mechanism on their backs from which the armor extended. The more advanced the technology, the more fragile and complex it could be, often less straightforward than simpler, cruder methods. Especially begging for recommendation votes. Many thanks to everyone. At that moment, another super soldier lunged at Chen Ze from behind. Chen Ze swiftly dodged and grabbed his hand blade with his mechanical arm, then forcefully twisted it. It didn't break. It seems this alloy hand blade is quite powerful. Due to this action, Chen Ze's right hand might have some skin torn, causing some pain, but he released the super soldier's hand blade and swiftly moved to another super soldier's side, smashing his left fist down onto the bulletproof helmet. Crack! Though it did not shatter, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on it. At that moment, several other super soldiers surrounded him. Chen Ze quickly maneuvered behind the previous super soldier and kicked forcefully at the mechanized area on his back. The shoes given by Batman were particularly excellent. Colliding with them caused no pain at all, while the super soldier's back was directly shattered, turning the machine into a useless hunk of metal. This really works, Chen Ze thought, panting heavily. The first destroyed armor temporarily incapacitated that soldier, but now Chen Ze had no opportunity to eliminate this person. The remaining 3 seemed to sense the extreme danger, standing back to back facing Chen Ze, leaving him with no openings to exploit. 3 minutes later, Chen Ze's bulletproof vest had several slashes, and his body bore multiple wounds. Moreover, Chen Ze's stamina was nearly exhausted. Many people who have seen action stars in movies rolling and tumbling for minutes think nothing of it, but in reality, anyone untrained knows that once they step into a boxing ring, just over a minute of fighting will drain their energy. Chen Ze's stamina had improved significantly, but the problem was he had already endured the previous ambush, the subsequent running, and the ongoing fierce battle, not to mention the increasing wounds. In short, Chen Ze was now at the end of his rope, while the 3 remaining machines showed no signs of damage. He would be killed in about half a minute. Chen Ze now realized that although he possessed such terrifying power, against such opponents he could indeed inflict harm, but it was not substantial. Unless he could deplete their energy. Otherwise, he could only rely on long-range attacks or directly infiltrate their inner shell, or have better missed to deal with them. Yet at present Chen Ze had none of these. Now another opening appeared for Chen Ze, and behind him was a gash. At that moment, several super soldiers shot out some nets about to ensnare Chen Ze. It's over. Chen Ze completely failed to react, thinking of the methods of the saw. He dared not imagine what he would face next. This was a terrifying situation where even suicide seemed impossible. Chen Ze was almost in despair. But just then, as the nets were about to ensnare Chen Ze, they suddenly shot up and flew far away. A roar that cut through the air suddenly rang in Chen Ze's ears. Then there was the sound of a heavy impact. The super soldier had unexpectedly soared into the air, crashing heavily onto the ground behind him. Several super soldiers turned to look. Under some cold light, a humanoid figure stood there, clad in black and red on top and blue-black below, with hands on hips, saying, "Hey, are you guys still having a party? You can't have a party without me, buddy." Spider-Man. Chen Ze suddenly reacted. Moreover, it should be the amazing Spider-Man, not the original Spider-Man, as the original wouldn't say such goofy things. Spider-Man, using the force that propelled him from afar, directly kicked the previous super soldier flying. The mechanics on you guys are hideously ugly, making you look like a giant shrimp. So I will send you back to your sea. As Spider-Man mocked, he shot out webs with his right hand, directly ensnaring a super soldier's hand blade. He pulled on it, then leapt into the air, skillfully flipping in midair, and wrapped the web around the soldier's hands. When he landed, he delivered a powerful kick. This super soldier was directly knocked down by Spider-Man. Chen Ze could also knock down super soldiers. Estimating based on Spider-Man's move, he figured that Spider-Man's striking power might be about double his own. However, Chen Ze knew that this was just a casual hit. In Spider-Man 2A, he had directly stopped a train, so the force was at least several tons. But Spider-Man's calm and leisurely demeanor, since his appearance showed that he was in complete control. And all of this was due to Spider-Man's rich combat experience and extremely agile body. Spider-Man's agility made him feel like a butterfly dancing through the flowers during the battle, but when he needed to strike, his power was also immense. The perfect combination of strength, speed, and agility. Chen Ze, thinking about how he had such strength yet found it difficult to exert it, felt a tinge of envy. Swish, swish, swish. The remaining super soldier swung his hand blade at Spider-Man, but Spider-Man was as agile in the air as a raccoon, evading all his attacks. When that guy pulled out a gun and aimed at Spider-Man, Spider-Man acted quickly, using his web to pull the gun down. Using a gun is not a good habit, Spider-Man quipped, then tied the two of them together with webbing. Taking this opportunity, Chen Ze ripped off the mechanism on the back of the previous soldier that Spider-Man had kicked, binding that person as well within the armor. Thus all 4 super soldiers were dealt with. Chen Ze was truly in awe of Spider-Man's abilities, with his agile movements combined with the thunderous strikes and the web-slinging as support. Suddenly a thought crossed his mind: why not absorb his energy? Chen Ze shook his head, quickly dismissing that idea. Not to mention he already liked Spider-Man as a superhero. He also couldn't betray his morals for personal gain. Besides, Spider-Man had just saved his life, so he couldn't act against him. Of course, even if Chen Ze acted, Spider-Man would likely easily handle him. After Spider-Man dealt with these few, he clapped his hands and looked at Chen Ze. Who are you? Your power is quite impressive. Where did it come from? Chen Ze thought for a moment and said, I'm just an ordinary person who received the serum. I just destroyed one of their drug distribution points, so they came after me. Alright, I understand. Then goodbye. Unlike Batman, who had spent so much time with him, Spider-Man, after just saving him, directly said goodbye. Chen Ze was a bit stunned. You're leaving? The sky was left with only the silhouette of Spider-Man drifting away. Chen Ze stood there in a daze. Was Spider-Man really that arrogant? In the sky, Spider-Man's figure flickered in the dim light around him, vanishing moments later. Replaying the entire appearance of Spider-Man in his mind, Chen Ze suddenly recalled something. Spider-Man's suit was not the classic Redan blue design, but rather black-red and black-blue. If this wasn't an illusion caused by the dim light, then Chen Ze understood. The current Spider-Man must have been corrupted by an alien symbiote. At the time of his transmigration, the Amazing Spider-Man 3 hadn't been released, but from what he saw in Spider-Man 3, the symbiote, a black entity, had turned him into Black Spider-Man. When he overcame his inner turmoil and resolved to shed it, the black substance was picked up by a journalist who hated Peter Parker, leading to a massive battle alongside Sandman. Realizing this, Chen Ze felt compelled to warn Spider-Man, having just been saved by him. Moreover, among all the superhero movies he had watched in his past life, Spider-Man was his favorite. He had seen them all: Superman with his great power and responsibility, the eccentric Iron Man, the noble and righteous Batman, the wealthy godly heir, Thor, the lonely Captain America, the raging Hulk. Each had their unique appeal, but Spider-Man remained his favorite. First, because Peter Parker's character, his background, and his struggles offered a sense of relatability. Second, Chen Ze adored the style of combat that blended speed, power, and agility to the extreme, dazzling with every move. But then he thought, setting aside how he could even find Peter Parker, aka Spider-Man, even if he did, would Peter Parker in his current state accept his advice? After much deliberation, Chen Ze had to abandon the idea. He then glanced at the suits and the people inside them. The one who had first shed his armor had crawled out, and seeing Chen Ze dared not say a word, knowing he was no match, and tried to flee. Chen Ze caught up in a few steps and lightly tapped his head, knocking him unconscious. Though these men were called super soldiers, their physical bodies were only slightly better than an average person's, at most on par with a special forces operative. Utterly insignificant before Chen Ze's strength. The rest were in a tragic predicament, unsure whether to crawl out or stay put. Chen Ze figured these guys might soon send more people after him, so he needed to deal with these fools quickly. But should he really kill them? In the heat of battle, pounding an enemy's brains out left little room for thought. Just kill them. But now, facing defenseless opponents, Chen Ze hesitated. After a long pause, he said, "You're lucky. Tell me how to block your surveillance and I'll let you go." The three conscious ones quickly complied, eager to escape with their lives. Chen Ze found their method straightforward. Hydra's tech didn't allow round-the-clock monitoring everywhere, so he destroyed the nearby cameras, clapped his hands, and ran off into the darkness. But when he reached a public phone booth, he called, "Hello 911. What's your number?" "Oh, I'm not messing with you. I just saw a fight." The booth was in a secluded spot with only one camera inside, which Chen Ze had spotted early on. He tried to take it out with stones from a blind spot, but it was a grueling process. Despite his strength, the first few stones shattered the booth's glass without hitting the camera. After 4 or 5 minutes of effort, he finally destroyed it. By the time he finished the call, police checking on vandalized phone booths had arrived and Chen Ze slipped away. $50,000. That's a fortune. Chen Ze felt a thrill of satisfaction. He ducked into a roadside shop to buy clothes and a backpack, stuffing his belongings inside, including the bulletproof vest now torn by bomb blasts. Then he decided to grab some food. His stomach was growling with hunger. It had been 2 days. He had never endured such hardship before. With all this money, I'm going to feast. Chen Ze set out to find a place for a big meal. 6 minutes later, he ordered, "Give me 2 family buckets." After eating KFC there, he realized it didn't suit Chinese tastes at all. Chinese KFC had been adapted, so he hailed a taxi to a Chinese restaurant and devoured a hot pot feast. Gurgle, gurgle. Chen Ze felt his stomach churning. Since his appetite had surged, he often sensed his stomach digesting. A reassuring feeling. After eating, he had to figure out where to stay. The previous night he had spent under a bridge. Tonight, America was a mess of troubles. Without any ID, he had no trace of existence in this world, leaving him in this sorry state. Chen Ze planned to find someone who could forge documents. He wasn't plotting anything sinister, just wanted to rent a motel room. The next morning he woke up on a park bench. Stretching, Chen Ze took off the mechanical glove on his right hand. He was getting used to the broken bone underneath, at least no longer feeling nauseous. But the sight was gruesome. Last night's battle had worn down the glove, chafing his hand raw and causing his bones to ache unbearably. Looking at the wound, he thought of Jigsaw. But knowing Jigsaw was with Hydra, Chen Ze realized he had no chance for revenge unless he could boost his strength significantly. Without ranged attacks and a bulletproof vest, he was vulnerable. Even with the vest, larger caliber bullets and shells could tear him apart. Yet he buried his vengeful thoughts deep, believing he could unleash greater power. One day he would make Jigsaw wish for death. Last night's intense activity had left his body exhausted. If he didn't find a place to rest soon, his energy would be drained completely. Chen Ze began searching for someone to forge a fake ID. After disguising himself to look like an Indian, he spent half the morning securing a driver's license. It was only good for small motels though. Big hotels would see through it. Chen Ze paid $1,000 for a month's stay. On the not-so-soft bed, the exhaustion from last night's ordeal washed over him, weighing down his eyelids as he quickly fell asleep. If it had been Batman dealing with those 4 machines last night, Chen Ze believed he would have handled them with ease. Yet Batman's strength was far inferior to his own. In the end, he was now all brawn and no brain, lacking the necessary armament. After eating, he began to contemplate his current situation. Last night, he had witnessed the vast gap between himself and Spider-Man. It wasn't a disparity in raw power, though there was certainly a difference in strength. But what Chen Ze lacked now was the ability to control that power as well as any capability for ranged attacks. Spider-Man's webbing, though not as extensive as Iron Man's arsenal, still solved numerous problems. But as for himself, aside from a brute force he could barely control, he had nothing else. Moreover, without the ability to devour energy, his recovery speed had slowed considerably. At least the ribs broken last night had yet to fully mend. Although his robust physique rendered the broken ribs inconsequential to his movements, he still wished to recover fully as soon as possible. Spider-Man's combat style also revealed to Chen Ze the power of finesse, how a burst of skill could multiply one's fighting effectiveness. If it had been Batman dealing with those 4 machines last night, Chen Ze believed he would have handled them with ease. Yet Batman's strength was far inferior to his own. In the end, he was now all brawn and no brain, lacking the necessary armament. Moreover, the mechanical gauntlet on his right hand severely hampered his combat ability. Right hand. As Chen Ze pondered this, his thoughts turned to Oscorp. He had heard from Batman that he had collaborated with Oscorp, and since Peter Parker had appeared, Oscorp must surely exist in this world. So Chen Ze used the old computer in the hotel to go online and search for information about Oscorp. He found a great deal of data primarily concerning biopharmaceuticals. In his past life, Chen Ze had been a pure liberal arts student majoring in philosophy, a subject that sounded profound but was tragically impractical, so he skimmed over most of it. But then he stumbled upon something that ignited an irrepressible excitement: limb regeneration. Oscorp was researching technology that would soon enable the regrowth of lost limbs. In the Spider-Man movies, Oscorp initially focused on insect-based technologies to prevent the company's two leaders from dying of disease, and Spider-Man's first villain was a failed scientist from that very project. Chen Ze deliberated over this matter, then began searching for all information on limb regeneration. Soon he discovered that Oscorp was recruiting volunteers, essentially test subjects. The recruitment offered generous terms. Oscorp would provide its latest pharmaceutical agents along with a monetary reward. Chen Ze cared little for the money. He still had $500,000. But he desperately wanted the serum. Ever since he had obtained the serum, he had realized that his constitution was exceptionally unique. Anyone else receiving that serum would surely die, but the way he absorbed it was not through direct bodily assimilation. Instead, after a special process of devouring, he extracted the useful components and expelled the harmful ones. That was how he had survived a life-or-death moment where the survival rate was less than 1 in 100. Yet, after much deliberation, he had to abandon the idea. Not only did he lack any identity, not even an ID card, but his abilities themselves would make him easy prey for Oscorp. He had always known that the company was far from benevolent. Furthermore, his injuries, though healing faster than when he was an ordinary human, were nothing compared to the recovery speed he had enjoyed after devouring the green-skinned monster. Chen Ze also resolved his next course of action. He would roam the city seeking out lone criminal superhumans to confront. Light and darkness are twins by nature. In a world teeming with superheroes, there must also be criminals wielding powers beyond ordinary men. Chen Ze aimed to find such individuals, injure and devour them, absorbing their energy to strengthen himself and accelerate his own recovery. If he could devour a superhuman with ranged attack capabilities, he would strike gold. But he also had to consider whether he could even handle such an opponent. After several days of patrolling, Chen Ze had only managed to rescue a few weaklings threatened by thugs with knives, but he encountered no superhumans. Oh, and last night Iron Man had roared overhead without so much as a greeting. That day the streets were bustling with traffic. Chen Ze once again disguised himself as an Indian and stepped out onto the road. The streets, as always, were teeming with vehicles. Chen Ze waited at a crosswalk, intending to cross the intersection to a restaurant on the other side. The food there was passable to his taste. Ah! Suddenly a piercing scream erupted from the middle of the street, followed by the shrill wail of car alarms. Screams rose one after another, spreading wildly across the street in an instant. Chen Ze looked on in horror. He saw a large white truck, and beside it stood 3 policemen in black uniforms, their guns trained warily on the truck's roof. A withered bark-like hand, yellow in hue, suddenly emerged from above the truck's cab, clawing at the side of the container. A heavy thud pounded against his eardrums. The massive truck, a steel beast, seemed fragile beneath that coarse, sand-textured hand. The 3 officers immediately drew their pistols and opened fire. The crowd screamed and scattered. In Chen Ze's view, a huge, grotesque monster gradually rose to its feet atop the truck. Bullets struck the creature's body, tearing open small holes, but they had little effect on it. Boom! The monster's right hand shot forward with tremendous force, hurtling toward the 3 officers. Bang! Bang! Thud! In that instant, Chen Ze crossed the dozen-meter street in a few strides, placing himself before the officers. Then the monster's massive right hand collided directly with Chen Ze's left. Whoosh! Chen Ze's body was sent flying backward by the violent impact, crashing heavily to the ground 7 or 8 meters away. A mouthful of blood spurted from his lips. At that moment, he felt his own powerlessness more acutely than ever. Yet Chen Ze recognized the monster before him, Sandman, the formidable foe of Spider-Man, who had once killed his foster father. He had merely tested the waters to see if he could devour the Sandman's power, but given the current situation, it was virtually impossible. However, Chen Ze suddenly recalled how Spider-Man had defeated the Sandman in Spider-Man 3. Yes, that was the way. In the sky, yellow sand billowed. A torrent of sand drifted rapidly from atop the truck, sweeping through the bustling street as if carried by the wind. The policemen in black uniforms hurriedly looked toward the man who had just saved their lives. They assumed he must be dead after being hurled so far by the Sandman. A surge of guilt welled up within them, and several of them rushed over to see how badly the man was mangled. To their astonishment, the man who had been thrown so far suddenly scrambled to his feet and gave chase in the direction the sand had vanished, each stride covering 3 or 4 meters. The officer's jaws nearly dropped to the ground. That guy. Could he be a superhero too? Since when did an Indian superhero appear? Overhearing this, Chen Ze nearly coughed up blood in frustration. Damn it, all this is just a disguise, don't you understand? You're the Indian and your whole family are Indians. Bang, 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 bang. The scenery on both sides whizzed past him as Chen Ze sprinted down the street. With every step he left a deep crater. A single leap gouged a massive pit into the ground, and any jump launched him several meters into the air. On the roadside, vehicles overturned by the fierce winds and battered by sand lay scattered in disarray. The sound of car alarms blared incessantly, and people screamed as they scrambled to the sides. Although the Sandman was airborne, his speed was not exceptionally fast, barely surpassing Chen Ze, who had converted his strength into velocity. In truth, the blow Chen Ze had just received from the Sandman had inflicted a serious wound, yet at this moment his sole desire was to absorb the Sandman's power. After all, once he obtained the Sandman's strength, he would truly become a superhero, no longer just an empty shell possessing immense power. After rounding two corners, Chen Ze spotted a celebration in progress. A Redan-black Spider-Man hung upside down from the air, kissing a blonde beauty, though their lips remained separated by his mask. No, that shouldn't be a mask. Chen Ze had noticed before that the Spider-Man here wasn't wearing a costume. He had genuinely transformed. Otherwise, the black alien wouldn't have altered his body into shades of blue-black and red-black. But for now, he couldn't concern himself with Spider-Man. 2 blocks away. Quick, what's that on the roof? The driver of an armored car asked anxiously, having spotted a shadowy black monster in his rearview mirror. His companion trembled, attempting to roll down the window for a look, but with a thunderous crash, the seemingly impenetrable roof of the armored car was smashed into a perfect circular hole. Above that gaping opening, a withered yellow head with barely discernible features let out a roar. A beastly howl emanated from that head. The guard frantically drew his shotgun to fire, but a torrent of sand cascaded down, burying him beneath it. Chen Ze crossed 2 blocks and finally spotted the armored car, but at that moment a Redan blue figure streaked swiftly through the air. Spider-Man's body moved with the agility of a swallow twisting and turning in the sky. He swung on his web, soaring high, then with a slight sway and a flick of his chest, he maintained balance and precision, pausing midair for an instant before effortlessly leaping through the hole the Sandman had torn into the armored car. When Chen Ze caught up, Spider-Man was being punched out of the vehicle by the Sandman, but he used his web to pull himself back toward the car. However, the road was crowded with vehicles, forcing him to dodge carefully and use his webs frequently. Spider-Man leaped high again, firing rapid bursts of web balls at the Sandman, blasting several holes into him that quickly sealed shut. A fierce battle erupted, and Chen Ze struggled to keep pace with the armored car. Relying solely on the power derived from his speed, he could hardly catch up to this steel beast. But after watching Spider-Man land with a front flip, spin around and sweep the Sandman's legs out from under him, Chen Ze no longer felt rushed. Over 30 seconds later, the Sandman hurled an armored cash box at Spider-Man, smashing him into the vehicle. The Sandman had no intention of killing Spider-Man, so he transformed into a cloud of sand and shot into the sky. As Spider-Man freed the 2 guards and launched them out of the car, the sand surged toward the rooftop. But at that very instant, whoosh! A powerful jet of water burst from the ground, a gushing stream of white liquid striking the sand, turning it thick and clumpy. A savage roar echoed from the sky, the sound sticky, as if the creature's mouth were glued shut. Chen Ze gripped the fire hydrant, its water flow still strong, but he couldn't completely wash the Sandman into the sewer. Caught off guard by Chen Ze's attack, the Sandman realized his vulnerability to water and could only curl up and flee. Spider-Man picked himself up, turned his head to look at Chen Ze. Aren't you that Indian guy? Using water against this guy? Great idea. With that, Spider-Man soared into the air, leaving Chen Ze no time to react. Chen Ze shook his head with a helpless sigh, but then a thought struck him. Since the Joker and his gang had already targeted him, they might have witnessed today's grand display. He had to disappear quickly now, or else, once he reached a suitable spot, they might find and ambush him. With this in mind, Chen Ze slipped into an alley, checked for surveillance cameras, removed his disguise, walked out, found a clothing store, bought a new outfit, and changed. The Indian man had become a Chinese man as he exited the shop. Huff huff! Chen Ze gasped for breath on his bed. The pain racking his body was unbearable. Being punched by the Sandman was no joke. He felt as if his entire body were splitting apart. In movies, strength levels often seem inconsistent, like the Sandman punching through an armored car with tens of tons of defensive strength, yet appearing weak at other times, all for the sake of plot. But in reality, the force of his punch was absolute, no deception. Fortunately, Chen Ze's physical condition had vastly improved, and his recovery ability was terrifying. Though the pain was excruciating, he could feel his body slowly healing. Come to think of it, today had been a complete failure. He hadn't caught the Sandman and had ended up battered and bruised. But Chen Ze wouldn't stop. He remembered that Spider-Man and the Sandman would have another fierce fight that night, this time in the subway. But which subway was it? Chen Ze strained to recall the subway fight scene from Spider-Man 3, then searched online for the city's subway lines. By sheer luck, he found a station that closely matched his memory. After locating it, all he could do was leave it to fate. If he encountered the battle among Black Spider, Spider-Man, the Sandman, and the Green Goblin, absorbing the Sandman's energy would be incredibly difficult. So his best bet was to seize an opportunity during the fight. However, that night Chen Ze was destined to return empty-handed, as he did not find the location where Spider-Man and Sandman were battling. He discovered no trace of the two at the suspected subway station. In reality, the battle between Spider-Man and Sandman had already erupted. At the very bottom of the subway, Spider-Man's body had turned pitch black. Boom! Sandman was directly struck down by the Black Spider-Man, crashing through countless abandoned steel pipes in the air and landing violently on the ground. Having learned from Chen Ze's previous experience of battling Sandman, Spider-Man leapt onto a massive water pipe, securing himself with both hands and legs, ready to unscrew the bolts in the pipe to drench Sandman. However, the butterfly effect brought by Chen Ze manifested. Although Spider-Man understood that he needed to use water against Sandman, Sandman also learned to avoid Spider-Man's water. Just before the white water burst forth, Sandman leapt, transforming into a gust of sand and drifting away. Spider-Man immediately chased after him, but Sandman escaped through the ventilation shaft, leaving Spider-Man helpless. Damn it! Spider-Man's transformation faded, turning back into Peter Parker, standing there with red eyes. In the comic, Spider-Man crafted his own suit and created web shooters, but as a mere amateur, how could he create such a durable and well-tailored suit? How could he create web shooters that functioned at will? Thus, in the reality, Chen Ze arrived in Spider-Man transformed directly. With a thought, Spider-Man transformed back into the Black Spider, swinging upward with his web. Emerging from the sewer, Chen Ze heard the blaring sirens of the city, with cars racing wildly. He pulled down his hood, obscuring most of his face in shadows like Green Arrow, hurrying a few steps to blend into the darkness. Clang! The crisp sound of metal colliding, accompanied by the noise of dust and debris crashing into eardrums, mixed with the roar of a beast. Chen Ze pondered briefly, checked his mechanical gloves, and slowly approached the source of the sound. He then beheld the scene before him. In the dim light, a figure clad in oversized baggy jeans on the lower half, and a tawny upper half appeared, riddled with countless cracks, as if a large stone had been chiseled into myriad fissures, with facial features carved into the cracks on its head. Chen Ze had many quirks such as obsessive-compulsive disorder, entomophobia, and trypophobia. Now seeing such a creature before his eyes made him feel nauseous. However, after experiencing his hand being reduced to bones by strong acid, his tolerance for disgust had significantly increased. At a glance, he recognized this as Ben Grimm, the Thing from the Fantastic Four, transformed into a rock monster after exposure to radiation in space, possessing immense strength. At that moment, Ben was roaring and wildly striking around, with a single punch breaking through the walls of a building, turning bricks to dust. Surrounding Ben were several figures cloaked in dark green, their hands taking on strange postures. With his current vision, Chen Ze could see their lips moving incessantly, murmuring something, while beams of purple-black light shot towards Ben. Magic! Or something else. The Fantastic Four were a particularly great superhero team, undoubtedly representing justice. The attackers against the rock monster were likely not good. Their attire also gave the impression of dark sorcerers. Ben was howling in pain, but it seemed he had not sustained any fatal injuries, not even a scratch. Even if this was due to the rock monster's powerful defenses, the attacker's power must be quite limited. Chen Ze's mind began to calculate. Whether the cloaked figures were good or bad, or if they were dark sorcerers, they were all superpowered individuals capable of absorbing power. Absorbing them would allow his broken ribs to heal quickly. However, he dared not charge out recklessly. His strength was likely less than 1/10 of the rock monster's, and the abilities of those around him were likely quite formidable. Currently, the 6 cloaked figures stood in a peculiar formation, taking turns attacking the rock monster, trapping him in the center. No matter which way he tried to escape, he would be struck back by their attacks. This way he would remain confined. Chen Ze thought for a moment, gritted his teeth, and charged out. Bang! With a single punch, Chen Ze sent the cloaked figure on the left flying over 3 meters, crashing into the wall. He felt a solid impact in his punch, as if the figure was merely skin and bones, and he might have broken a bone. With this blow, the balance the cloaked figures had established was shattered. The roaring rock monster immediately surged forth, punching one of the cloaked figures to death. The others, sensing the danger, immediately fled, while firing beams of light at both the rock monster and Chen Ze. In his current state, Chen Ze was even less agile in using power than the rock monster, failing to dodge and getting hit squarely by a beam. As a result, Chen Ze was sent flying back, crashing into a wall, his elbow creating a large hole, his chest burning with pain, and blood likely seeping from the corner of his mouth. Boom! At that moment, a massive fireball surged in, incinerating the remaining cloaked figures clean in midair. At the mouth of the alley stood a man with a proud smile, tall and handsome. Upon seeing his superpower, Chen Ze recognized him as Johnny Storm, the Human Torch from the Fantastic Four. "Ben, your poor efficiency is truly worrisome. Let me use fire to treat your wounds." A flame ignited beside the rock monster. Having just sustained some injuries, Ben was now further provoked by Johnny's teasing, feeling quite displeased and leaping towards him. Johnny transformed into a flame midair, speaking with a laugh. "All right, buddy, let's not have infighting. You should take a look at the person beside you. I bet he's not doing well right now." Only then did Ben grunt and turn towards Chen Ze, only to find that Chen Ze, who had just been slammed against the wall, had vanished without a trace. In fact, at the moment of their clash, Chen Ze had grabbed the cloaked figure he had just punched and pulled him into another intersecting corridor. The cloaked figure seemed to have been rendered powerless, and with Chen Ze gripping his neck, he had no strength to struggle. As soon as Chen Ze entered the shadows, he flung off his right mechanical glove, extending his monstrous right hand towards the cloaked figure. A strange energy began to flow from the cloaked figure's body, and an indescribable fear appeared on the exposed part of his face. "The child who cries will get milk, hehe." The energy absorbed from the cloaked figure was entirely different from what Chen Ze had drawn before. This energy did not flow directly to his heart like the previous one, but surged into his head. Then, boom! After a thunderous noise, something seemed to explode within his mind. Chen Ze felt no fear, for he knew this energy would not harm him. Indeed, following the explosion, a cool sensation spread through Chen Ze's head like drinking a strong cup of tea when drowsy. A few inches deep into his forehead, there seemed to be a peculiar energy, though he could not yet harness it. He only sensed it stored within his mind, destined to be useful one day. After absorbing this energy, the cloaked figure's head slumped to one side, eyes wide open but devoid of any light. Life had already been extinguished. Chen Ze's mind became exceptionally clear. Around him, the world seemed to harbor strange, elusive presences, barely perceptible and difficult to grasp. Moreover, absorbing this energy alleviated the pain from his recent injuries, though the relief was not as significant as expected. What was the reason for this? Chen Ze pondered deeply. When he had devoured the green-skinned monster earlier, his severe wounds had healed in no time. Yet today, absorbing this man's energy seemed far less effective. Is it a matter of vitality? As a philosophy student with strong logic, Chen Ze quickly deduced that the massive green-skinned monsters possessed immense vitality. But this cloaked figure was nothing but skin and bones. What vitality could he have? Thus, for wounds to heal swiftly, he needed to absorb something with powerful vitality. However, beings with strong vitality, ordinary healthy humans, possessed it, but Chen Ze could not bring himself to kill them and drain their life force. That was something he simply could not do. Well, after absorbing the super soldier serum, his self-recovery was already frighteningly fast. For now, he would be content. After sorting this out, Chen Ze turned his thoughts to the energy in his mind. Those cloaked figures seemed to use something like magic earlier. Magic isn't brute physical strength, it requires specific energy. Could the energy stored in me be magical energy? Chen Ze speculated wildly. He tried to will the energy in his head to move, and with some effort it barely responded to his command. But he quickly abandoned the idea, wary of the dense network of nerves and blood vessels in his brain. Who knew if this energy could cause brain damage? It was better not to meddle. When the energy returned to its original place, Chen Ze felt it had shrunk slightly, likely consumed by his attempt. He intended to ponder other matters, but at that moment Ben and Johnny arrived beside him. Ben said in a booming voice, "Friend, thank you. You just broke their formation." Johnny stood there in a sharp suit, a faint smirk on his lips. Chen Ze withdrew his thoughts and carefully observed the two members of the Fantastic Four. They matched their cinematic counterparts closely. "What are you doing here?" Johnny's tone carried a hint of arrogance. "I saw you over there just now." Chen Ze frowned, unwilling to respond to such a tone. He simply smiled at Ben. "It's fine, buddy. Are you okay? I saw you crash through a wall. What ability do you have?" "I just have a bit more strength, nothing else." Johnny, noticing Chen Ze ignoring him, understood his displeasure at the attitude. Without further sarcasm, he snorted and transformed into a flame, flying away. Ben nodded. "Don't mind him. That's just how he is." "It's all right. I need to go now." "Okay, goodbye." Chen Ze pulled the hood over his head, covering most of his face, and vanished into the vast night. Ben watched his retreating figure thoughtfully, then pulled a small camera from his belt. His recorder. Though not official S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, they often carried cameras to document their battles, sometimes to analyze opponents, other times to avoid disputes. Ben intended to review Chen Ze's earlier fight footage. Every new superhero? No, not quite a superhero yet. For now, Chen Ze was merely an ability user. Chen Ze left the block, glancing around for any anomalies. On another street, he removed his hood, revealing his face. He hailed a taxi to return to his hotel. The taxi passed through several streets. Then whoosh! A sound rang out, and from beside Chen Ze's window, Spider-Man swung by on a web, gliding from afar in a long arc. His black form reflected the faint glow of city lights as he soared away through the air. The taxi driver chuckled. That must be Spider-Man finishing a mission. He's a good man. Chen Ze nodded absently, thinking it a pity he couldn't catch up in the taxi. There was nothing to be done. The taxi continued through a few more streets, nearing his destination. Gazing at the brightly lit scenery outside, Chen Ze suddenly spotted a familiar figure. A tall, thin man whose profile resembled Peter Parker from the movie, The Amazing Spider-Man, he had seen in another timeline. The man carried a backpack, a black camera hung around his neck, his right hand in his pocket, and a hood over his head. Could this be Spider-Man? Chen Ze quickly stopped the taxi and followed Peter Parker, trailing him aimlessly for a distance. After walking a block, Peter Parker reached a residential area, a middle-class neighborhood. Outside the door, he encountered an elderly woman returning home. They chatted briefly before heading inside. Recognizing the elderly woman's face, Chen Ze confirmed this was indeed Spider-Man Peter Parker. The woman was May Parker from The Amazing Spider-Man, Peter's foster mother. By sheer serendipity, Chen Ze now knew Spider-Man's address. He silently memorized it, then hailed another taxi back to his own lodgings. In Chen Ze's mind, strands of coolness spread, and a faint energy within his brain was extremely weak, yet it seemed to reside in an unknown place that was as profound as the starry sky. The wonder of the human body was thus openly displayed in Chen Ze's mind. It's a pity I don't know any incantations or methods of use, otherwise I might possess ranged attack abilities like those cloaked figures. Chen Ze couldn't help but feel regret. He grew increasingly certain that this was magical energy, though the origin of those cloaked figures remained elusive. In the world of American comics, there were many villains and heroes who wielded magic, such as the villain Dr. Doom, whose magical energy was extraordinarily powerful. The Marvel Universe also abounded with supernatural entities, such as Odin's Asgard, the Ghost Rider on his motorcycle, and the demonic realms, so the emergence of magical energy here was hardly surprising. However, those cloaked figures were adversaries of the Fantastic Four and wielded magic. Could they be connected to Dr. Doom? Chen Ze let his thoughts wander, pondering over this possibility, and finding it highly plausible. The threat of Kingpin to Loki, the intervention of Batman and others, the current Fantastic Four and their magic, the Winter Soldier, the prelude to the Battle of New York. All of it was brewing into a storm. Moreover, if the Battle of New York truly erupted, it would undoubtedly be different from the one he had seen in the movie, The Avengers. Unfortunately, I'm still too weak. Chen Ze took off his mechanical glove and placed it on the table, revealing the white bones with only a bit of fresh red flesh clinging to them, which made even his own scalp tingle. I need to enhance my strength. If I could find more cloaked figures, I might be able to directly absorb their method of using magical energy, but they're hard to come by. As for a ready source of ranged attack capability, there's one. As for that ready source, Chen Ze thought of Venom. Venom, the entity that had attached itself to Spider-Man, turning him into Black Spider. According to the plot of Spider-Man 3, Spider-Man would shed venom, allowing another reporter to gain the power of the black suit. Chen Ze possessed an absorption ability. If he could directly absorb Venom's power, he would gain the agility he so desired and Spider-Man's web-shooter weapon as well. Of course, his combat strength was nothing compared to Black Spider, but he knew its weakness, the sound of clashing metal pipes. Chen Ze began to formulate a battle plan. He was determined to obtain Venom's power, which would exponentially boost his combat capabilities. At present, Chen Ze felt his abilities were still relatively weak compared to other superheroes, but acquiring that power would allow his combat strength to explode. At this critical juncture, I should get in touch with Peter Parker. Chen Ze made his decision. He needed to find Peter Parker, and by leveraging his knowledge of the plot, he could secure Venom. For instance, absorbing it the moment Spider-Man tore it off his body, thus minimizing danger. The plan was set, but it was late now, so Chen Ze decided to look for Peter Parker the next day. On the other side of the city. Hey read, hey race, my combat log from tonight. Ben handed his recorder to read. The leader of the Fantastic Four, and an elastic man who could shape his body at will. You can take a look at that strange fellow. All right, Johnny just told me about this. Let me see. Reed inserted the memory card into the computer, reviewed it repeatedly, then crossed his arms, leaned back in his chair, and said with a hint of confusion, "This person is indeed odd. Johnny mentioned earlier that he vanished after taking down a thug. Combining your accounts and seeing the glove on his right hand, I suspect he resembles someone S-H-I-E-L-D has been searching for. S-H-I-E-L-D. Ben's eyes showed a trace of disdain. Who are they looking for? A few days ago, S-H-I-E-L-D. Agents retrieved some data from one of Joker's hideouts and captured a few of his men. They learned that a Chinese man wearing a mechanical glove has recently appeared. His strength isn't great, but he possesses one terrifying trait. What? An absorption ability. He can absorb others' powers. Upon hearing this, Ben's stone face, though unable to show color, clearly conveyed his shock. Indeed, as the dark forest theory suggested, people were always suspicious of each other. The existence of such an ability made coexistence difficult for both superheroes and supervillains. Yes, S-H-I-E-L-D is searching for him. After reviewing your recording, I'm almost certain he's the one. I see, but he doesn't seem like a bad person to me. Ben said, I trust my instincts. I know, but regardless, we must share this footage with S-H-I-E-L-D. They need to be informed. Reed said solemnly. Ben thought it over. Though he was inherently simple, he wasn't foolish. He knew that for ordinary matters, he preferred not to deal with S-H-I-E-L-D or have much contact with them. In fact, most superheroes instinctively disliked S-H-I-E-L-D because the organization always sought to control everything, much like the U.S. government, an approach that the unruly superheroes strongly resented. That was why groups like the Justice League and the Illuminati, which were unrelated to S-H-I-E-L-D, but still heroic, had formed. However, regarding Chen Ze's case, his ability was truly alarming, so they had no choice but to relay the information to S-H-I-E-L-D for handling. Where did you get this information? Isn't it highly classified? Ben glanced at Reed with some curiosity. I got it from Matt, full name Matthew Murdoch. Matt is a nickname, his other identity is Daredevil. Reed said, I see. Well, suit yourself, but I have no idea what those paranoid patients at S-H-I-E-L-D might do. That's beyond my concern. Reed said to Ben, let's talk about tonight's battle. How were the combat capabilities of Victor's lackeys? You saw the recorder, didn't you? Ben replied. They weren't powerful, but they clearly mastered some ancient magic arrays. Not only that. At that moment, the door was pushed open from outside, and a sweet, crisp female voice rang out, yet no figure could be seen. Susan, drop the invisibility and come out. Reed had already guessed who the visitor was. Invisible Woman Susan, a member of the Fantastic Four and Johnny's sister, capable of not only turning invisible, but also manipulating force fields. Susan materialized in midair, her golden hair cascading like a waterfall behind her. She had a voluptuous figure with a slender waist and long legs, yet her face bore a gentle and serene expression. These skeletons also carried a kind of equipment. It seemed technological, but it could switch energy types. Against physical-type fighters, it used physical bullets. Against magical-type fighters, it switched to magical energy attacks. And the guns they held would self-destruct upon my touch, even breaking through my force field. Susan spoke with lingering fear. Are you injured? Reed asked with concern. I'm fine. Susan frowned and said, it's just that Victor must be up to something here, sending so many men. Reed brought up some images on the computer for them to see. They gasped in unison, the Tesseract. Yes, the Tesseract was stolen by Loki's minions. According to reliable intel, Loki has already arrived on Earth. You understand the power of the Tesseract. I suspect Dr. Doom is after it. For the Tesseract, who knows how many have appeared now? Ben remarked with a sigh. It seems a great battle is unavoidable. Indeed, Reed said. I'll report my deductions and the matter of the Devourer to S-H-I-E-L-D later. Whether they take it seriously is up to them. The Devourer. Susan, unaware of what had just transpired, asked. A mysterious figure. I think Ben would be happy to explain it to you. Reed said. When Chen Ze's data was uploaded into S-H-I-E-L-D's computers, it was immediately met with high priority. Plans were set in motion, commands were issued, and H-I-E-L-D, became a flurry of activity. However, their most pressing concern at the moment was not Chen Ze but the theft of the Tesseract, for no one knew what heinous acts Loki might commit with its power. On their side, combat strength was severely lacking and they couldn't retrieve the Tesseract. The Hulk was hostile toward the authorities and difficult to control. Thor couldn't return to Earth due to the Bifrost issue. In short, H-I-E-L-D was at its wit's end, almost on the defensive. Moreover, they had no idea where the Tesseract was. Even so, H-I-E-L-D still attached great importance to the Chen Ze issue and began making arrangements. When Li Chunkin woke up, he felt a wave of weakness forcing him to lie in bed for over 10 minutes before he could stand. Once upright, the weakness gradually faded. He had no idea what had happened. His broken ribs had healed. What on earth had occurred? Chen Ze glanced unconsciously at the electronic calendar and was shocked to realize he had slept for 4 days. No wonder he felt weak and his ribs had fully mended. But why had he suddenly slept? Or rather been unconscious? For 4 days? What the hell was going on? Had someone ambushed him? Chen Ze checked the room thoroughly. There was no sign of a break-in nor any trace of knockout gas or similar substances. At that moment, Chen Ze felt an extraordinary clarity of mind. He could sense the faint energy within his head, knowing with certainty that it was usable, though he hadn't yet found the method. Could his days of unconsciousness be related to that extra energy in his head? After much deliberation, Chen Ze could only attribute it to that, assuming it must be the case. Nevertheless, it had cost him a great deal of time. Fortunately, his body had recovered. Now his main concern was hunger. After washing up, Chen Ze went out for a hearty meal, devouring a large pot of hot pot until his stomach was stretched to its limit. Then a rumbling sound gradually emanated from Chen Ze's stomach, growing louder, though only he could hear it. After about 10 minutes, the sound ceased. Chen Ze returned to his room and looked out the window. Below, the street was bustling with traffic and pedestrians hurrying by. In the sky, a figure in red and blue streaked past. Spider-Man. After the super soldier enhancement, Chen Ze's eyesight was exceptionally sharp. He could clearly see Spider-Man zipping through the midair of the streets, and there was no trace of black on him. Damn it! Chen Ze clenched his fist in frustration. Given the current situation, his plan to exploit Batman's discarding of the Venom symbiote to absorb its power had fallen through, as Batman had already gotten rid of it himself. So in the time ahead, Chen Ze could only wait for the battle among Sandman, Spider-Man, Venom, and Green Goblin to seize his opportunity. To await their clash. His immediate priority was to find Peter Parker, stay by his side, and ideally follow him all the way to the ultimate showdown. Thus, after spending the day in his motel room, Chen Ze lowered his hood at night. Relying on memory, he took a cab and walked for over 20 minutes until he arrived outside Peter Parker's home. After a moment's thought, he stepped up and knocked on the door. The door was opened by Peter Parker's foster mother. "Child, who are you looking for?" the gentle elderly woman asked unhurriedly, her eyes tinged with weariness yet filled with kindness. "Hello, I'm looking for Peter." "Thank you," Chen Ze said politely. Mary Parker nodded and said, "Child, come on in." "No need, I'll wait for him here," Chen Ze replied. Mary Parker didn't insist and turned to call Peter, though she wondered when Peter had made a yellow-skinned friend like this. "Hey, it's you," Peter Parker started to say the moment he laid eyes on Chen Ze, but swallowed the words midway, changing his tone instead. "Who are you? Why are you at my place?" "I don't know you." Chen Ze knew well that Peter deliberately said this to keep his Aunt Mary in the dark, as Peter never wanted her to know he was Spider-Man. Chen Ze glanced over and saw that Mary Parker had no intention of eavesdropping on their conversation. She was watching TV in the living room. So he leaned close to Peter's ear and whispered, "Spider-Man, I know it's you. I have something to discuss with you today." In Peter Parker's blue eyes, a flicker of vigilance and hostility instantly surged, as if he was ready to spill blood without a word. "I mean no harm. I just want to be friends," Chen Ze said. "Can we talk?" Spider-Man's guard didn't fully drop, but after a moment's thought he replied, "As you wish." The night breeze swept by, casting a chill over the city, urging passers-by to pull their collars high. Peter Parker said, "So what do you want from me?" "I want to be your friend," Chen Ze said. "And I also want to thank you for saving my life." "That was nothing. You don't need to make a fuss. I've saved many people. If everyone reacted like you, my aunt would eventually stop talking to me." Peter Parker shrugged, his words laced with subtle implications. Chen Ze gave a helpless smile. "All right then, I was going to invite you for a drink, but if you still find me untrustworthy, forget it." In truth, today's Spider-Man was far more approachable than the cold figure from before, but if he remained unwilling to talk, Chen Ze would have no choice but to secretly follow him and wait for the day he could devour the symbiote. A drink. Peter Parker mulled over the proposal for a few seconds before saying, "All right, let's go." "You agreed." Chen Ze was puzzled. "But buddy, we have to agree. You're paying tonight?" "I'm broke." "Of course." In the bar they found a private booth where the noise was just right. The drinking laws in America were thorough and strict. To prevent corrupting minors, alcohol could only be consumed in restaurants and bars in public spaces. On the streets, even carrying an open bottle was prohibited. "Man, tell me about yourself," Peter Parker said to Chen Ze. "I have to admit I wasn't exactly nice to you last time." "That's okay. Back then I wondered if your state of mind had something to do with what you've been through. No offense, but I noticed the colors around you seem to shift." Chen Ze chose his words carefully. "You're very observant," Spider-Man said, squinting at Chen Ze. "Or have you been keeping an eye on me?" "Oh, keeping an eye on you? Give me a break." Chen Ze recoiled like a cat with its tail stepped on. "I'm a perfectly normal heterosexual. It's just some associations I made." "You've got quite the imagination." All right. Peter Parker took a resigned sip of his drink, but Chen Ze could tell that the little joke had brought them closer, melting the initial frost. Peter Parker then asked, "How did you figure out who I am?" "Your identity isn't exactly a secret among superheroes." "It's no surprise, I know, is it?" Indeed, among superheroes, the fact that Peter Parker was Spider-Man was hardly a well-kept secret. "All right, I see. So can we just have a good drink now?" "Of course." They clinked glasses and each took a sip. Then Spider-Man said, "What happened to your right hand?" "Actually, I noticed it before." Chen Ze didn't hide the truth. He recounted how he had encountered Jigsaw and was rescued by Batman, though he omitted the part about devouring the green-skinned monster. "Damn Joker. Damn Jigsaw." Upon hearing Chen Ze's story and seeing his hand, Peter Parker couldn't help but gasp and curse. "Don't worry, I'll find him for you. The moment I get a lead, I'll let you know," Peter Parker said, his anger genuine, not just for show. "Thank you," Chen Ze replied. As the alcohol flowed, their words grew more abundant. Drink truly was a masterful tool for bridging gaps. Gradually, Peter Parker began to share more with Chen Ze. "Gwen's been gone for 6 years. Heaven knows how I've gotten through it." He took a gulp, his eyes glistening, his voice dropping low. "Maybe I'm the most pathetic of all who gained powers. I can't help my family much. And I'll never forget the moment I lost my dearest years ago. All this power and I couldn't even protect her. What's the use? I can't forget." Peter Parker buried his head in his hands, his face twisted in pain. Chen Ze was now certain this Peter Parker was from the Amazing Spider-Man. In the original Spider-Man, Peter's love hadn't died. Before his transmigration, Chen Ze had seen The Amazing Spider-Man 2, a terribly flawed film full of plot holes and illogical character choices. But this was reality, so Gwen's death must have stemmed from a plausible tragedy. "I'm sorry to hear that, but you need to pull yourself together. A lot of people need you," Chen Ze could only offer. "Yeah, I know," Peter Parker said. "After Gwen died, it took me a long time to become Spider-Man again. But in that time, so much happened. And then I met more and more comrades, faced more and more challenges. It made me realize that since I chose to bear the responsibility once more, I needed to gain the greatest power. So when I encountered that black gooey thing, even though I sensed it might be connected to Hydra, I still put it on. Until a day ago when I found it was corrupting my mind." "Hydra?" Chen Ze was astonished. The symbiote clinging to Spider-Man was an alien life form. How was it tied to Hydra here? But then again, this was a vast universe filled with superheroes where many events intertwined. Hydra's involvement wasn't beyond belief. Before Chen Ze, this world increasingly revealed its complex facets. Superheroes, villains, and sinister forces emerged one after another, intertwining and influencing each other. "Yes, it's Hydra. Hydra is incredibly powerful now," Spider-Man said to Chen Ze. "Apart from the East, their infiltration of this world has reached the very core. It's impossible to uproot them completely, and their formidable figures keep appearing one after another." Chen Ze pondered, inwardly nodding as he did. "Do you know anything related to magic?" Chen Ze asked Spider-Man. "I'm not very familiar with it, but I've heard of some people like that before." "Why, do you want to learn?" "But the chance of being able to learn magic is perhaps only 1 in 10 million. The odds are too slim. You'd need to be very confident in yourself." Chen Ze shook his head. "I was just asking out of curiosity." As their conversation deepened their bond, Chen Ze said to Peter Parker, "Peter, we're friends now. If you ever clash with Sandman and the others again, you must let me know, all right?" Chen Ze revealed the true purpose of his visit that day to Peter Parker. "You?" Spider-Man hesitated. "But your abilities." Chen Ze felt helpless at being underestimated. I just want to help however I can. At the very least, I can use water to restrain Sandman, don't you think? All right. Peter Parker agreed with a perfunctory attitude. Chen Ze wasn't sure if he would actually follow through, but he couldn't press the matter. He could only hope Peter would notify him when the time came. After finishing their drinks, Chen Ze and Peter Parker went their separate ways. Unlike before, they had now become friends. Meanwhile, aboard the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier, any news on that Chinese man? Fury, the one-eyed director, asked his adjutant from his desk. Today he appeared to be in the same place as Spider-Man. The adjutant promptly reported the gathered intel. The two seemed to have become friends. How are the preparations for the Rebirth Initiative? It will take a few more days, the adjutant replied. The opportune moment is still some time away. Very well. Fury rubbed his temples. Well, wait then. A few days won't make a difference. Understood. As soon as the adjutant left, Fury leaned back in his chair. The recent deluge of issues was overwhelming, leaving him constantly feeling swamped with unfinished tasks. Of course, he knew this was normal given the current situation. The calm before a storm. Just as he was about to close his eyes for a brief rest, an urgent holographic screen suddenly popped up on his transparent computer. On it appeared a woman with striking red hair clad in tight leather, possessing an incredibly alluring figure and a beautiful face. Agent Romanoff, what's happened? Fury's face was grim. Natasha contacting him directly like this could only mean a major crisis. There's a problem re-establishing the Bifrost. Thor can't come to Earth for now. Natasha's expression showed little agitation. After weathering countless storms, they had mastered the art of concealing their emotions. Re-establish it. We can't find the reason for the failure. Our best guess is that Loki destroyed the Bifrost. Natasha said, so it's very likely we won't be able to bring Thor here. All right, I understand. Keep trying to re-establish the connection. If it truly fails, we'll have to set it aside for now. We have more pressing matters to attend to, Fury said. After cutting the communication, Fury's headache worsened. Though he had sounded confident and unfazed while speaking to Natasha, the truth was he felt deeply uncertain. Especially considering that Asgard had saddled Earth with a freak like Loki, yet now couldn't even send Thor down. Wasn't that a betrayal? But what could he do now? He could only do his best and then, as disheartening as it sounded, resign himself to fate. New York had essentially become the eye of the storm. Forces from all sides were converging. This place was about to become a battlefield. Whoosh! Whoosh! The room was filled with the sound of wind, not particularly loud, for it was merely Chen Ze practicing his punches. After parting with Peter Parker, Chen Ze had spent the following days in that motel, occasionally going to the lobby to browse the internet and otherwise practicing punches in his room. His punches were not aimless. He was seeking a way to control his own strength. Chen Ze's punching power had now reached a ton. A staggering figure. But his biggest problem was the difficulty in mastering this power. Strength wasn't the sole component of one's capability. Chen Ze felt that even now he couldn't defeat Batman. Besides combat experience, a significant gap lay in the finesse of controlling power. If Chen Ze could match Spider-Man's agility, graceful as a startled swan yet striking with thunderous force, his true strength would ascend to a new level. Chen Ze knew he could not afford to slack off. He bore too much on his shoulders. He needed to find Jigsaw for revenge, to regrow his damaged right hand, and to evade other ability users and mutants who might resent him for absorbing their powers. He also had to avoid drawing Hydra's interest. All of this demanded that he enhance his strength. If he possessed power on par with Superman's, he could roam the world freely, unafraid of any petty foes, and easily achieve his goals. But he wasn't there yet. However, Chen Ze possessed the ability to absorb. As long as he kept striving, his growth potential far exceeded that of many heroes, villains, and mutants whose abilities had plateaued. His future path was immeasurably broader. His immediate plan was to acquire the Venom symbiote, which relied on Spider-Man. At night, Chen Ze would venture out hoping to stumble upon another ability user to absorb, but each time he returned empty-handed. Until this day arrived. Whether it was the calm before the storm or genuine tranquility in New York City, at the very least Chen Ze's plan to find superhumans to devour and strengthen himself had yet to materialize. Because he couldn't find anyone, it seemed Chen Ze would have to wait for Spider-Man's battle against Venom and Sandman to make his move. Send someone to contact Spider-Man and ask him about the Devourer. That day, Fury once again ordered his subordinates to carry out this task. There were too many recent troubles, especially the irreparable Bifrost, which gave him a massive headache. With a freak like Loki stranded on Earth, and no Thor to assist, what a mess. Indeed, they had some powerful superheroes on their side, but many were difficult to mobilize and even harder to control for immediate deployment. Those truly belonging to the U.S. government were not particularly strong. But Fury was not one to sit idly by. He had been contacting all superheroes hoping they would gather when Loki's group made their move. Though many were reluctant to heed the U.S. government or S.H.I.E.L.D., most would not stand by when Earth faced a crisis. Wait, Fury said to his aide as he was about to leave. I'll contact him myself. Peter Parker values his friends. He might not reveal the truth. But when Fury tried to reach Spider-Man, his phone went unanswered. He immediately used his authority to locate Spider-Man, and soon video captured him darting through the steel jungle. At the same time, an emergency hotline reported that someone had kidnapped Spider-Man's foster mother, May Parker, and thrown her into the air. Spider-Man was rushing to the scene. His foster mother was kidnapped. Fury was about to send reinforcements when another urgent communication came in. Loki had suddenly appeared near the White House. Iron Man, Ant-Man, Captain America, the Fantastic Four, and many others were already heading there. The entire nation faced a catastrophe, leaving Spider-Man to handle his own crisis. Why does everything have to happen at once? Fury's head throbbed as he ordered the helicarrier to go stealth and deploy over Washington. At that moment, police received a report of a woman suspended midair in a taxi seemingly tangled in spiderwebs. Sandman continuously obstructed the police's rescue efforts. Chen Ze saw the breaking news on TV. In the footage, the sandy yellow Sandman punched over a police car. High above a yellow taxi dangled from black spiderwebs. Through the telephoto lens, Chen Ze was shocked to see that the person in the taxi was Spider-Man's foster mother, May Parker. Why her? Chen Ze's mind buzzed. In Spider-Man 3, there was indeed a scene with a taxi suspended midair, but the passenger was Peter Parker's girlfriend. Now the effect was the same, both causing Spider-Man immense pain. Chen Ze knew Spider-Man must already be on his way to the scene. Chen Ze quickly put on a bulletproof vest. Though already damaged, it still offered some protection. Over it, he wore a hooded long coat, pulling the hood over his face. After checking the connection between his mechanical glove and right hand, he rushed downstairs and hailed a taxi. Spider-Man, if you can... The TV camera zoomed in on the words, woven by Venom with spiderwebs, a blatant challenge to Spider-Man. Whoosh! The sky seemed like a vast black curtain as Spider-Man swung in from afar. He took a few running steps on a rooftop adorned with the American flag, leaped into the air, right hand gripping a web line, left hand shooting another that looped around a mechanical arm midair, turning forward momentum into upward lift. With a bound, he landed directly into the web cage Venom had woven around the taxi. By then, May Parker was nearly fainting. The sudden heavy blow left her breathless and at a loss. Below, police sirens wailed and crowds clamored, while the sky loomed like an inky void bereft of hope. Just then, Spider-Man landed before her, hands and feet clinging to the black webs. "They'll get you out now. Don't panic." Peter Parker spoke. May Parker nodded in panic, yet felt a strange familiarity in Spider-Man's voice. She knew Spider-Man as the city's hero, but never expected his voice to seem so familiar. However, the situation left no room for speculation, and she set aside the thought. "Look out." In that instant, May Parker screamed. Behind Spider-Man, a black symbiote figure shot up like a cannonball, crashing into him. May ducked as the black figure smashed through the taxi's roof, sparing her from harm. Spider-Man clung to the car's rear, then vaulted back onto the black web structure. As Spider-Man moved to rescue his foster mother, the black figure's head split open, revealing the face of Eddie, the journalist Peter Parker had ousted from the newspaper. With jagged teeth and a sinister grin, his expression was nothing short of terrifying. "Hey, Parker." He uttered those words amid a chilling laugh. "Oh my God." Hearing that, May Parker's gaze snapped to Spider-Man. No wonder his voice had seemed familiar. So that was it. No wonder Peter Parker had always seemed mysterious and off. So that was it. He was Spider-Man. Tears streamed down May Parker's cheeks. "Oh shit. Eddie, it's you. It's you." Spider-Man's voice roared with fury. Eddie's revelation of his identity before May Parker ignited a true rage. He lunged at the black figure only to be punched down from the heights. The black spider was far more formidable than Spider-Man, possessing superior strength, speed, and abilities. The moment Spider-Man lunged, the black spider, with lightning-fast neural reflexes, struck him with immense force across the cheek, sending him plummeting from 100 meters high until he was caught by a web below. However, thick black strands quickly emerged from the web, binding Spider-Man entirely. High above, the black spider dove down and drove his knee with crushing weight into Spider-Man's abdomen. It must be said that Spider-Man's resilience was extraordinary. The strike, combining the impact of the fall and the black spider's own strength likely amounted to tens of tons, yet Spider-Man still clung to life. Spider-Man broke free from the binding webs and tumbled through the air with the black spider exchanging blows mid-flight. But Spider-Man was at a severe disadvantage. His strength and speed were no match for the black spider. When they finally landed, the black spider halted in midair, while Spider-Man barely reached the ground, rolling forward to absorb the impact. The earth quaked and sand swirled as a colossal withered yellow Sandman rose from the ground, his pitted body massive fists and gaping mouth a grotesque sight. Spider-Man swiftly rolled away from the rising sand, landing on solid ground as the Sandman's enormous fist came crashing down. He leaped aside with a forward roll, just as Mary Parker fell from a taxi in the sky, prompting Spider-Man to rocket upward without hesitation. Bang! However, Venom, lying in ambush, kicked Spider-Man down onto a steel plate, shattering it under the impact. That steel plate could bear over 10 tons, yet Spider-Man broke it on impact, a testament to the ferocity of that kick. Dazed and reeling, Spider-Man struggled to rise, as Venom pinned him to the ground with black webbing, reinforcing the bindings relentlessly. Midair, the Sandman's fist struck Spider-Man's chest without hindrance. The Sandman's punch carried tens of tons of force, gouging a crater in the earth and burying Spider-Man within, barely able to move. Yet the Sandman showed no mercy, raining down another blow. How brutal! The female TV host exclaimed, nearly unable to bear the gruesome scene. By the third punch, Spider-Man seemed on the verge of death. Do something. We have to do something. Many voices cried out, terrified of witnessing Spider-Man's demise. The Sandman raised his fist for another strike. Many closed their eyes, unable to watch. Peter! Peter! High above Mary Parker, the elderly woman who had miraculously bounced off a web and survived, wept bitterly as she gazed downward, her voice choked with sobs. In that moment, her world crumbled. Under the gaze of every camera, everyone knew Spider-Man would soon meet his end. But in an instant, whoosh! A torrent of white water surged from the ground, a mighty water dragon striking the Sandman's fist. Though the forces were vastly mismatched, the water dispersed the fist like scattered sand, robbing it of its devastating power just before it could crush Spider-Man. The Sandman roared in shock and fury, turning toward the source of the water. The black spider also glanced that way, spotting Chen Ze. At the critical moment, a water jet dispersed the Sandman's fist. Who is this? The TV reporter narrated as the camera zoomed in on Chen Ze. Beneath a large hood, his face was indistinct, but the mechanical glove on his right hand was clearly captured. Who is he? Many wondered. An ordinary man or a superhero? I know him. He's that Indian guy who was running down the street earlier. Some who had seen Chen Ze shouted from the crowd, though others found the Indian label unconvincing. High above, Mary Parker felt a wave of relief as the Sandman's third punch failed to land. He saved me. Spider-Man, with his enhanced vision, spotted Chen Ze through the dust. The Sandman's punch, though immense, had loosened the black spider's bindings. Leaping up, Spider-Man shot 2 webs at the black spider as he prepared to charge at Chen Ze. Chen Ze had no choice. Influenced by the movies, he had underestimated the Sandman's power. But reality was vastly different. The Sandman's punches carried tens of tons of force. Only Spider-Man's extraordinary physique kept him alive. An ordinary person would be reduced to a pulp under the Sandman's fist, bones and all. Given the Sandman's colossal size, Chen Ze figured a direct water blast at his body would be futile, so he targeted his hand instead. Fortunately, his gambit succeeded, saving Spider-Man. The Sandman roared incessantly, but Chen Ze kept the water stream trained on him. Enraged, the Sandman tried to crush Chen Ze, but his massive frame wedged between 2 buildings made him clumsy. In a frenzy, he began demolishing the structures to get at Chen Ze, while Chen Ze retreated, still using the hydrant water to hamper the Sandman's movements. Die! The black spider roared, kicking Spider-Man far away. He then launched himself, swinging on a web across dozens of meters, vaulting over the Sandman and hurtling toward Chen Ze. The black spider's strength exceeded 10 tons, and his hatred for Chen Ze meant a full-force strike would surely turn him into paste. Spider-Man was too far to intervene. Chen Ze faced death once more. The black spider's strength was overwhelmingly formidable. Chen Ze, facing the approaching black spider, barely managed to anticipate its trajectory and laboriously shifted aside. Of course, the black spider was far faster and more agile than Chen Ze, possessing superior combat prowess. However, the distance it had to cover from its starting point to Chen Ze was immense, at least 300 meters, as it descended on its silk. Chen Ze, having undergone extensive training, especially through a series of intense battles, had grown rich in combat experience, enabling him to make this quick prediction. With a resounding crash, dust billowed from the ground, and a large crater was smashed into the floor, its edges cracking like a spiderweb. It was clear that if Chen Ze had taken that strike, the outcome would have been tragic. Yet even as Chen Ze narrowly evaded this thunderous blow, the black spider was no ordinary foe. With a flick of its foot it landed a punch squarely on Chen Ze's chest. Chen Ze was sent flying backward over 10 meters, slamming violently into the wall, and leaving a massive dent in the brickwork. The punch was no light matter. Chen Ze felt several ribs snap and his lungs seemed pierced as blood nearly choked his throat. Pain racked his entire body. Yet even so Chen Ze's mobility remained intact. He quickly scrambled to his feet and delivered a kick directly at the pursuing black spider. The kick failed to send the black spider flying, but the recoil jolted Chen Ze severely. He promptly performed a backward roll to evade the black spider's next strike. Though Chen Ze was battered and nearly broken by the black spider's assault, he realized that the punch had carried nearly 10 tons of force, yet it hadn't turned him into pulp or caused fatal damage. It seemed his bonus potential was largely untapped. If he could fully harness all his strength, his combat power and resilience would become extraordinary. But for now, even if his endurance were 10 times greater, a relentless beating from the black spider would inevitably prove fatal. Moreover, while the broken ribs didn't severely hamper his movement, the pain was excruciating. Only the surge of adrenaline helped him resist being completely overwhelmed by the agony. This endeavor had to succeed. If he couldn't defeat the black spider and absorb its energy, Chen Ze would remain a being of considerable strength but with a crippled arm. Since arriving in this world and witnessing numerous superheroes, he had increasingly felt his own weakness. Looking at this great battle, even his relatively formidable strength was unremarkable. Spider-Man, the Black Spider, and Sandman, when they unleashed their full power, each commanded tens of tons of force. His own strength, which he couldn't even fully utilize, was truly too feeble. Thus Chen Ze's resolve grew ever firmer. He must slay the Black Spider. But for now his greatest challenge was evading the Black Spider's pursuit. At that moment the Black Spider drifted over again, its terrifying fangs fully bared. In this critical moment Spider-Man finally recovered and fired several spider pellets at the Black Spider. The Black Spider instantly reversed direction to face him. They exchanged a flurry of blows too rapid to follow, but the result was Spider-Man being kicked flying. A strike far more severe than the one Chen Ze had endured, though he quickly rose unscathed. However, as Spider-Man got up, Sandman lunged at him with a punch. Spider-Man swiftly used his webs to weave around Sandman's head and shoulders. Spider-Man's efforts managed to occupy both Sandman and himself, but the Black Spider seized the opportunity to finish Chen Ze off. With heavy thuds, Chen Ze sprinted wildly across the ground. His speed, fueled by his power, was remarkable. He had just spotted the steel pipe that could potentially affect the Black Spider. In Spider-Man 3, Spider-Man had used the clanging sound of steel pipes to defeat Venom. When Chen Ze had arrived earlier, his haste had prevented him from locating the steel pipe. In Spider-Man's moment of peril, he had only managed to find a fire hydrant and spray Sandman with water. Now he had finally spotted the steel pipe. This was a construction site after all, so pipes were abundant. Chen Ze was now running toward the area where the pipes were stored. However, the pipes were 700 to 800 meters away, apparently on the 3rd floor. Lacking the aerial mobility of Spider-Man or the Black Spider, Chen Ze could only run on foot. But would the Black Spider grant him that time? Chen Ze himself had no confidence, but all he could do was run. Chen Ze couldn't claim he had come here out of noble intent to save Spider-Man. While Spider-Man was a factor, his primary motive was to absorb the symbiote. Since his motives weren't altruistic, Chen Ze wouldn't shift the blame onto Spider-Man. Even if he were killed by the Black Spider today, it was his own choice. At this moment he felt the Black Spider's speed increasing behind him, drawing closer and closer. If caught, given his current condition, death was highly likely. The wind seemed to rush just inches behind his head. Suddenly Chen Ze felt his surroundings slow down. The sounds of passers-by faded, and while the colors dimmed, many details became starkly vivid. "I'm not going to die like this, am I?" Regret flooded Chen Ze's heart. He had finally obtained the power he had always dreamed of, only to be beaten to death like this. It was unbearably unjust. Fortunately, Chen Ze was not destined to die today. The Black Spider hissed, its fangs bared, and abruptly halted its pursuit. It turned to look behind, where Green Goblin riding his glider came into view. The glider spun rapidly and charged at the Black Spider, striking it with immense force and sending it flying. Chen Ze, seeing what had happened behind him, realized he was temporarily safe. Green Goblin had appeared just as in Spider-Man 3. A chill ran down Chen Ze's spine and cold sweat drenched his body. Fortunately, he would live to fight another day. At that moment, realizing he had survived, the tension seemed to dissipate considerably. Chen Ze felt the adrenaline rush of before ebb away, leaving him trembling with a belated sense of dread over what had just transpired. He had come so close to death. The battles between superheroes were far from the simplistic fantasies some imagined. They were a matter of life and death in an instant where one could easily perish within a very short span of time. This sensation of having one's fate decided in a split second was utterly terrifying. As the adrenaline subsided, pain began to surge back through Chen Ze's nerves. His ribs were broken, his lungs punctured. A torment that was truly unbearable for an ordinary person. His head throbbed with dizziness. Yet this was far from the time to rest. With the Green Goblin's arrival, Spider-Man finally felt a great weight lift from his heart. Indeed, Chen Ze had just saved him once, but the problem was that Chen Ze's combat prowess was truly lacking. The Green Goblin's appearance brought about a significant shift in the situation. The Green Goblin exchanged several blows with the Black Spider. Though he was struck, he wasn't utterly overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Spider-Man used several spider grenades to blast massive holes in the Sandman's body, preventing him from recovering quickly. After all, his current form was immense, and such large wounds were difficult to mend swiftly. For a time, the Sandman was incapacitated. Spider-Man charged in to join the Green Goblin in a two-known assault on the Black Spider. While they didn't gain the upper hand, they finally managed to quell the arrogant Black Spider's fiery momentum. Chen Ze slowly climbed towards the floor where the steel pipes lay. His ribs and upper body were nearly shattered. If he didn't absorb energy soon, blood loss and the trauma to his internal organs would surely kill him. Time was running desperately short. At this moment, Spider-Man and the Green Goblin's coordination was excellent. They finally landed a bomb on the Black Spider. However, the Black Spider's defenses were formidable, far from the fragile creature depicted in the original Spider-Man 3, who was killed by a Green Goblin bomb. This Black Spider took 2 bombs without significant harm. After a struggle, the Sandman began to revive once more. He roared and charged, coordinating with the Black Spider to launch relentless attacks on the Green Goblin and Spider-Man. In the worst instance, he knocked the Green Goblin's glider away entirely. Fortunately, Spider-Man used his webbing to retrieve it, preventing the Green Goblin from plummeting to his death. A truly fortunate turn of events. The two began to fall behind. A stroke of luck occurred when Spider-Man swung high into the air, rescued Mary Jane Watson, and placed her safely outside the battle zone. This allowed Spider-Man to focus entirely on the fight. Working together, the Green Goblin finally launched over a dozen bombs at the Sandman, while Spider-Man used his spider grenades to blast gaping holes in the Sandman's body, nearly causing him to disintegrate. For now, the Sandman was unable to attack. However, before being dispersed again, the Sandman had landed a punch that sent the Green Goblin flying a great distance. The Green Goblin, though battered, managed to stabilize himself in midair without being killed. At this very moment, a fierce battle erupted between the Black Spider and Spider-Man. Spider-Man was ultimately no match for the Black Spider. Having been severely wounded by the Sandman earlier, he was now being brutally pummeled by the Black Spider, with the Green Goblin unable to return in time. Chen Ze finally reached the second floor. His breathing grew increasingly labored. His regenerative abilities were formidable, but after successive battles, and without absorbing any energy, his body couldn't heal quickly enough. Before his self-healing could truly take effect, he might die from his lung injuries. It was a difficult choice, but Chen Ze gritted his teeth and decided to take a gamble. He had to obtain the symbiote's power. Going to the hospital now would attract unwanted attention, and they might not even be able to treat him. So upon climbing to the second floor, his only hope was the symbiote. Bang! At that moment, Spider-Man and the Black Spider tumbled onto the second floor in a tangled brawl. Their combined strength could have easily smashed through the floor, but they merely crashed in without breaking it. However, the Black Spider had already subdued the severely injured and exhausted Spider-Man, wrapping him almost entirely in black webbing. Spider-Man was now so weak he couldn't struggle free. Then the Black Spider began to sneer as he approached Peter Parker, temporarily ignoring Chen Ze nearby. To him, Chen Ze was likely just a minor nuisance easily dealt with later. Chen Ze had already raised 2 steel pipes and struck them together. But just as he did, the Green Goblin suddenly appeared using his glider to knock the Black Spider away. This time, the Black Spider grabbed the Green Goblin's glider, sending the Goblin tumbling to the floor. He then seized the glider, activated its blades, and lunged at Spider-Man. The blade was forged from a special material sharp enough to pierce Spider-Man's heart and kill him if it struck true. In a split second, the Green Goblin shielded Spider-Man with his own body. It seemed the most tragic scene from Spider-Man 3 was about to unfold. Clang! A sharp, resounding sound. Chen Ze mustered all his strength and struck the steel pipe against the Black Spider's ear. He had sprinted desperately to get close and deliver the blow, having discovered earlier that merely clanging the pipes from a distance had little effect on the Black Spider. Indeed, as expected, movies were movies, and this was reality. The black spider was not so easily influenced or defeated. Fortunately, Chen Ze was incredibly fast, and in that critical moment he truly gave it his all. He thrust the pipe directly against the black spider's ear and struck with all his might. After that blow, Chen Ze coughed up blood and could barely breathe on the verge of suffocation. Though his body was now exceptionally robust and resilient in his current state, he would likely perish within 3 minutes. Nevertheless, his steel pipe had an effect. The black spider dropped the green goblin's glider onto the floor, clutching his hands in apparent agony. It worked. Clang, clang, clang. Discovering that the black spider reacted to the sound of steel pipes colliding, Chen Ze rejoiced inwardly and struck the rebar with fervor. However, after striking 5 or 6 times, a mouthful of bloody foam surged into his throat, forcing him to lower his raised hands once more. Given Chen Ze's current condition, he might not last another minute before meeting his end. Hurry! Don't let him recover. Chen Ze's words came out in fragments directed at Spider-Man and the Green Goblin. Neither of them was foolish. They reacted swiftly. Spider-Man lifted a steel pipe and thrust it around the black spider, encircling it with upright pipes. The Green Goblin joined in, surrounding the black spider and violently clashing the pipes together. The black spider was now in extreme agony. The piercing, crisp sound of the steel pipes clashing wildly all transmitted into its ears, causing it immense suffering. It thrashed about, wildly spinning madly on the ground. Seeing that this method worked, Spider-Man and the Green Goblin were overjoyed and struck the pipes with all their might, determined to end the black spider here. Yet they gradually sensed that things might not be so simple. The black spider was now immobilized, but could they really kill it by just clanging pipes? Spider-Man began to devise a plan, intending to have the Green Goblin keep striking the pipes nearby while he searched for a way to slay the black spider. Just then, Chen Ze felt his body growing weaker. With his last vestiges of strength, he shed the mechanical glove and crawled laboriously into a circle of steel pipes. Chen Ze drew closer to the black spider just before his life force was about to fade entirely. His right hand collided with the black spider's body, striking bone and causing excruciating pain, yet in that instant a surge of energy began to emanate. Like the torrent of a great river flowing endlessly, the energy from the black spider surged forth, cascading wave after wave into Chen Ze's mortal frame. It's been so long since I've felt this. So long. Chen Ze's heart brimmed with elation. At last his efforts had succeeded. Though he had nearly perished several times, he now reaped the reward after the trial of life and death. Spider-Man was about to try killing the black spider with spider shots, but then he saw Chen Ze charging in. He immediately prepared to use his web to pull Chen Ze back, yet suddenly noticed that the black spider was in even greater torment, as if something was being channeled toward Chen Ze. Peter, quick, keep clanging the pipes. I can see he's absorbing the black spider's energy, the Green Goblin shouted beside Spider-Man. Peter Parker realized this too, and he struck the pipes and surroundings with utmost speed. Roar! Hiss! Ugh! Roars of anguish ceaselessly escaped the black spider's mouth like a gravely wounded beast, its voice hoarse and screeching, piercingly sharp enough to rupture eardrums. Clearly the black spider was in excruciating torment, sensing its life force and power frantically surging toward Chen Ze. The black spider's body shifted from chaotic thrashing to lying supine on the ground, convulsing incessantly like a fish tossed into a boiling pan, leaping and writhing. Yet Chen Ze continued to absorb its essence. Vibrant life force poured into Chen Ze's body, power exploding within his chest. Through his heart, lungs, and ribs, following the flow of blood, vitality surged into every limb and joint. His lungs, after receiving such abundant life force, were nearly healed, and his broken ribs began to mend. Everything aligned with Chen Ze's earlier speculation. Indeed, absorbing entities with potent life force could heal all the injuries he had sustained. However, the life force of the Venom before him was exceedingly formidable. Chen Ze had been absorbing for over a minute, healing his body completely, and even acquiring some abilities unique to the black spider, yet the energy continued to flow incessantly. The black spider, formed from Venom, originally possessed power far beyond Chen Ze's, but with his newfound ability, he rendered the black spider helpless. Moreover, with Spider-Man and the Green Goblin constantly clanging pipes nearby, truth be told, the noise they generated was becoming unbearable even for Chen Ze. After about 9 minutes, all of the black spider's power had been transferred into Chen Ze's body. This power encompassed not only the black spider's strength but also its entire life force. Within the circle of pipes, the Venom black spider, which had been thrashing about like a fish in hot oil, gradually ceased its struggles. The black spider-like shell on its body shrank smaller and smaller until it condensed entirely into a black sphere. This sphere grew ever smaller, from an initial diameter of over 50 centimeters down to about 5 or 6, as all its essence was drawn into Chen Ze's body. Everyone could see that the Venom black spider had been absorbed by Chen Ze, and Eddie in this state was freed from that black spider shell separated from the Venom standing there. "No, what are you doing? Stop!" Eddie roared and charged at Chen Ze, but was repelled by a powerful force field flung back over 2 meters to crash onto the ground. Without Venom, he was just an ordinary man now barely able to rise. At this moment, aside from some scattered remnants, all the black spider's energy surged into Chen Ze's body. Now Chen Ze felt his strength surge dramatically within him. Yet that wasn't all. This power seemed already within his control, and his body had gained many new abilities. For instance, swoosh! A black web strand shot from Chen Ze's right hand emerging from his wrist. He sensed that this webbing could be manipulated at will. He could use it to harm foes, adhere to structures, or ensnare. All of this was under Chen Ze's effortless command. Moreover, this webbing felt almost like an extension of his hand, causing no pain when tugged. It seemed he had fully devoured the Venom black spider. Its life force, its power, and all other energies alike. Chen Ze roughly sensed that his strength had increased by about 2 times. No! Why only 2 times? Chen Ze was utterly perplexed. After all, the black Venom in its rampage had displayed strength of at least 30 to 50 tons. How could only a fraction of that power be transferred to him? Chen Ze carefully examined his body and felt a mass of energy seemingly hidden beside his heart. This energy seemed separated by some barrier, preventing him from mobilizing it for now. Why is this happening? Chen Ze pondered. Could it be that this energy was only temporarily stored near his heart, not yet fully under his command and control? This discovery made Chen Ze realize that he had not fully mastered all the power of the black Venom. What he currently commanded, while more than a superficial grasp, was certainly not the entirety of its strength. However, this mass of energy stored near his heart seemed to have no adverse effect on his body. Chen Ze tentatively probed it and sensed that this black energy could be fully integrated into his body and truly converted into his own power at the opportune moment. Yet even this current 3-fold increase in strength was remarkable. Chen Ze now possessed at least 6 tons of force, but his combat prowess had grown not merely 3-fold but nearly 10-fold. This was because by devouring the black Venom, the most crucial gain was not the raw power increase but acquiring its abilities, its agility, and its perfect mastery over its own strength. At this moment, Chen Ze had gained numerous new capabilities. Spider-Man and Green Goblin, who had witnessed the entire process of Chen Ze devouring the black Venom, were both taken aback, filled with astonishment. What kind of person was this? How could he suddenly devour the black Venom? Spider-Man felt a pang of wariness. Chen Ze had deliberately concealed his devouring ability before, but on reflection it was understandable. Such a sensitive power was best kept secret. Chen Ze hadn't wanted to reveal his ability either, but in that life-or-death crisis, not devouring the Venom meant death. In the face of such a dire threat, he couldn't afford to worry about consequences. He would deal with whatever came later. Now they saw Chen Ze, who moments ago was on the verge of death, too weak to even swing a steel pipe, had fully recovered. All those negative debuffs were gone. Swoosh! Swoosh! Chen Ze flicked his wrists, firing 2 black spider shots from his hands. They shot forth with tremendous speed, easily punching a hole through the floor. Finally have a ranged attack. Chen Ze was overjoyed. He had lacked this ability before, but now, after devouring the Venom, it had finally manifested. Ignoring the damage to the building, Chen Ze continued to explore his new powers. Shoo! A strand of web shot from his left hand, arcing upwards and adhering to a brick on the wall. Through his will, he could freely control the web, choosing whether the other end stuck to the brick or detaching his hand from the strand. This control was intuitive, an indescribable state of perfect harmony, as if the web were an extension of his own limbs, incredibly convenient. Chen Ze tried using the web to pull himself against a high wall, then pushed off, launching himself into the air. The moment he took flight, he felt his body become remarkably agile. After leaping, his form seemed to glide through the air, his body weight mysteriously decreasing, perfectly suited for soaring. Chen Ze now understood how Spider-Man could swing between buildings. He had always found it improbable. How could a single web strand attached to something as fragile as glass support a person's weight during flight? The secret was that, in the air, his body mass decreased, or rather he employed a peculiar method of force distribution. Moreover, his web could spread its adhesion over a large area, gripping multiple points, thus preventing bricks from being torn loose. Chen Ze attempted to fly, but fearing the web might snap midair and cause a fatal fall, he proceeded cautiously. His first swing was aimed at the building's wall, and indeed he didn't pull any bricks loose. Just as he was about to crash into the wall, he shot another web strand to his right, instantly altering his trajectory and correcting his forward flight. Using this method, Chen Ze tried swinging between the buildings. But soon his hands grew sore and he descended. Otherwise he would have continued playing for a while longer. Yes, playing. The sensation of speeding through the city's glittering lights and weaving between skyscrapers was simply exhilarating. Humanity has yearned for flight for centuries. Many superheroes possess the power of flight. Chen Ze's ability wasn't strictly flying, but this swinging and gliding felt very much like it. Soaring into the air, gazing down at everything below was a mesmerizing experience. Chen Ze rested for a moment, then swung back to where he had come from. He still needed to talk to Spider-Man and the others. It took Chen Ze a while to swing back to the second floor where he had been earlier. Spider-Man and Green Goblin were still catching their breath on the ground. A crowd was gathering with cameras and video equipment. The two heroes seemed ready to leave. One was activating his goblin glider, the other appeared poised to fire a web. "You're back!" Spider-Man exclaimed with relief. "Let's go." "All right," Chen Ze replied. Spider-Man and Green Goblin shot into the sky. Chen Ze fired his own web and followed them, soaring up to the rooftop. Now Chen Ze's body was incredibly agile. He was no longer the clumsy powerhouse he had been, but a perfect fusion of speed, strength, and dexterity. This feeling was exquisite. Chen Ze was utterly enamored with his new abilities. "Old friend, it seems you have secrets you're keeping from me." Green Goblin, Spider-Man, and Chen Ze all leaped onto the rooftop, one after another, standing atop the tall building. Spider-Man addressed Chen Ze. "Sorry it's like this." Chen Ze sat down on the rooftop, glanced at Spider-Man, and said, "Yes, my current ability is to devour." However, to his surprise, Spider-Man showed no shock or wariness. Instead, his tone was amicable, treating Chen Ze completely like an old friend. Green Goblin then said to Chen Ze, "Thank you for saving me. I owe you one." Indeed, in that previous moment, if Chen Ze hadn't suddenly struck the steel pipe beside the Venom symbiote, Green Goblin would have been killed by the Black Spider. Thus Green Goblin admitted he owed Chen Ze a debt. A life debt. Chen Ze looked at Green Goblin, feeling a sense of satisfaction. In the original work Spider-Man 3, Green Goblin met a tragic end, but here Chen Ze had managed to save him. This was yet another butterfly effect set in motion by his arrival in this vast world. At least one life had been saved. Chen Ze felt that rescuing Green Goblin was worthwhile. Though initially detestable, Green Goblin ultimately made a poignant choice. Yet the greatest gain of the night was the ability Chen Ze had devoured. A treasure of his own. After this absorption, his strength had surged significantly, and he was no longer merely a man with enhanced physical power. Now Chen Ze possessed mid to long-range offensive capabilities and could traverse towering skyscrapers and steel jungles. The previous dilemma of possessing immense strength without full control was nearly resolved. Every ounce of strength now yielded tangible results. His body was remarkably agile, allowing him to twist and turn midair, and his speed had also increased considerably. At that moment, after the fierce battle, the three sat together on the rooftop. The building's elevators had long since shut down, and reporters were unable to ascend anytime soon, leaving them to converse in peace. "I've just received the latest news," Green Goblin said to Spider-Man and Chen Ze. "Something's happened in Washington. Loki has appeared outside the White House." "What?" Spider-Man nearly leaped to his feet. Without Green Goblin's words, he would have been unaware of the incident. Chen Ze felt indifferent. After all, it was a matter for the Americans and none of his concern. But Spider-Man, being an American, was naturally different. Upon hearing such dire news, he wished he could sprout wings and fly straight to the White House. "What happened?" Chen Ze asked calmly, almost casually. "Loki and the Hydra operatives suddenly appeared outside the White House, but the crisis has been resolved. Stark and the others probably aren't there anymore," Green Goblin said. Hearing this, Spider-Man finally relaxed. Noticing that reporters might soon arrive, they decided to find another place to continue their discussion. "I need to go check on Aunt May first to make sure she's safe," Spider-Man said. "Goodbye." In truth, Spider-Man was indeed anxious. Mary Parker now knew his identity, and he urgently needed to explain everything to her to have an open and honest conversation. "Goodbye." After Chen Ze said this, Spider-Man leaped off the building to find Mary. Green Goblin exchanged a few pleasantries with Chen Ze when suddenly, he remembered that Sandman was still on the ground, unresolved. Earlier, Sandman had been dispersed by Green Goblin's bombs and Spider-Man's webshooters, so neither Spider-Man nor Chen Ze had paid him any attention. Now Green Goblin descended and Chen Ze followed. The reassembling Sandman was once again scattered by Green Goblin. The police, having formulated a response, finally managed to capture Sandman. The police would subsequently transfer Sandman to SHIELD. Their current containment methods only worked while Sandman was weakened. Once he regained his strength, matters would become far more complicated. Well, friend, it was nice meeting you. I'll take my leave now. Green Goblin soared into the sky on his glider. Chen Ze was about to swing through the city using spider silk. But just then, a violent tremor echoed through the air as a massive fireball suddenly hurtled toward Chen Ze, growing larger as it approached. Whoosh! Chen Ze lightly twisted his body midair, dodging the fireball with ease. An hour ago, evading such a fireball would have been nearly impossible for Chen Ze. But now, with his vastly improved agility, he brushed past it with a simple flicker. Why are there so many people coming at me? Chen Ze felt a surge of exhaustion. Why did one adversary after another keep appearing before him? But well, no harm. He could use this one to test his skills. Having just acquired numerous new abilities, Chen Ze was eager to practice on someone. Spotting this opponent, he immediately swung forward dozens of meters on his web, simultaneously firing web shooter projectiles toward the enemy. He wondered what sort of trouble this new figure was stirring up. From the air, Chen Ze could see that this individual resembled the one whose magical energy he had absorbed earlier, but this one seemed more powerful. Chen Ze's web projectiles were blocked by a defensive barrier that materialized before the man. Chen Ze could sense that this opponent was far stronger than the previous cloaked figure. At the very least, his barrier could withstand the web shots. However, Chen Ze's speed was now extraordinary. Carrying several tons of force, he instantly closed in on the cloaked man. Seeing Chen Ze so close, the man hastily raised his defensive barrier to block. But, bang! A heavy impact sounded as Chen Ze's foot shattered the man's barrier into fragments. His legs' momentum unabated, he kicked the cloaked figure, sending him flying. In the same motion, Chen Ze flew forward, landing a knee on the man's chest. That knee strike, carrying immense force, fractured the man's ribs. Then, without hesitation, Chen Ze swung his right arm, now clad in a mechanical gauntlet, and began to devour the cloaked man's energy. The energy stored within Chen Ze's mind expanded slightly, and this influx began to affect his consciousness. It was only after that encounter with the Fantastic for that Chen Ze first devoured magical energy. With the energy stored in his mind swelling slightly, Chen Ze felt his ears and eyes sharpen, and his perception of the world around him climbed to a higher plane. The sensation was so exhilarating that Chen Ze yearned to let out a roar to the heavens. Those he once could not handle were now effortlessly vanquished by his hand. This surge of joy from the advancement in strength pierced the deepest recesses of his heart. But why have the cloaked figures appeared here again? After the dust settled, Chen Ze pondered this question. Moreover, why did this cloaked figure show up precisely now? What is going on? Chen Ze carefully surveyed the battlefield around him. After absorbing the black spider's power, he found his perception of the world had deepened. A change that convinced him devouring the Venom was his best choice. Fortunately, he had ultimately achieved his goal. Without perishing there, this was a cause for celebration. Who goes there? In that instant, Chen Ze suddenly sensed a crowd rushing toward him from the corridor junction ahead. There also seemed to be someone approaching from the sky. This heightened awareness was due to Chen Ze's devouring of the Venom and some magical energy sharpening his perception of the world. Otherwise, he might not have detected them. Then, before Chen Ze's eyes, several figures appeared abruptly. He did not recognize them, but each bore a formidable power, and the sensation of that strength gradually invaded his senses. Devourer, come with us. The central figure spoke flatly, yet beneath the calm tone lay a chilling certainty, as if refusal would mean immediate annihilation. Chen Ze slowly focused his energy to the peak, every hair on his body standing on end. He had now elevated his state to its zenith. If a fight erupted without a word, he would not yield easily. Having just acquired the Venom's power and more combat options, Chen Ze knew he was likely outmatched by these opponents, but escaping should be feasible, shouldn't it? Yet at the thought of escape, Chen Ze also wondered, where would he flee to? In this world, his unique ability made it a place fraught with peril. Neither the righteous nor the wicked seemed willing to tolerate him easily. The figures before Chen Ze did not appear benevolent either. If his guess was correct, they were likely allied with Joker and his ilk. From the very beginning, Joker had told Batman he wanted Chen Ze on their side. Though the motives were impure, it proved they had already marked Chen Ze aware of his existence. And today, perhaps because the battle among Spider-Man, Venom, Green Goblin, and Sandman had fully exposed Chen Ze, Joker and his group finally spotted him. But should he go with them? The answer was naturally no. Of course, he could claim to infiltrate Hydra for revenge. Yet despite fusing with the Venom's abilities, Chen Ze still knew his limits. His strength now far surpassed his initial state, but it was still far from enough to strut like a dragon within Hydra. With the Venom's power as a foundation, this was the perfect time to leverage it for primitive accumulation, beginning to devour stronger beings. Not to join Hydra. Once his power truly reached a certain level, seeking revenge on Jigsaw would be simple. Moreover, Hydra was no righteous organization. Chen Ze didn't think himself a saint, but he couldn't become a villain aiding the wicked. Devourer, are you calling me? Chen Ze asked coldly. Yes, you, the central figure replied. Let's set off now. Why should I go with you? Chen Ze sneered. What if I say no? Then we'll take you by force. After the figure spoke coldly, Chen Ze felt a ripple in the surrounding air. Already on high alert, he instantly shot a black web strand to the left, leaping dozens of meters upward. Midair, as he shifted his gaze downward, he saw a ghastly pale flower blooming where he had stood, its form resembling bone. If that thing had bitten him just now, Chen Ze dared not imagine. Since battle had begun, there was no need for further hesitation. Swish! Swish! In the dim light beyond the reach of lamps, Chen Ze launched 2 spider orbs at the foremost figures. Simultaneously, his web strands lanced through the night with icy penetration, now lethal weapons. At a thought, they could bore through hearts and drain all warm blood. 2 bone blades like flying knives formed abruptly in midair, shattering both spider orbs. The remaining 2 figures dodged the web strands with remarkable speed. Indeed, none of them were ordinary. Their speed and strength were far from trivial, and only one had revealed his ability. Likely not even his full arsenal. Under these circumstances, Chen Ze knew today's affair would not end peacefully. Thud, thud, thud. Bone-flying knives kept hurtling toward Chen Ze. Confronting the incoming projectiles, Chen Ze showed no panic. His hands continuously shot web strands, altering his trajectory midair. His constant shifts made his movements utterly dazzling and fleeting. 1 millisecond here, the next elsewhere. Moreover, he navigated these obstacles with effortless grace, always evading the flying knives by a hair's breadth with ease. Meanwhile, Chen Ze's spider orbs kept flying toward the group, forcing them to dodge as well. However, the others were also preparing their attacks on Chen Ze. They too realized his current strength was formidable. Capturing him would require considerable effort. Hydra had been monitoring the Venom all along, and its devouring by Chen Ze infuriated them, internally prompting them to dispatch these operatives. The 4 individuals who arrived possessed a motley array of abilities. Chen Ze had never seen them in any comics or films before, so he knew little about them for now. However, their abilities were not as practical as Chen Ze's. His spider shot, a long-range attack, could synergize with his webbing to form a formidable offensive force. The webbing allowed Chen Ze to scale walls and traverse rooftops, evading fatal strikes at critical moments. As he swung through the air with agility and swiftness, he could fully unleash his strength, making it impossible for them to capture him. Chen Ze had no intention of prolonging the confrontation. He planned to weave through the high-rises and make his escape. His mastery over the spider silk had grown increasingly refined. With a casual flick, he could effortlessly direct it to any desired location. Moreover, these strands could transform at his will into deadly weapons or adhesive anchors to buildings, and they could even form nets with potent stickiness, trapping any ordinary person who got caught. Though Chen Ze had once detested spiders, the abilities he acquired from the symbiote had granted him immense power, and he wielded them with perfect proficiency. Stop! In that instant, a voice that seemed to emanate from the abyss echoed across the sky, and fiery chains converged from all directions like an inescapable net, some even severing Chen Ze's spider silk. Flames surged toward Chen Ze, who swayed left and right in the air, continuously shooting webbing from both hands to pull himself away, narrowly dodging the fiery chains and fireballs in the hair-trigger moments and the tightest of spaces. Having absorbed the symbiote, Chen Ze had grown far more formidable, and he handled these bizarre adversaries with ease. To devour others' abilities, he had to weaken them or render them immobile. Direct absorption on sight would be too overpowering. At that moment, his enhanced vision from the symbiote allowed him to perceive that one figure was like a blazing flame reminiscent of Johnny Storm from the Fantastic Four, but with an eerier reddish-black fire that sent chills down the spine, his body appearing charred as if from a fire, pitch black all over. Why do all these strange characters have to show up? Chen Ze felt a headache coming on. Boom! At that moment, 7 or 8 fiery dragons charged at Chen Ze. With no room to evade, just as he was about to be engulfed, a sharp screech pierced the air. An unidentified flying object plummeted from above, its piercing howl dispersing 2 of the flames. Seizing the gap, Chen Ze shot his webbing and burst out of the fiery net. Chen Ze looked up to the sky, wondering who had come to his aid. Captain America. In the dim light, Chen Ze spotted the star-spangled suit. On his back were wings likely mechanical in nature. Damn it! Why are you interfering? Even 10 of you couldn't kill me. The charred figure cursed bitterly, and the fiery dragons turned toward Captain America. Captain America Airborne had just thrown his shield, leaving him momentarily vulnerable. Chen Ze shot 2 black strands of webbing toward Captain America, pulling him aside. Chen Ze admired Captain America as a moral paragon, especially since he had just helped him. However, the webbing didn't stick to Captain America. His metallic wings clattered and generated immense thrust, propelling him higher into the sky to evade the flames. Chen Ze temporarily ignored him, firing spider shots at the charred figure, who summoned a protective barrier of fire to block them. The remaining few on the ground launched attacks at Captain America. "How about adding me to the mix?" A voice tinged with mockery and arrogance drifted over from afar. Then a silvered beam of light tore through the distant space, appearing with unimaginable energy. The charred figure's flame barrier was instantly shredded by the beam. Chen Ze fixed his gaze on the source of the silvered beam. Based on his deductions and the films he had seen, such a beam could only come from one place. It must be from Tony Stark, clad in his iron armor. The previously arrogant charred figure, utterly defenseless against the silvered light, was blasted to the ground. Moments later, a sonic boom echoed, and indeed Iron Man stood in the night sky, his red streamlined body emitting energy from his palms and soles to maintain flight. Iron Man looked almost identical to his cinematic counterpart. Captain America quickly landed and retrieved his shield. "Gentlemen, surrender now and it'll go easy on you." Iron Man's voice rang out. "Or would you rather become test subjects for my latest armor? What do you say?" Boom! Boom! The ground assault on Iron Man seemed to answer his question. With a cold laugh, he blasted 2 powerful energy beams from his hands, obliterating 2 of the attackers. "Hey! Hey!" Captain America protested. "Tony, go easy. We should take them in." "Take them in? What's the point? Expect a bonus from that half-blind guy." Iron Man continued without pause. "Devourer, consider us acquainted. I'm Tony Stark." This peculiar introduction left Chen Ze momentarily stunned. How had he, in such a bewildering fashion, stumbled upon 2 major figures from the Avengers? "Captain, Iron Man, why are you here?" Chen Ze asked, puzzled, as he looked at Iron Man and Captain America. Their sudden appearance was indeed rather abrupt. Captain America and Iron Man exchanged a glance, and then Captain America said, "We've been keeping an eye on you for a while, but it's only today that we noticed. It seems you've just gained a new ability." Chen Ze's heart inevitably grew wary. Captain America's words likely meant that S-H-I-E-L-D had also set their sights on him. S-H-I-E-L-D was different from the Avengers. S-H-I-E-L-D was an agency of the U.S. government, while the Avengers were an alliance of superheroes. Not everyone in the Avengers necessarily belonged to S-H-I-E-L-D, but Captain America was an American hero, and his connection to S-H-I-E-L-D was undoubtedly strong. "How long have you been watching me?" Chen Ze asked. "Since the Joker and his men discovered you. They didn't manage to destroy all the video footage, and we found out they were searching for you." At that moment, Iron Man, flying in the air, said, "The Devourer. They're very interested in you. As for whether they intend to perform a vivisection or something else, we're not sure." Chen Ze could glean much from the way they addressed him. The Devourer. They called him that, which meant they already knew about his ability. But could his ability pose any threat to them? Of course, neither Captain America nor Iron Man posed a threat to Chen Ze. As for Captain America, Chen Ze had already devoured the power of Venom, so there was no point in trying to devour Captain America's strength. It would be useless. As for Iron Man, naturally his combat prowess came entirely from his Iron Man suit, which was something that couldn't be devoured. "So what's your purpose in coming here?" Chen Ze asked directly after a moment's thought. "Captain, you explain it to him. I need to take care of those cosplayers first." As Iron Man spoke, he subdued and tied up the few thugs who had been there earlier. By cosplayers, he meant their outfits. This sharp-tongued Iron Man truly embodied the character Chen Ze had seen in the movies. Captain America then retracted the metallic wings on his back. Those wings looked very familiar to Chen Ze, and after a moment's thought, he recalled seeing them in another timeline in Captain America: The Winter Soldier. Indeed, the technology in this world was far more advanced than in his own. Many things that only appeared in movies existed here, but since superheroes were real, such advanced technology was hardly surprising. Captain America approached Chen Ze and said, "Devourer, we saw your performance through the surveillance cameras. You killed the Black Spider-Man and then encountered these thugs here. That's why we came first. Hydra is very interested in you now. We hope you'll stay with us, or otherwise, if they go all out to capture you, we might not be able to protect you. This is my own affair. I think I should handle it myself, and I believe I have the ability to do so," Chen Ze said bluntly. I think what you need to focus on now is dealing with Loki. Isn't that right? A flicker of surprise appeared in Captain America's eyes, as if Chen Ze's mention of Loki had caught him off guard. You know about Loki? Well, we mean you no harm. You need to understand that, Captain America said. We're just concerned for your safety. Tony Stark had already secured the earlier thugs and said to Chen Ze, Devourer, it's not a good idea to talk here. Who knows how many ears are listening? I think we should find another place to chat. Where? The helicarrier. Before Iron Man could answer, another figure appeared beside Captain America. This person wore a red bodysuit, though the color around the zipper was also red. On his head was a silver-white helmet with two long antenna-like protrusions extending upward and a silver belt around his waist. He bore a resemblance to the original Kamen Rider. This figure uttered the words, helicarrier. Dude, isn't that revealing a bit too much military intel? Iron Man protested from above. The figure ignored Iron Man's protest and fixed his gaze on Chen Ze. Chen Ze searched his memory and suddenly realized who it was. He ventured a guess, Ant-Man. Yes, judging by his attire, this person was likely another Avenger superhero, Ant-Man. Ant-Man had the ability to shrink or grow at will, and could communicate with ants using a special helmet, giving him considerable combat power. 3 major Avengers had arrived at once. I must have quite the reputation for all 3 of you to come here, Chen Ze said with a wry smile. Actually, you're underestimating yourself, Tony Stark said as he landed on the ground. There's a massive object heading this way from over 200 kilometers away. We're just the first to arrive. Has the White House situation been resolved? Chen Ze asked curiously. What was Loki doing there? He did nothing, Captain America said. He just strolled around with a few people. That's the most puzzling part. He spoke casually, revealing such inside information without hesitation. No one knows what he's thinking. But one thing is certain, his move is far from simple, Ant-Man said. Chen Ze pondered for a moment, but quickly dismissed the thought, turning his focus to how to deal with the Avengers. In truth, deep down he hoped to join them. After all, this was an assembly of superheroes. He couldn't just hang around with ordinary people forever. Moreover, Hydra seemed determined to get their hands on him, which made him feel vulnerable. A large portion of the energy he had devoured from Venom was stored near his heart, and couldn't be mobilized yet, limiting his current strength. He also feared that if he fell out with S-H-I-E-L-D and the Avengers, they might turn against him as well. Facing a siege from both Hydra and S-H-I-E-L-D, he would be utterly powerless to defend himself. After contemplating these matters, Chen Ze fell into silence. He had to make a choice. Devourer, we need you now too. Ant-Man said, at this moment I think you might have heard roughly that Loki, Hydra, and some other organizations are plotting something. We need everyone's help now, especially yours. Me? Chen Ze shook his head slightly. I'm very weak right now. I don't think I can offer you much help. Iron Man interjected, that's not true, Devourer. Your power is a great help to us because we believe your strength can grow rapidly. In the coming time, if you cooperate with us, we can help your power advance by leaps and bounds. That's our promise. Chen Ze smacked his lips. Based on Iron Man's words, he vaguely realized his value to them, Devour. As long as he could keep devouring, he would grow stronger and stronger, becoming an increasingly formidable combat force. If they could truly provide him with such an opportunity, it would certainly be worth considering. Of course, the most important factor was also personal safety. If he refused the Avengers, he might become an enemy to both sides. Within the Avengers, though there were various superheroes, at least they were not evil. But if he fell into the hands of Hydra, his strength was still far from sufficient now. Who knew what would become of him? Aren't you afraid of my ability? Chen Ze suddenly said, for instance, Ant-Man, what if one day I covet your power and devour you? Wouldn't you worry about that? Ant-Man shrugged. You're not that kind of person. Besides, my ability is useless to you. And we have many people whose powers you cannot devour. These are all people we trust. Since we chose to tell you this, it means we've chosen to trust you. At this point, Captain America also said to Chen Ze, we are a large team here capable of accommodating all kinds of people. You're just one of them. You'll find our uniqueness here. Iron Man chimed in from the side, hey Steve, I didn't get such a warm welcome with so many people persuading me to join the Avengers. I'm starting to think that was a mistake. In response to Iron Man's banter, Captain America just said casually, we all know you don't care about that. After saying this, Captain America and Ant-Man both looked at Chen Ze. Chen Ze said, let me think it over. Our commander might come to see you in person later. I believe you'll have a good conversation then. Ant-Man said to Chen Ze, now is indeed a good time to consider. Chen Ze understood in his heart that when Ant-Man mentioned the commander coming to see him, it likely meant Fury would visit. Having Fury come personally was probably to show their sincerity, otherwise, if they asked him to board the helicarrier directly, they feared Chen Ze wouldn't feel at ease. After thinking for a while, Chen Ze shook his head slightly. Forget it. Captain America narrowed his eyes and asked what's wrong. Ant-Man and Iron Man also reacted differently, but both were on full alert. Chen Ze could sense it. He'll go up with you to see him. Fury, right? Chen Ze said something that surprised them. All right, buddy, welcome. Captain America walked over, a smile spreading across his face, and patted Chen Ze on the shoulder. If you're willing, we can take you up. Ant-Man also grinned. Their mission was a success, which was certainly good news. But Iron Man said at that moment, I'm glad the Devourer is listening to us. But I have to remind you all, we'd better wait until that thing is overhead. Otherwise, we don't have enough equipment to reach the helicarrier unless... He glanced at Chen Ze. Unless your threads can stick to my suit and let me carry you flying. I promise I'll try not to let the flames burn them off. Iron Man had called Chen Ze's webs threads, and Captain America and Ant-Man both found it inappropriate. How could this guy be so familiar and casual with everyone cracking jokes like that? Didn't he know he might be poking a hornet's nest? If Chen Ze suddenly changed his mind, they believed Iron Man would be nowhere to find a place to cry. But Chen Ze didn't mind because he knew from the movies that Iron Man was just that kind of person. Especially when watching the Avengers, Iron Man's classic quotes were hilarious. So Chen Ze took it in stride. He simply said, all right, I'll listen to you. I can wait. That's great. Iron Man then said, Jarvis tells me that on YELP within 50 meters of us, there's an Italian place with excellent reviews. I can take you all to try it. With our current attire, Captain America held his round shield in his right hand. Tell me, do you think it's appropriate for us to go eat like this? Very appropriate. At that moment, Iron Man's suit produced a stunning effect. With a series of clicking sounds, it automatically detached from his body, transforming into an ordinary Redan gold briefcase. Now, do you think it's appropriate? Ant-Man and Captain America were speechless. Chen Ze couldn't help but smile. Then Captain America said, all right, I don't care about you two. Well, head back to the ship first, taking those few with us. All right, you can go first. Iron Man seemed convinced that Chen Ze wouldn't harm him, and said, I think it's necessary to get on friendly terms with the Devourer. The nearby Italian place was indeed decent. Iron Man noticed Chen Ze's mechanical glove, and said, that thing looks familiar. I saw it earlier. It's from Stark Industries. Chen Ze didn't hide it. Batman gave it to me. I see. Iron Man said, no wonder. Tony Stark and Chen Ze dined on spaghetti together. Today Chen Ze's stomach was particularly empty, as Devouring always left him with an intense craving for sustenance. At least that was how it always was for him. However, in Tony Stark's presence, Chen Ze did not eat much. He merely filled his stomach casually, never quite reaching satiety. After more than 20 minutes, Iron Man seemed to have received a message. He then said to Chen Ze, our commander has arrived. You can go see him now. All right. Chen Ze nodded and followed Iron Man out of the restaurant. Then Iron Man said, I'll fly you up in a moment. It might be a bit cold, but trust me, don't be afraid. The chill will pass quickly. With that, Iron Man lifted Chen Ze into the sky with his armored arm. True to his word, the speed was so immense that Chen Ze found it hard to keep his eyes open against the rushing wind. Bang! After more than a minute, Iron Man's feet landed heavily on solid metal. Strangely, though, they seemed to stand on firm ground. Something beneath them providing support. The view around them was nothing but the dark night sky, as if only air existed and nothing else. Iron Man kept his gaze fixed on Chen Ze, hoping to catch a hint of astonishment in his eyes. After all, witnessing such a bizarre phenomenon was surely worth a great deal of surprise, wasn't it? A significant portion of the design and creation of the hovering battleship came from Stark Industries, which made Iron Man all the more eager to see Chen Ze's amazement. Alas, Iron Man's expectations were dashed. Chen Ze's eyes betrayed no trace of surprise. Instead, he wore an expression of utter nonchalance. He had seen in movies that hovering warships could become invisible. Though he always felt such a concept was highly improbable, this world's advanced technology might make it feasible. Perhaps some optical mechanism or similar principle was at play. Who could say? Welcome, Devourer. At that moment, a pure male voice speaking English reached Chen Ze's ears. He looked toward the source but saw nothing but empty space. Shall I take you inside? Iron Man asked. As you wish. Chen Ze followed Iron Man into a room. Outside there was still little to see, but once inside everything took on a strong sci-fi aesthetic. The walls were made of steel, and the lighting cast a glow that was neither too bright nor too dim. Chen Ze followed Iron Man deeper into the space, arriving at a spacious hall. At the front of the hall was a 360-degree panoramic display showing the world outside. This was different from the movies. In films, the bridge was often positioned outside as if to see everything clearly. But in reality, when technology was advanced enough to solve display issues, failing to surround the bridge with layers of protection meant a single enemy shell could cripple the command center. A far greater disadvantage than not being able to see through glass. In this hall, numerous computers were arranged, their screens resembling transparent glass panels much like in the movies. Images were displayed on them, possibly indicating the future direction of computer monitors. Or so Chen Ze thought. Looking around, several people were already in the hall. Among them, a black man over 1.9 meters tall stood with his arms crossed, clad in a black leather jacket. His robust frame made him appear almost like a small mountain. His most distinctive feature was an eye patch on his left eye. This man must be Fury, the current commander of Asgard, a figure who had made a notable mark in both comic and cinematic worlds. Of course, Fury was not alone. Also present were Ant-Man, who had just arrived, Captain America, and a woman in a tight black suit with red hair and a strikingly curvaceous figure. Likely the renowned Black Widow. These few individuals stood before Chen Ze. "Hello, Devourer," Fury said as he stepped forward, directly approaching Chen Ze and extending his left hand. He was meticulous about details and would never make the mistake of offering his right hand and causing offense. "Hello, Fury," Chen Ze replied without hesitation, calling him by name and shaking his left hand. "Welcome to our midst. Would you like me to introduce you?" Fury asked, referring to the others around. Chen Ze shook his head. "I know them all, and am sure they already know about me." "That's perfect. Saves us a lot of trouble," Tony Stark said as he walked over. "Getting straight to the point would be the best choice." Iron Man had just entered, chattering incessantly, while casually glancing at the screens on the computers. Occasionally he would reach out and tap on them, doing who knows what. Fury shook his head at Iron Man's antics, but he wasn't about to fall out with him over such trivial matters. After all, that was just Iron Man's nature. Everyone was used to it by now. Fury cleared his throat and said, "Well then, let's get down to business. Hey Tony, could you take your hands off? If you press the wrong button, we might drop straight out of the sky." "Trust me, that's impossible," Iron Man replied, though he knew he shouldn't linger. He quickly added, "Where's Dr. Banner? I need to have a good chat with him. Hopefully we can find the Tesseract soon." But as soon as he spoke, he seemed to locate Banner's position, waved a casual goodbye and vanished, leaving the room filled with helpless smiles. "All right, let's get to the point quickly," Chen Ze said. "What I'm about to say is this: I hope you'll join the Avengers," Fury said, cutting straight to the chase. "Just as you need us, we need you. I believe they may have already mentioned this to you." "Yes, they've already discussed this with me," Chen Ze said. "But I still need to confirm. Aren't you worried about my ability? Or can you guarantee that I won't turn this power against our own people?" Chen Ze's approach carried a hint of retreat as a means of advancing. He had to clarify this issue to avoid future discord, which he did not wish to see. "In truth, while we haven't encountered anyone with abilities identical to yours, we've seen many similar ones. We've observed your actions, and thus we choose to trust you," Fury said. Captain America added, "We've already discussed this. I believe you no longer pose a problem." Chen Ze nodded slightly, then asked, "How can I be of help to the Avengers? Everyone has their role to play, that's beyond doubt." Fury snapped his fingers, and a computer screen before Chen Ze gradually displayed a map of the American continent. Now the places marked in red have recently witnessed numerous incidents, most of which are not ordinary. "They involve supernatural abilities," Fury said. "We still don't know why they've come, but at the very least we're shorthanded when it comes to handling these matters. That's the main reason we need you." Chen Ze glanced at the map. Indeed, red markers covered many U.S. cities, especially near the Great Lakes industrial region, where such dots were particularly dense. So far, these incidents have claimed at least 1,000 civilian lives, and even SHIELD has lost many agents. Fury's voice carried a heavy tone. "At a time like this, I believe every bit of strength we add has its significance. What do you think?" Chen Ze nodded almost imperceptibly, finding Fury's reasoning sound. But most importantly, Chen Ze considered his own predicament. A sinister Hydra had set its sights on him, and who knew when they would actually capture him? The mere thought of the consequences sent chills down his spine. SHIELD at least wouldn't go too far. The Avengers had many kindred spirits, and staying here could save him a lot of trouble. That was Chen Ze's main thought, though he hadn't fully decided yet. Since arriving in this vast world, he often felt precarious even with his superhuman abilities. The world sometimes seemed filled with malice, so Chen Ze was reluctant to trust anyone easily. So have you made a decision? Fury asked at that moment. Let me think it over. Chen Ze replied as before. Fury said, yes, it does require thought. But I can tell you this, if you join the Avengers your identity issues will vanish. You'll have a legitimate status here, and since we monitor most events worldwide your abilities can grow rapidly as you handle these crises. That's what we can offer you. Captain America had mentioned similar things before, but hearing them now from Fury carried even greater temptation. Indeed, if Chen Ze joined the Avengers, he could absorb others' powers while accompanying other superheroes on missions, significantly accelerating his own growth. Meanwhile, in Tony Stark and Dr. Banner's location, the two were using various instruments to speculate on the possible whereabouts of the Tesseract. Hey Doc, sometimes you need to be a bit stronger, Stark casually joked while operating the computer screen. Dr. Banner was used to the man's incessant chatter. He merely adjusted his glasses and shrugged unfazed. But Captain America walked in at some point. Tony, what are you on about? Can't you be serious for once? Can't you focus all your energy on the work? Sorry, Doctor. He apologized to Dr. Banner on Iron Man's behalf. It's fine. If I minded, I wouldn't be on this ship, Dr. Banner said magnanimously. Tony Stark then said to Captain America, I'm not focused. Tony's expression was serious. Why does Fury need us so much lately? He kept calling me aboard. And he showed an unusual excitement about that new guy. Don't you think he's hiding something from us? Not knowing the truth means it's hard to find the right answers. You think Fury is keeping things from us? Captain America asked. He's a spy and the king of spies, Captain. He harbors many secrets, including his attitude toward that devourer. I think his intentions might not be as simple as they appear on the surface. Dr. Banner, you agree, don't you? Well, Dr. Banner hadn't expected Tony to suddenly pass the buck, so he stammered. I just want to finish my work for now, thanks. Tony Stark shrugged, then resumed working while his Jarvis secretly gathered information. Many technologies on the helicarrier came from Stark Industries, so Tony knew all the backdoors, making such tasks a breeze. On the bridge, Nick Fury and the others seemed to ignore Chen Ze, focusing intently on their work, as if waiting for him to speak first. During that time, Chen Ze contemplated many things. After much deliberation, he finally decided to join the Avengers. Of course, this didn't mean joining SHIELD, which was a U.S. government organization. He had no interest in that. But the Avengers was a somewhat loose alliance of superheroes. Joining would leave him room for other plans in the future. Well, Devourer, tell me, what have you decided? At this moment, Fury walked straight up to Chen Ze and asked bluntly. By now, Fury had already completed many arrangements, and his tone and expression carried a hint of ease. It must be said that Fury naturally exuded a certain charisma. Legend had it that darker-skinned individuals possessed greater charm. Though his imposing physique might intimidate and the gleam behind his eye patch remained enigmatic, his demeanor instinctively inspired trust. Of course, this charisma had little effect on Chen Ze. He was hardly inclined to trust Nick Fury, a representative of the U.S. government with a mind as deep as the ocean. All right, but I still hope you can grant me enough time and space to move freely. I don't want to face strict confinement just because of this choice. Is that acceptable? Some things needed to be clarified in advance, otherwise what lay ahead remained uncertain. Naturally, no one will restrict your personal freedom. It was evident that Nick Fury felt relieved upon hearing Chen Ze's decision. He said, after all, you've only temporarily joined our alliance. However, given the recent matters concerning Loki and the Tesseract, unless absolutely necessary, you can stay on this ship with Tony and the others. Does that work for you? Fury's tone was consultative, making it hard to refuse, and Chen Ze saw no reason to object. As you wish, sir. Good. We've arranged accommodations for you. My deputy will escort you there shortly. Feel free to ask us any questions. Understood. Before long, Fury's deputy arrived. As in the films, Maria Hill possessed a striking figure in her agent attire, but that was none of Chen Ze's concern. Chen Ze's quarters were not small. The cabin was significantly larger than standard SHIELD agent accommodations spanning roughly 20 square meters. On a helicarrier, a pinnacle of human technological achievement. Every inch of space was precious and any waste was unforgivable. Yet Chen Ze had been granted over 20 square meters, which was quite acceptable. The cabin featured several high-tech elements, such as a transparent tablet on the bedside table. This glass-like device piqued Chen Ze's interest. As he picked it up with his left hand, the tablet seemed to sense his presence and automatically powered on. Chen Ze's English proficiency was now excellent, so he could clearly read every icon on the tablet. The options included call, data query, and similar functions. He tapped data query, and the main panel displayed his own information, devour, real name unknown. Ability assessment phase 1 intermediate, recently integrated special abilities, possessing strength comparable to a low-level Spider-Man. The rest was a jumble of miscellaneous details, but it was clear S.H.I.E.L.D. had invested considerable effort in studying him. Seeing this, a sense of vigilance surged within Chen Ze. If S.H.I.E.L.D. harbored ill intentions toward him, what then? Of course, given the current circumstances and furious public assurances, they likely wouldn't act against him for now. But what about later? Uncertainty loomed. He needed to formulate his own plans. As for his strategy, the priority was to rapidly enhance his strength. His current power was still far too weak. Speaking of strength, Chen Ze's gaze fixed on the words Phase 1 in the ability assessment. What did Phase 1 mean? What was Phase 1 intermediate? Could it be that there existed a cultivation system akin to those in fantasy novels? Tears and Heavens. Chen Ze tapped the ability assessment interface and found a detailed evaluation of himself. Combat techniques, enhanced webbing, spider missiles, physical strength. Support abilities, powerful leaping, ground-level flight, via webbing, wall crawling, enhanced vision, olfactory sense. This evaluation sent a chill down Chen Ze's spine. When had they gathered all this data? Upon reflection, he had only recently acquired the Venom symbiote's power. S.H.I.E.L.D. must have obtained his physical data from videos, likely footage from his battles with Green Goblin and Spider-Man, which had exposed his combat abilities. Later on his way, Chen Ze encountered someone with magical energy, and Captain America and Iron Man arrived swiftly. They must have spotted him through street cameras. At the end of the evaluation, a note in parentheses read, all assessments based on video analysis, not entirely accurate. No data on subject's peak output. Unable to determine burst capability. This revelation made Chen Ze inwardly marvel at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s prowess, analyzing a person's abilities so comprehensively from mere video footage. However, since this data was accessible on the tablet, it seemed S.H.I.E.L.D. had no intention of hiding it from him. Thus, this arrangement actually alleviated some of Chen Ze's wariness, as it demonstrated a commitment to transparency. Moreover, since this was a database, Chen Ze sought to understand his power level. He surmised that Phase 1 was the lowest tier, as it would be illogical for it to represent the highest. He opened the description for Phase 1 intermediate and discovered much more. The ability assessment included not only him but many others. The database contained entries on numerous superheroes and even villains remarkably detailed. The explanation regarding terms like the first stage and second stage was remarkably clear. Chen Ze found it easily comprehensible at a glance. Power assessment based on existing data and data evolution. It employs data power judgment, model construction, logical reasoning, and other methods to objectively measure and scientifically evaluate the subject's strength. As for the source of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s data, it was undoubtedly vast. In this world, surveillance cameras were ubiquitous on every street and alley, complemented by numerous civilian photography enthusiasts. If the subject were a member of the Avengers, they might have conducted the assessment on-site, which would have been far more reliable than relying solely on video footage. Therefore, a cautionary note was appended to Chen Ze's evaluation. These were the specifics of the assessment. What Chen Ze was most concerned about, however, were the first stage, second stage, and so on. Upon closer inspection, these stages were methods for categorizing the abilities of superheroes. Of course, the description also stated, the assessment results are for reference only. The real world is intricate and complex, and anything is possible. A superhero's true combat effectiveness is often influenced by emotions and on-the-spot performance. Some superheroes rely on equipment for their power. Without it, their strength wanes. Others have combat abilities tied to their intellect, making accurate predictions difficult. Moreover, some superheroes' power is constantly growing while others is declining. Additionally, the stage divisions in the assessment are artificial, not natural, and do not imply that someone at a higher level can effortlessly overpower someone at a lower level. Therefore, the assessment results are for reference only and should not be used as a basis for combat. Such disclaimers made the assessment more credible. At least Chen Ze felt they were not unfounded. For example, Iron Man, when clad in his armor, was undoubtedly powerful, and his suit's technology was constantly evolving. With each iteration, he sought improvements, steadily enhancing his overall strength. However, once Iron Man removed his armor, he was merely a wealthy, slightly stronger ordinary human devoid of superpowers or formidable combat skills. Thus, the rating for such a hero could not fully represent their overall strength. Another example was Batman. His power rating was certainly not high as he remained within the bounds of an ordinary human, without superpowers, relying only on exceptional combat skills and some equipment. But Batman was exceptionally intelligent, capable of using every tool at his disposal to defeat his opponents. Such cognitive prowess, however, could not be quantified into a power metric. Furthermore, some superheroes might seem average normally but could unleash immense power in a burst. The Hulk was the prime example, his strength virtually inaccessible. Because the angrier he became, the stronger he grew. Who knew the true extent of his power? Therefore, this power assessment could not fully represent the capabilities of superheroes. However, it was still a convenient tool for gaining a general understanding of everyone's standing. Currently, the ratings displayed were limited to the upper middle and lower levels of the first stage and the upper middle and lower levels of the second stage. Beyond that was the third stage, but only a scant few superheroes were listed there, with most entries marked as unknown. Nevertheless, the assessment site explicitly noted that they believed many individuals possessed power surpassing the third stage. However, these were beyond imagination, possibly unseen or even unheard of, making a power rating impossible. Yet even this limited display of power ratings was astonishing, representing a formidable system that encompassed an immense array of elements. Chen Ze skimmed through the list. Superheroes rated at the lower level of the first stage included Batman, who was placed there despite his combat tactics, intelligence, and equipment upgrades being unaccounted for. Others in the lower level of the first stage were generally those with minor superpowers or slightly enhanced physiques not far beyond ordinary human capabilities. Chen Ze's own ability was rated at the middle level of the first stage, a level he achieved only after absorbing the Venom symbiote. Without it, he would not have possessed such strength. Moreover, the current assessment only factored in the power he had displayed with Venom, which was merely a preliminary calculation of the absorbed energy. Most of it remained dormant near his heart, inaccessible for now. If he could harness all the energy near his heart, his rating would likely reach the upper level of the first stage, which was Spider-Man's current rating. As for superheroes in the second stage, most were immensely powerful beings with a vast array of unique and varied abilities. For instance, Magneto, who tirelessly fought for mutant rights, was rated at the middle level of the second stage. In a modern society, he could manipulate metal almost anywhere, making his formidable strength undeniable. Similarly, Wolverine was also rated at the middle level of the second stage. His regenerative ability was practically a bug, making him extremely difficult to deal with and nearly impossible to kill. As for the upper level of the second stage, that included characters like the Hulk. However, the Hulk's rating was listed as upper level of second stage infinite, indicating that S-H-I-E-L-D could not truly grasp his true power. This was only fitting, as even the Hulk himself could not fathom his own limits. Moving to the third stage, characters like Thor were listed. Although Thor was weakened in the movies, in this reality his power was immense. It seems I am still far too weak. After reviewing all this, Chen Ze concluded that he was still very feeble and needed to absorb more energy to grow stronger. Thank you, everyone. Having browsed through profiles of so many superheroes, Chen Ze felt his eyes had truly feasted. Indeed, this world brimmed with countless superheroes, many of whom he had only heard of as legends in his other world. Now their records lay before him. However, there were some superheroes he could not access, perhaps due to insufficient clearance or some other reason. It must be said that the Avengers now boasted an abundance of talent, lacking neither formidable combat power nor a tight-knit organization, along with those who thrived within its fold. Moreover, Chen Ze found it odd that despite having just joined the Avengers, he could casually browse through such extensive archives. Wasn't this too astonishing? What were they thinking? Did they truly harbor no wariness toward him? Chen Ze exited the archives and explored other functions, but since the tablet already possessed such extraordinary capabilities, he found no additional features. Chen Ze surveyed the room he was in. Everything was well appointed, and for now, he had no intention of leaving. The hotel he had rented in New York still held some belongings. His money, for instance, which he could not afford to lose, so he planned to retrieve them when he had a moment. The doorbell rang, and on the nearest screen to Chen Ze, the visitor's face, appeared Maria Hill, the one who had escorted him here. She stood at the door, hands clasped behind her back, her posture tall and straight. Chen Ze opened the door and Maria smiled. Well, Devourer, how do you find the room? Is there anything missing? They'll have someone bring it over later. Chen Ze thought for a moment. Nothing for now, but could you change how you address me? I find it a bit strange. Change the address. Maria was slightly surprised, yet not entirely so. She guessed Chen Ze felt the title didn't match his own vision. A common occurrence, as many registered their preferred codenames with the Avengers. I mean, you can just call me by my name, Chen Ze said. I'm Chinese. My name is Chen Ze. Chen Ze. Maria confirmed the name, then broke into a smile. That's perfect. We didn't even know your real name before. I'll call you by your name from now on. That's best. Chen Ze shrugged. I don't really want to be the devourer. Alright, they're discussing some matters now. Would you like to join? Maria voiced her suggestion. It might spark some new ideas. Sure. Chen Ze entered a modest room already packed with people, the atmosphere electric, with heated debate voices vying to be heard. The discussions had escalated beyond mere arguments into outright quarrels. Do you really think striding around a warship in that costume is a good idea? Does that flashy suit truly suit you? Iron Man had resorted to personal attacks on Captain America. I have to say, don't you think you're being a bit too tense? Added Dr. Banner. Captain America looked awkward, then shrugged like a good-natured soul, choosing not to respond. And Fury, to find the Tesseract and Loki's whereabouts, I think you owe us the truth. It might help us understand why a rock star like Loki went after that damned cube, and what he intends to do with it. As Chen Ze and Maria pushed open the door, they caught this remark and saw Tony Stark addressing Fury. Everyone else turned their attention to Fury, who looked somewhat embarrassed. Spotting Chen Ze, he seemed to find a way out. Devourer, you're here. Sir, I've just learned his real name. It's Chen Ze, Maria reminded him. Good. Well, use that from now on. Fury said. Stark nodded at Chen Ze but pressed on. Still, Fury, I hope you'll share the truth with us. You've been studying the Tesseract for a while. I'm sure you found something. If we know Loki's goal, stopping him would be far easier, wouldn't it? Just then Ant-Man, who had also entered the room, added, Sir, maybe you really should tell us about this. Why are you all so fixated on this? Is it that important? Fury's face was etched with helplessness. It won't help much, but we can provide some specifics about the cube. Though it's not the truth some conspiracy theorists imagine. He subtly jabbed at Iron Man before continuing. We were researching the Tesseract's potential applications for beneficial purposes. Earth's energy crisis must be on your radar. Energy crisis. Tony Stark, still smarting from the jab, let out a cold laugh. All right, Dr. Banner, show everyone what this environmentalist Earth defender has come up with to solve the energy problem. The Hulk had always harbored a deep disdain for the government, and only the complexity of the situation had brought him to S-H-I-E-L-D. His distrust of the authorities remained. Dr. Banner quickly displayed a blueprint revealing that S-H-I-E-L-D had been using the Tesseract to develop weapons of mass destruction. Everyone realized the truth instantly. Some even wondered if Loki's sudden appearance had been triggered by S-H-I-E-L-D's own machinations. Fury, knowing he could no longer evade, explained, fine. It was to defend against extraterrestrial threats. Ever since we discovered Thor and Asgard, we realized Earth faces immense dangers. The universe holds far more than just them, and many are colossal threats. Of course, we wanted to nip the danger in the bud. Clearly, Fury's explanation failed to earn everyone's full comprehension. Ha! What a sanctimonious excuse. At this moment, even the usually mild-mannered Dr. Banner spoke with a hint of gloom. If you always want to eliminate all dangers preemptively, why not just wipe out all of humanity? That way there would be no dangers at all. This clearly sarcastic remark made Fury cough dryly. Dr. Banner, you needn't say that. You know that's impossible. Then he raised his hands high and declared loudly, all right, everyone, quiet down, quiet down. We can't keep arguing like this, because we all know that arguing won't help the situation, right? Now, Dr. Banner Stark, we will provide you with detailed research data, but please find Loki and the Tesseract as soon as possible. Is that feasible? With things put this bluntly, the two stopped bickering. They exchanged a glance, shrugged, and threw themselves into their work. Seeing the situation devolve into this, the others also decided to disperse. Chen Ze had thus witnessed a farce. Indeed, the Avengers and S-H-I-E-L-D were not a unified organization. Rather, there was considerable friction between them. The arrogant superheroes didn't necessarily hold the government in high regard. That night, Chen Ze slept aboard the helicarrier. When he awoke, it was already broad daylight. Pushing open the door and stepping outside, he saw busy S-H-I-E-L-D agents in uniforms rushing back and forth through the corridors. Chen Ze, on the other hand, felt like an idle outsider. He followed his memory to the bridge. There Fury stood with his arms crossed, gazing at a holographic display. Judging from the image, the helicarrier was now cruising over the ocean, no longer soaring through the sky. Chen Ze had no idea which ocean this was. Maria inside first spotted him and greeted Chen Ze. You're awake. Just woke up? Seems I slept a bit late. Fury turned around. As well we understand. After all you went through a life-and-death struggle last night. How are you feeling now? Thanks for asking. I'm fine. Chen Ze recalled something and asked where are we now? Oh, no particular reason, I just left something in New York and need to retrieve it. Hearing this, Fury said that works out. We're not far from there. A team is heading that way for a mission shortly. You can go with them. However, we'd like you to return quickly, as we've made some progress on finding the Tesseract. Alright, I understand. Chen Ze nodded. After waiting about 10 minutes, Chen Ze boarded the aircraft with the mission team. The plane looked just like the ones he'd seen in movies, resembling a fighter jet but with side hatches that could open like a helicopter's. Additionally, the massive wings were equipped with 2 large propellers providing extra thrust and enabling vertical takeoff and landing from the helicarrier. The technology of this world was indeed far more advanced than that of his own timeline. While the U.S. in his world was technologically strong, it hadn't reached this level. The team members were taciturn, clad in black uniforms. They didn't joke among themselves, remaining silent as the aircraft flew onward. Chen Ze couldn't gauge the plane's speed, but it was certainly faster than a helicopter with remarkably low noise. After flying for over an hour, the plane landed in a strange spot. The team leader said to Chen Ze, "This is the outskirts of New York. We have a mission to attend to, so you'll have to go in on your own." He pointed in a direction, adding that a 10-minute walk would lead to a place where he could hail a taxi. Chen Ze had no intention of disrupting their mission. He silently nodded at their arrangement and followed their directions. Sure enough, after a 10-minute walk, he managed to get a taxi. The outskirts were relatively open compared to the city, with no buildings to swing from using web lines. Besides, it was broad daylight and he didn't have his Spider-Man suit, so swinging wasn't an option. Though Chen Ze would have loved to experience that feeling again. Once the taxi entered the city, Chen Ze's first task was to retrieve the over $400,000 he had left, then buy a few items as planned. On the street, he suddenly received a phone call. Curious, he answered, wondering if it was S-H-I-E-L-D calling. Upon answering, he found it was Peter Parker on the line. "Hey buddy." Peter's tone was warm. Chen Ze nodded on his end. "Hey Peter. Good to hear from you. What's up? Just wanted to know where you are and how you're feeling. After all, I saw you got hurt last night." "No worries, I'm still in New York and feeling great," Chen Ze told Peter. "How about you? How were things when you got home? I'm guessing there was a storm, right? Don't remind me of that depressing stuff. No one at home wants to talk to me now. Are you free? Want to grab a bite together?" "Sure." Chen Ze checked the time and agreed. They found a random eatery. This time Chen Ze didn't hold back in front of Spider-Man. He ate everything he wanted. Seeing Chen Ze's appetite, Spider-Man couldn't help but swallow. "Man, you've got quite an appetite." "It's all right." Chen Ze then asked, "How's the Green Goblin doing? He was injured last night, right?" "Yeah." Peter's expression turned somber. "But he's fine now. Still thanks to you. Otherwise he might have died at that thing's hands. It was the right thing to do." "So can I ask about your abilities?" Spider-Man finally got to the point. "After you absorbed that thing's energy, did you feel any discomfort or like you were being controlled? You know, I don't want to see that happen." Chen Ze slowly opened his eyes, sensing the spiritual energy flowing within him, a sharp glint flashing in his gaze. In his past life, he was the supreme powerhouse of the Tianmu continent, yet he fell victim to the betrayal of the master he trusted most. Chen Ze roughly determined Spider-Man's intention in seeking him out. He primarily wanted to inquire about his current state. He also knew the formidable nature of Venom, so he wished to ask whether Chen Ze had been overly influenced by it. Moreover, from Spider-Man's tone, Chen Ze could perceive his concern, a sentiment that moved him somewhat. "Thank you for your concern. Everything is still fine," Chen Ze said. "Let's put it this way, my ability is unique, capable of filtering out some of the harmful elements within." "That's good to hear." Spider-Man seemed relieved, then said, "So, you've acquired an ability similar to mine, haven't you?" Chen Ze did not conceal the truth. "More or less, though my power isn't as great as yours. Considerably less, in fact." "How is that?" "I haven't fully absorbed all the energy from the Black Spider. A portion remains stored within me, temporarily inaccessible. I estimate it will require some time to attune." Chen Ze said. "I see." Spider-Man nodded in understanding. After a pause, he continued, "However, I do have some insights regarding the utilization of these abilities that I could share with you." "Insights?" Chen Ze perked up at this. "What exactly are they?" Spider-Man then began to share with Chen Ze a wealth of combat insights he had accumulated since becoming Spider-Man. Peter explained these concepts in an accessible manner, leaving nothing difficult to grasp. Moreover, these were Spider-Man's personal experiences, every word born of his own reflections bearing extraordinary significance. Chen Ze listened with great attentiveness. After hearing it all, he said, "Thank you. This knowledge is invaluable to me. I'm merely offering advice. Regardless, the one who should truly thank you is me," Spider-Man said. "You saved my most important friend. Thank you." The Green Goblin and Spider-Man had reconciled, and Chen Ze had saved the Green Goblin. Their gratitude toward him was indeed profound. After chatting a while longer, Chen Ze informed Spider-Man of his joining the Avengers. "Ha! You joined the Avengers?" Spider-Man was somewhat surprised, then gave a wry smile. "Well, a lot happened last night, didn't it?" "Indeed, quite a lot." Chen Ze nodded. "I feel that for now the Avengers offer a relatively safer environment. Otherwise, I wouldn't know where danger might suddenly strike beyond recovery." "That's fine." Spider-Man seemed to ponder it internally, then said to Chen Ze, "Joining the Avengers is no problem. There are many good people within. However, I believe you should keep your distance from SHIELD. The Avengers and SHIELD are not one and the same. Do you understand what I mean?" Peter Parker spoke with a serious expression, and Chen Ze knew he genuinely cared. "Thank you for the reminder. I understand." Thus Chen Ze nodded in response. "I'll be careful. Also, since you've joined the Avengers," Spider-Man continued, "you might as well use the resources to enhance your strength, not just on missions. Ordinarily SHIELD has many training facilities. You could ask about them. These training devices are very helpful for developing one's abilities." Spider-Man seemed quite knowledgeable about SHIELD, even giving the impression of thorough familiarity. What training facilities? Chen Ze was quite interested in this. After all, abilities were not only acquired through absorption or injection, they also required one's own effort, primarily manifested through self-discipline and training. For instance, after he had injected the serum, the energy within his body had already become formidable, but at that time he could not yet control it. Even if he hadn't absorbed Venom, he could have gradually mastered that energy through self-training. And now, even after absorbing Venom, he still could not fully and completely command every ounce of his power. This still required continuous training. Their training facilities are extremely comprehensive, encompassing a wide variety of high-tech wonders. Many of them are the pinnacle of technological achievement with technology provided by that billionaire. Spider-Man said, "Which billionaire? Who else?" "Tony Stark," Spider-Man replied with a hint of class resentment. "That guy has amassed more than enough money, however he made it. But Stark Industries indeed possesses formidable technological prowess. Anyway, back to the point, many of the training devices in SHIELD are specifically designed for individuals like us who are beyond ordinary. Across the entire Earth, only their equipment can withstand our attack power and be programmed to train us according to specific parameters." Chen Ze roughly understood SHIELD indeed concealed many things. These training devices were likely high-end apparatuses similar to gravity multipliers capable of being configured to assist in customized training. "In that case, I should make good use of them." Chen Ze nodded. After bidding farewell to Spider-Man, Chen Ze contacted SHIELD and found an aircraft in the suburbs. Over an hour later, he returned to the helicarrier. Chen Ze's first priority was to find Maria and inquire about the training facilities, as he needed to master his power more perfectly. However, before that, Fury approached him. "Chen Ze, I'm sorry, but I regret to inform you that we have a mission requiring your assistance." "What mission?" Chen Ze was puzzled. He had only just joined the Avengers. How could there be a mission already? "Hey Race, the situation 60 kilometers outside Boston. Abnormal activity has just been detected. According to calculations, there may be some superhumans hiding there. We need to investigate the truth. We'd like you and Captain to go." Himself and Captain America going there. Chen Ze was cautious and asked Fury to show him the specific information about the location. Seeing no issues, he prepared to set off. Perhaps this place also held an opportunity to further enhance his strength. "Chen Ze, this is your gear custom-made." Just as Chen Ze was about to go find Captain America, Maria hurried over from the other side, a case in her hands. "Gear." Chen Ze took it with interest. A silver-white case with a SHIELD emblem on the surface, exuding a high-tech aura. Chen Ze pressed the button at the opening, and the case automatically opened, revealing a black combat suit inside. These are just the combat suits. If you want any weapons, you can find your own to bring along. There's also a mechanical glove provided by Stark. Maria said, he mentioned this might suit you better. Chen Ze took out the mechanical glove, noticing it was indeed more refined than the one he currently wore. The mechanical glove gifted by Batman had seen extensive combat, and though its quality was decent, it bore considerable wear and tear. Swapping it for a new one was a welcome change. Without hesitation, Chen Ze removed the old glove and replaced it with the new one, finding it far more intuitive to use. Yet a pang of bitterness struck him as he recalled his disabled hand, a constant reminder of his loss. Now that he was part of the Avengers with access to vast resources, he believed he would eventually track down the Jigsaw who had wronged him and exact an eye for an eye. After fitting the mechanical glove, Chen Ze found a spot to change into the combat suit. Unlike standard S.H.I.E.L.D. agent gear, this one was sleek and form-fitting, black in color and streamlined against his body. According to the accompanying documentation, the suit boasted multiple features: shock absorption, fall resistance, bulletproofing, and an advanced sweat-wicking system. Chen Ze, however, paid little attention to the finer details. "I'll write him off to find the captain," Chen Ze said, greeting Maria before heading out. When he found Captain America, he was already fully geared. A blue uniform that accentuated his broad shoulders and chest with a helmet covering most of his head. Yet upon seeing Chen Ze, a smile crept across his face. "Ready to go?" "Ready. Let's move." Chen Ze nodded decisively. Captain America carried a device on his back which Chen Ze recognized as the one that could sprout metallic wings. A gadget head seen in Captain America, the Winter Soldier, where a black operative used it to leap and bound with ferocious agility. "Can anyone apply for one of those?" Chen Ze asked with interest as the plane took off. "Yes, but it's not easy to handle," Captain America patiently explained. "If you're really interested, I can teach you how to use it sometime." "All right, we'll talk about it later," Chen Ze replied, going with the flow. After that, the entire plane fell into silence. Even Captain America quietly inspected his gear, pistol, dagger, and especially his shield. Chen Ze was tempted to examine the legendary round shield, curious about its composition and how it could be so formidable, but he hesitated to ask. In truth, Captain America was deep in thought, troubled by the day's mission, which struck him as oddly suspicious. Part of that suspicion stemmed from Chen Ze himself, but since the mission was accepted, he would see it through without compromise. Unlike other rebellious superheroes, Captain America was tightly bound to S.H.I.E.L.D. He wouldn't refuse their orders as long as they didn't harm America or humanity. After a moment of silence, Captain America suddenly asked, "Chen Ze, are you nervous?" Chen Ze shot him a puzzled look. Was the captain just making small talk? Did he look nervous? Having fought alone, especially in the perilous battle against Venom, Chen Ze had endured far worse. With so many allies around, how could he possibly be nervous? "Not at all. I'm fine," Chen Ze said. Realizing the captain might just be awkwardly making conversation, he decided to steer the topic himself. "Captain, there's something I want to tell you." "Oh, what is it?" Captain America asked. "I once visited a hideout of Joker's crew with Batman, and there I might have run into an old friend of yours." Chen Ze deliberately piqued the captain's curiosity. "Which old friend?" Captain America inquired, intrigued. "Don't get worked up when I say this." Chen Ze continued, "Bucky. Do you remember him? Your former comrade." "So it's him." To Chen Ze's surprise, Captain America didn't seem too shocked, though a note of distress crept into his voice. "I didn't expect you'd encountered him." "Yes, we got word that Hydra had taken control of him." "Damn it. Those Hydra scum. One day we'll settle the score." Since Captain America already knew, Chen Ze dropped the subject, offering a few words of comfort. Before long, the plane arrived near Boston at the designated mission site. Chen Ze and Captain America disembarked. From the outside, it looked like an abandoned factory with crumbling walls and scattered debris. Rebar and bricks littering the ground. Bang! 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 Before Chen Ze could fully survey the area, gunfire erupted, hot bullets tearing through the air and kicking up dirt. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents with them returned fire. Verum! 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 At that moment, the air trembled as streaks of blue light shot out. Though their nature was unknown, it was clear that getting hit would be disastrous. Sure enough, the ground exploded, sending mud flying and leaving craters in its wake. Boom! Their plane opened fire as well, shells slamming into the abandoned factory, sending debris swirling. "Charge!" Captain America shouted, hoisting his shield and charging forward. Old Zhong had fallen ill earlier and went to the hospital. It turned out to be a minor issue, but the doctor scared him into getting a shot. After 6 days of injections, what was once a small problem now left him sleeping 12 hours a day and still feeling drowsy. Walking a few steps left him exhausted and his body ached whether sitting or standing. The area near the injection site was perpetually uncomfortable and painful. He didn't know what to do now. He felt his body might never recover, unsure how much worse it could get. Head spent all his savings on hospital bills only to ruin his health further. Now he was utterly lost. Bang, 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 bang. After Captain America gave the order, several individuals charged inside with their rifles raised. Chen Ze also opened fire with his submachine gun, sweeping the area. In his line of sight, people clad in black were firing bullets back at them. Some of Chen Ze's comrades had already been hit and fallen to the ground. Explosions continued and beams of blue light surged forth from within. One struck Captain America's shield, detonating upon impact. Though the force sent him stumbling back several meters, he rose as if unscathed. Captain America's resilience, especially the prowess of his shield, impressed Chen Ze. Yet he had no time to dwell on it. With a flick of his left hand, a webline shot out, latching onto a steel beam midair, and he swung upward. Chen Ze's body cut through the air with a whoosh, swiftly ascending to a great height. The enhanced vision he had gained from devouring Venom now proved invaluable. From above, he spotted a blue gem-like object at the center of the ground below, forming a small structure resembling a magical tower. Lines radiated from it, connecting to various strange instruments. Beside these bizarre contraptions stood armed men, exchanging fire with Captain America and the others outside. Dark magic. The peculiar construction immediately brought those 3 words to Chen Ze's mind. Boom! Before the thought could fully register, a massive blue orb shot forth from the magical tower, hurtling toward him. Chen Ze reacted swiftly. He shot another webline from his right hand, using it to alter his trajectory at the critical moment. This slight shift allowed him to evade the blue orb and drift toward a different direction. Pat, 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 pat. While gliding through the air, Chen Ze retracted the webline and fired a series of black spider-shaped projectiles with both hands. They tore through the air with a roar, raining down upon the enemies below. Chen Ze himself landed on another steel beam, his body flattening like a sheet of paper as his limbs clung to the metal, resembling a giant spider. The spider projectiles were devastating. They punched through the floor, and even thin steel plates shattering the bizarre instruments into flying debris. Some of the enemies were struck. Those hit in vital spots were killed instantly, while others suffered broken bones and agonizing screams. The magical tower retaliated fiercely, spewing blue orbs into the air. They came in such numbers that dodging became riskier for Chen Ze. Yet his body was incredibly agile. He weaved left and right, using weblines to further enhance his evasive maneuvers, dazzlingly avoiding every single orb. Meanwhile, Captain America and his team had fully breached the area, subduing most of the enemies. It seemed today's mission wasn't overly difficult, though there were casualties on their side. In truth, if only Chen Ze and Captain America had led the assault with the others waiting outside, such losses might have been avoided. Chen Ze descended from the air, landing with astonishing grace. Despite dropping over 10 meters, he touched down as softly as a cat, with padded paws, appearing silently beside Captain America. "We should have gone in alone from the start," Chen Ze said to Captain America. "Then fewer would have died." Captain America's expression dimmed slightly. "Yes, but these were orders. If we only considered convenience, we could have bombed this place into rubble with aircraft. Enough dwelling on it now is pointless. Chen Ze, use your ability to absorb these things." "Huh?" Chen Ze was puzzled. "This energy tower," Captain America said. "This energy tower can gather ambient energy. We've confirmed it belongs to Hydra, and they have many more like it. We don't know what they're plotting, but it's certainly something sinister. For now, focus on trying to absorb its energy. If you can, don't waste it." "That's an order," Captain America added. "It's part of this mission's directives to help you grow stronger quickly." If it were truly that simple, joining the Avengers wouldn't be a bad deal for Chen Ze. The prospect of power enhancement alone was thrilling. SHIELD handled so many missions, and if he could absorb suitable energy from them, it would be exhilarating. But was it really that straightforward? Chen Ze questioned himself. He sensed there might be more to it. For now, though, it couldn't hurt to try. Chen Ze removed his mechanical glove, extending his grotesque, terrifying right hand toward the energy tower. Then he felt a power slowly seeping into his mind. It seemed he could indeed absorb this energy. Not only could he devour the energy of living superhumans, but also that of concentrated energy sources. Chen Ze realized his absorption ability was terrifyingly versatile. Though he didn't understand the principle, at least it worked. Moreover, the energy he absorbed now didn't flow to his heart but directly into his mind. From past experience, Chen Ze knew that ordinary energy, like when he devoured Venom or the Hulk, went straight to his heart, converting into combat power. But magical energy was stored in his mind. This energy accumulated in his mind, enhancing the clarity with which he perceived the world. It significantly bolstered his magical reserves. From the first moment he received the energy that surged into his mind, Chen Ze experienced a sensation as if his consciousness had been expanded. This feeling intensified with each increase of energy within his mind, bringing him immense benefits. As today's cluster of energy gradually emerged, Chen Ze sensed that the accumulation within his mind had grown even further. This enhancement was far more powerful than before. The absorption process lasted over 3 minutes before concluding, and at the moment it ended, Chen Ze nearly let out a gratifying groan. Indeed, the sensation was exquisite. His mind felt clear and refreshed, as if he had just bathed, and his senses became sharper. Perceiving the world around him once more, it seemed different, as if he could sense a power in the air that shared the same origin as the energy within his mind. These feelings spurred Chen Ze to ponder more deeply whether this energy he called magical power was truly what he imagined it to be. "How do you feel? Have you sensed an increase in strength?" Captain America asked, approaching Chen Ze with concern as soon as he seemed to have finished. "Yes, it feels quite good. I can indeed absorb this energy," Chen Ze replied to Captain America. "It's acceptable for now, but this energy doesn't contribute much to enhancing combat prowess." Captain America nodded, indicating his understanding, and then issued orders to the others to assess how many members of their squad had been lost. Chen Ze contemplated the entire process, carefully choosing his words before addressing Captain America. "Captain, was today's arrangement specifically intended for me to absorb the energy here?" An unspoken question lingered. Chen Ze suspected that SHIELD wanted to test his ability to absorb the energy from these magical towers. Of course, this was merely Chen Ze's intuition, not a substantiated fact, and he couldn't be certain. Captain America's eyes, visible through his mask, glanced at Chen Ze, and he smiled slightly. "Perhaps that's part of it. But I'm not entirely sure. I'm following their instructions, not my own decisions. You understand what I mean?" Chen Ze understood Captain America's implication. This wasn't his decision, and if Chen Ze had any doubts, he shouldn't direct them at him. "All right, I understand," Chen Ze said, not pressing further. On the return flight, Chen Ze used his will to sense the energy within his mind. From its initial tiny spark to now, it had expanded severalfold, especially after today's absorption, growing into a substantial mass hidden in his consciousness. Focusing his spirit and senses on this warm energy, Chen Ze could perceive that his brain's reaction speed hadn't improved, nor had his thinking abilities changed. Yet when he concentrated on the energy, the world around him felt vast and unobstructed. This sensation was akin to a nearsighted person putting on glasses. Two entirely different experiences. "This energy is truly remarkable," Chen Ze mused to himself. On the flight back, the group grew more somber. Several members who had set out were no longer present, and a pall of grief weighed on everyone's hearts, leaving them uneasy. The aircraft landed once more on the helicarrier. On its deck, numerous planes were taking off and landing vertically, some departing, while others descended, creating a bustling scene. Amid the busy aircraft, people constantly moved up and down, adding a tense undercurrent to the hectic atmosphere. It seemed SHIELD and the Avengers had been exceptionally busy lately. Captain America had already informed them of the mission's success, so a hatch opened on the deck below, and he and Chen Ze descended together. They walked directly to the bridge, where Fury was just finishing handling a matter. Seeing them, he smiled. "You're back. How was it? Any injuries?" "No, we're fine," Captain America replied cheerfully, clearly sharing a good rapport with Fury. "That's great," Fury said, turning to Chen Ze. "Chen Ze, today's mission had a hidden purpose. To give you an opportunity to enhance your strength. I've seen the reports. You can absorb the energy from those towers, correct?" Chen Ze had anticipated this question but remained composed. He nodded. "Yes, no problem. It's similar to absorbing energy from a living being, the same sensation." "Good." Fury nodded. "You've worked hard. Go get some rest." Chen Ze considered pressing for more information but decided it might yield nothing. Some matters required patience. He couldn't uncover everything at once. He felt SHIELD bore him no ill will, yet they were undoubtedly keeping secrets. He was familiar with their culture of concealment. Their mission was to safeguard humanity, and if global protection was unattainable, they prioritized American security. Thus, they sometimes acted accordingly. Alright, I'll head off then, Chen Ze said, then turned back abruptly. By the way, Commander, I have some questions about those structures the captain called energy towers. Could you provide me with relevant materials? Materials might not offer clear answers. Hold on, Fury said, speaking into his earpiece. Then he looked up at Chen Ze. Sith is an expert in this field. I'll have him come to you. You can ask him any questions directly. Great. Before long, a figure in a white lab coat appeared before Chen Ze. It was Seth, a young man with curly golden hair, tall and slender. Hello, I'm Seth Limon. The curly-haired young man extended his right hand toward Chen Ze and said, I've been meaning to meet you, Mr. Chen Ze. A pleasure to meet you. Chen Ze shook his hand and Seth said, Let me take you to the demonstration hall. The facilities there are better equipped for our discussion. All right. After Chen Ze and Seth left, Captain America glanced at their retreating figures and said to Fury, Fury, do you have some other intentions regarding Chen Ze? Something feels off, doesn't it? His relationship with Chen Ze wasn't particularly close. They had only just begun to know each other, far from being inseparable. Still, he didn't want anything to happen to Chen Ze, and he worried that Fury might scheme against him. You're overthinking. My only thought for him now is to see his strength grow quickly to bolster the Avengers' combat power. Frankly, we're facing a formidable and unpredictable enemy. At this point, every bit of strength is worth pursuing. Captain America stared into Fury's remaining right eye for a moment before nodding. All right, I hope you're right. I assure you. But for now, I think you should tell me more about the battle. Fine. In the demonstration hall Seth Limon mentioned, there was indeed a highly futuristic device, a holographic projector. It could project images in 3 dimensions with no blind spots, though the colors and lighting were slightly distorted. Still, witnessing such a marvel gave an immense sense of sci-fi wonder. At that moment, Seth swept his hands, and the projector seemed to read his gesture, displaying an image of the energy tower Chen Ze had seen earlier. The projection stood about the height of a person. Seth said to Chen Ze, This is the energy tower, a tool for collecting energy. What kind of energy does it collect? Is it the legendary magic? Chen Ze asked. It is indeed magic, but not legendary. Seth pointed to a part of the energy tower on the holographic projection and said, We've seen many supernatural beings and objects with various incredible abilities, but in fact most of these abilities fall within the framework of our existing physics. Wait, please speak more plainly. Chen Ze waved his hand. I'm not very familiar with these things. Chen Ze had majored in philosophy in college, and while philosophy and science were intricately linked, his understanding of physics was limited. Seth nodded. In simple terms, most superheroes' abilities can be explained by physics. For instance, those with enhanced physiques are merely elevating their bodhi strength and life quality. As for more exceptional individuals, their unusual powers may sound incredible, but ultimately fall within the scope of the 4 fundamental forces of the universe. Chen Ze pondered this and found it plausible. Superheroes' abilities were still grounded in matter and energy, which made sense. Even the mighty Thor could be explained by the 4 fundamental forces. What can't be explained by physics are truly mysterious forces like curses or demon realms, Seth said. But curses upon study are increasingly leaning toward physics. Magic too is actually within physics domain. Magic is simple at its core. A person stores magical energy in their body and resonates it with external magical energy to transmit their will. This process requires a force field. Master the force field and you master the power. External magical energy is essentially the free-floating 4 fundamental forces of the universe. Despite Seth's complex explanation, Chen Ze grasped his meaning. In short, the 4 fundamental forces are the basics of basics. Even the most miraculous superheroes can be explained. Chen Ze sighed, Indeed, the radiance of science and reason will illuminate all wild frontiers. Exactly. Seth agreed wholeheartedly and continued, These energy towers absorb magical energy. The collected energy can be stored through special methods, then absorbed by people or used directly with force fields to wield magic. In fact, I think there's magical energy in my mind right now, Chen Ze said. So can I master magic too? Theoretically, yes. Only a few out of tens of millions can absorb magical energy. Such people also need their own force field to channel the surrounding forces. What you lack now is your own force field. A force field? Like Susan's? Chen Ze asked. Susan? Seth was momentarily puzzled, then understood. You mean the invisible woman? Yes, hers is a force field, but it's innate. So my advice is that you need to absorb magic users, absorb their force fields. Otherwise, it's very difficult to cultivate one on your own. But the problem is I've absorbed magic users before. Why didn't I take their force fields? I'm not sure about that either, Seth said. Your own abilities are a mystery. Perhaps the mage's force field wasn't strong enough or there were other factors. Sorry, but you'll have to find the answer yourself. All right. Since Seth had said his piece, Chen Ze knew further discussion was pointless. Then let me ask about something else. What is it? Go ahead. Seth Limon was very patient with Chen Ze, not annoyed by his many questions. In fact, he seemed quite willing to answer them. I've heard that SHIELD has training equipment for personnel. Do you know about it? Of course I do. Seth studied Chen Ze for a moment, then said, Are you interested in that? I can take you to see it now. All right. Chen Ze nodded. He followed Sith to the training area. The room seemed quite spacious. This is just the training room on the airship. Sith said to Chen Ze, After all, we're on the airship, so this training room is not large and there are only a few rooms. Chen Ze carefully examined the interior. It was a spacious room with sparse furnishings lacking anything particularly sci-fi or resembling gym equipment. Such a room made Chen Ze curious. Where exactly were the so-called training devices? Sith continued, Due to space constraints on the airship, this training room is not only small but also has limited equipment, and it can withstand very little impact. Withstand impact? Chen Ze asked. Yes, impact resistance. After all, such training rooms are meant for individuals with special abilities to train. When they hone their powers, they naturally affect the surroundings, so materials that can endure the force are needed. Sith explained at SHIELD's main base. These training facilities are meticulously constructed with walls made of specialized materials. But as you know, on the airship we have to consider overall weight and internal structure. So this training room is a simplified version. I understand. Chen Ze nodded. It wasn't hard to grasp. Indeed, on the airship this training room had to be a makeshift version, as many pieces of equipment couldn't be brought aboard due to size and weight issues. Moreover, stronger materials were needed here. If some superhero's training caused energy leakage, it could irreparably damage the airship. Thus, the training room was inevitably a simplified version. He wondered when he'd get to see a fully equipped one. That was hard to say. How do I use this training room? Chen Ze looked at it, feeling he couldn't learn it on his own. The training here focuses on using energy and personal strength, enhancing your control over your abilities. Sith said, Also, you need to control your energy use here. Don't damage the walls or cause too much commotion. After all, we're in the sky. Or you might punch a hole through the airship. All right, I understand. Chen Ze then discussed the usage in detail with Sith before asking him to leave. He stayed behind to activate the training device. The training device was essentially a projection but far more realistic than others. When activated, some instruments extended from the walls. The scene inside the training room transformed into a cosmic starry sky. Everywhere was pitch black with only distant stars appearing. Then, in front of Chen Ze, a swarm of meteorites suddenly surged forward, hurtling toward him. This meteorite swarm didn't just require Chen Ze to dodge with his agility. It demanded attention to many details. The meteorites were densely packed, each bearing a tiny identification mark. At the front of each meteorite, a small marker indicated its type as they were categorized. Some meteorites needed to be dodged, others required Chen Ze to use webbing to stick to them, and still others had to be precisely hit with spider shots. There were several types of meteorites. Thus, this swarm provided a diverse training effect for Chen Ze. First, he had to use his vision to identify the marks on the meteorites as quickly as possible, since they flew fast, and the marks were tiny and similar in appearance. So Chen Ze had to capture the marks with his eyes instantly and react immediately. A great workout for his vision discernment and reflexes. After identifying the meteorite types and deciding how to handle them, the most challenging part was testing his reaction speed. Because then Chen Ze had to deal with the categorized meteorites swiftly. Some with webbing, others with spider shots. Putting his reflexes to a severe test. Chen Ze immediately began training his body, constantly adjusting amid the flying meteorite projections. Bang! At that moment, facing the first meteorite, Chen Ze fired a spider shot, but his hands rapidly shot out 2 or 3 strands of webbing, all sticking to the incoming meteorite projections. As more meteorites approached, Chen Ze leaped, performing a backflip, then sprang into the air again, flipping to another side. Next, he propelled himself upward, his legs sticking to the ceiling, and fired several spider shots at the projected meteorites. However, the meteorite density increased significantly, and their speed was exceptionally high. Chen Ze momentarily failed to dodge, becoming flustered. He should have fired spider shots, but accidentally released webbing, growing more chaotic with each mistake. Chen Ze paused briefly, smiling wryly. Indeed, his mental fortitude still needed improvement. He resumed training without stopping. Though there were several moments of panic, they grew rarer and his control improved. The training was quite engaging and enjoyable, so Chen Ze spent an hour on it. An hour of training yielded immediate results. Although Chen Ze had already absorbed the symbiote's power, granting him remarkable agility and swiftness. However, since this was an acquired ability, he could not perfectly integrate all aspects of it like Spider-Man. But his own training differed from directly absorbed powers. This training ingrained itself into his very bones, leaving a deep and lasting impression. Bang! Bang! At that moment, Chen Ze's body moved with fluid grace, leaping and soaring through the air like a nimble swallow, his movements fleeting and ever-changing. Facing increasingly dense and faster meteors, Chen Ze's body reacted with growing speed, responding differently to each one. After 3 hours of continuous high-intensity exercise, even Chen Ze's physique began to show signs of fatigue. Chen Ze sat on a bench in the training room, panting heavily. Though his stamina was nearly depleted, he felt an exhilarating sense of release in his heart. Indeed, exhilarating. While this training lacked the thrilling life-or-death tension of actual combat, it kept him in a state of intense concentration for hours, pushing all his strength to its limits and honing nearly every ability he possessed. Under such rigorous training, that sense of exhilaration was only natural. Moreover, Chen Ze now felt a surge of heat, spreading from his chest, dispersing energy through his limbs and bones. His strength, agility, web-slinging, and web-shooting power all seemed to have increased. This likely stemmed from the black spider's power stored in his chest. Previously unusable, some of this energy was now leaking into his body, enhancing his current capabilities. This training also helped unlock those stored reserves. It seemed the training room was indeed a valuable place, and he resolved to visit it more often. Leaving the training room, Chen Ze returned to his quarters and took a hot shower. Combined with his newfound strength, the bath left him feeling refreshed and invigorated. Water supply on the helicarrier was probably limited, but Chen Ze felt no guilt about using it for a shower. After all, he had just completed a dangerous mission. Over the following days, Chen Ze spent much of his time in the training room. After several days, much of the black spider's power he had absorbed but not yet fully integrated began to loosen from around his heart and gradually enter his body. Chen Ze's strength now far surpassed that immediately after absorbing the symbiote. He believed his current self could easily overpower his former self. His power was growing rapidly. Many superheroes, despite their immense strength, had little room for improvement, maintaining their status quo and only refining their control through training. But Chen Ze was different. His power could continually increase. He had not only found a method of enhancement through absorption, but also a means to train himself to better adapt to these abilities. The pace of his power growth might even accelerate. Immersed in training, Chen Ze temporarily set aside other thoughts. But that didn't mean nothing was happening. Loki and his allies were executing their plans step by step. Many superhumans were gradually converging on New York, brewing a cataclysmic storm. SHIELD. Agents were being deployed more frequently, undertaking more missions and uncovering an increasing number of events. Many pieces were slowly falling into place. For Chen Ze, however, these days were relatively calm. He used the time to train, and after several days in the training room, he grew stronger and gained better control over his abilities. He continued this routine with SHIELD, assigning him almost no tasks, as if nothing was happening. Initially, after joining the Avengers, he had immediately received his first mission. Now, while everyone else was busy, he had nothing to do. This felt somewhat ominous. Still, Chen Ze decided to prioritize increasing his strength. Once his power became unstoppable, he would have nothing to fear. Since training here helped him integrate the energy near his heart, he resolved to train diligently every day to absorb it all. However, the integration process was slow. After several days, he had not even fused 1/10 of the energy. Though his strength had increased, the rate was insufficient for his needs. If possible, he needed to find other methods. One day, after returning from training and showering, Chen Ze was lying on his bed, playing on his tablet, when a dialogue window appeared. Furious face materialized on the screen. Chen Ze, please come to the briefing room. We have matters to discuss. The briefing room was where Captain America and the others often gathered. He didn't know why he was being summoned, but not understanding was one thing, going was another. At the very least, it would be good to hear what they were up to. Arriving at the briefing room, he found it crowded with people. Several superheroes were present, including Captain America, Iron Man, Ant-Man, Wasp, Hulk, Daredevil, and Hawkeye, along with several SHIELD high-ranking officials. In the demonstration hall, not only were there many people present, but they were also quite talkative. It was unclear whether they were debating or quarreling. However, Chen Ze had grown accustomed to this routine. On the floating warship, Whenever everyone gathered, arguments among them were inevitable. The reasons were varied, but the root cause was simple. Each of them was a superhero from different realms commanding authority in their own domains. They carried their own pride and distinct personalities, leading to clashes that sparked endless disputes under such circumstances. Do you think wearing the American flag represents the world? Tony Stark once again escalated to personal attacks. Captain America crossed his arms, his expression aloof. And you believe being encased in an iron shell makes you the arbiter of truth. Looks like we need a showdown. Tony Stark clenched his fists. I'll tear your star-spangled banner to shreds. Always hiding inside your iron shell for a fight. You weakling. Enough. No more arguing. At that moment, Nick Fury, having reached his limit, barked, we're discussing Loki's potential targets, not who's stronger. Let's focus on the matter at hand. Everyone nodded reluctantly and resumed their discussion. We're analyzing possibilities now. We've uncovered numerous incidents involving Hydra and Loki, and all clues point to New York, but we don't know what he intends to do there. Since Chen Ze had just arrived, Maria Hill assumed he was unaware of the details, and whispered a brief explanation to him. I understand, Chen Ze replied. Several energy towers have appeared here, converging at a center point. Unfortunately, Tony, it's your place. Dr. Banner interjected. So Tony set aside other thoughts for now and focus on saving your home. My home. Tony Stark clutched his head. Damn it, this Loki is a real headache. Let's figure out what he's up to. Chen Ze listened intently to the discussion, gradually grasping their confusion. He pondered inwardly. Hailing from another world, he knew what had transpired there, but this was reality. Movies were scripted, but the real world might not mirror them entirely. Breaking news. SHIELD. Agent rushed in and announced latest from Asgard. Though Thor can't reach Earth yet, they've learned that Loki may have struck a deal with the demon realm. Hearing this, everyone grew more apprehensive. What was the connection? What designs did the demon realm have on Earth? How would they attack? And why was everything converging on New York? Various possibilities emerged, plunging them back into debate. Then Chen Ze suddenly spoke. I have an idea. What idea? Chen Ze's words drew limited attention if you were familiar with him, and he hadn't made significant contributions before, so most didn't expect his suggestion to carry much weight. Yet it caught some interest. Could they be planning to establish a connection between New York and the demon realm? Chen Ze proposed. Then the denizens of the demon realm could use that link to reach Earth. As Chen Ze uttered these words, the noisy environment quieted considerably. Many began to seriously contemplate the plausibility of his statement. Indeed, upon reflection, Chen Ze's hypothesis seemed the most likely to come true. However, the implications were terrifying. Imagine one of the world's most developed cities, New York, suddenly invaded by a demonic legion. The death toll would be catastrophic, delivering a devastating blow to the entire United States. Why do you say that, Dr. Banner asked Chen Ze gravely. If Loki has indeed made a pact with the demon realm, they must have a plan. For the demon realm, their greatest desire is likely our world. New York, with its vast population and immense value to Earth, is their focus. Their gathering nearby suggests they intend to unleash the demon legion to destroy New York, and eventually the entire world. This possibility sent chills down many spines. Damn, that was ruthless. Moreover, they couldn't shake the feeling that Chen Ze's words might very well become reality. The more they thought about it, the more it seemed inevitable. If that's the case, what is Loki's goal? Nick Fury asked Chen Ze sternly. Goal? Chen Ze shrugged. Sorry, I don't know that either. Who can fathom what goes on in that twisted mind? You can never truly understand what someone with a different worldview is thinking. Chen Ze's words resonated deeply with many present. Countless superheroes had encountered their share of twisted individuals on their journeys, so they felt a profound connection to his statement. Everyone present was now contemplating the worst-case scenario, especially the SHIELD agents. Nick Fury rubbed his chin with his right hand, and then asked Ant-Man, if such a war breaks out, how can we prevent it in advance? Ant-Man carefully reviewed the available data before replying to Fury, we must destroy all identified energy towers as quickly as possible and tighten defenses. Damn it, we lack spatial containment technology. Our only option is to establish armed installations there ready with weapons of mass destruction, or we won't be able to handle such enemies. Fury was satisfied with Ant-Man's response. Yet such satisfaction was futile, as the city of New York was on the verge of being torn apart. Now a deeply troubling matter lay before them all: how to confront the potential battle for New York. Though they had yet to grasp Loki's true intentions, everyone had a foreboding that New York would not escape unscathed. Now the specific problem was laid out before them. Very well, I will issue the orders. Although this matter remains uncertain, at the very least a catastrophe in New York seems inevitable. Fury spread his hands and said, "We must prepare for the worst now." "Indeed," Iron Man added, "though we cannot be certain if these speculations will come true, I doubt anyone wishes to see my home reduced to rubble." "Do you wish to settle this with a duel?" Captain America asked. "After this is over, I will grant your wish," Iron Man replied. In truth, if it came to a fight, Captain America would be no match for Iron Man in his current state. Yet the Captain's shield was formidable, and its true combat potential remained unknown. "Chen Ze, thank you for providing this insight," Fury said to him. "However, matters will only escalate from here. I believe you two will soon be busied." "I understand." After that day's discussion, indeed, all of New York was set into motion. The U.S. government entered a state of heightened activity, and the military was especially mobilized. Fighter jets patrolled the skies over New York daily, and ground forces became a more common sight. Though ordinary people might prove ineffective in a major crisis, in the current situation every bit of added strength counted. Chen Ze truly began to busy himself. One day his aircraft landed on the outskirts of New York. Clad in his full gear, he leaped from the plane. The latest reconnaissance had revealed an energy tower at this location, and they had come to destroy it. Over these days Hydra and SHIELD had clashed heated. Several skirmishes had erupted, revealing numerous mutants, most of whom possessed considerable power. Of course, the forces present were not limited to Hydra. Other figures had gradually emerged, including the suspected forces of Dr. Doom. These developments only muddied the already murky waters further. However, throughout these days no signs of Loki's appearance were detected. If he had shown himself, matters would have been simpler. The Avengers' top combatants could have launched a decapitation strike. Success was uncertain, but at least there would have been a plan. Now they were left without a viable course of action. Chen Ze recalled that in the film, the Avengers' Loki was once captured by SHIELD and imprisoned aboard the helicarrier. Subsequently, Hawkeye led a rescue mission crippling the vessel. But here none of that had occurred. One must remember this was the real world. In the movies, many superheroes were nerfed. Thor, for instance, had his powers drastically weakened. Yet again, this was reality. Asgard belonged to Norse mythology. Loki, Thor, and Odin were figures from those ancient legends. How could they be as depicted in the films? Even the intelligence reports Chen Ze had seen indicated that Thor was an exceedingly dangerous superhero, a powerhouse at the third level of strength. One could only imagine his true might. As for Loki, he could not be reduced to mere illusions and silver-tongued rhetoric with little combat prowess. As a descendant of the Frost Giants, his actual fighting ability was undoubtedly formidable. Thus, when the Great War finally erupted, one could only dread the horrors that would unfold. When that day came, Chen Ze resolved to cherish his life and steer clear of Loki. Absorbing someone like him seemed impossible. Even if, by some miracle, he succeeded, Asgard's retribution would be swift. From Thor's condescending remarks about mortals, it was clear that even as a hero of justice, Asgardians held little regard for Earthlings. If they retaliated, how could he possibly defend himself? When the Battle of New York erupted, if it did, Chen Ze planned only to absorb the abilities of some members of the Chitauri army. That should be achievable. Use the artillery. Chen Ze instructed the crew on the aircraft, while he himself kept watch for any survivors emerging from the bombardment, ready to finish them off. Indeed, with such powerful artillery at their disposal, charging in for close-quarters combat and destruction would be a reckless disregard for life. Boom! Boom! Amidst the thunderous explosions, the building ahead erupted in flames. Moments later, a jet-black beam of light, tinged with a palpable resolve, shot toward the aircraft in the sky. The aircraft narrowly evaded the dark beam at the last moment, but its underside was grazed, leaving a massive gash. Whoosh! 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 Dark spiderweb projectiles streaked through the air with a piercing whistle toward the target. Chen Ze dashed in that direction. Whether the projectiles struck the enemy was uncertain, but Chen Ze had to charge forward and neutralize the opponent. Hum! A sharp whine cut through the air as a dark light surged toward Chen Ze. Having grown immensely powerful after absorbing Venom and undergoing extensive training, he leaped into the air, evading the beam. In the same motion, he shot a web strand from his right hand, propelling himself forward. In that moment, Chen Ze saw his adversary clearly. Just as before, the figure was cloaked in a strange black robe, obscuring most of his face, making his features indistinguishable. But what was truly alarming was that this being was hovering in midair. Whoever could hover in midair was undoubtedly formidable, no matter how one thought about it. For a moment as Chen Ze watched the cloaked figure floating there, a sense of unease began to creep into his heart. Buzz, 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 buzz. A rapid quivering sound resonated through the air. Following that, a ring of black energy suddenly flew around Chen Ze, each fragment resembling a blade of darkness. They coalesced into a large circle, encircling him, gradually constricting inward. In the end, this ring would likely trap Chen Ze completely within its confines. Meanwhile, what caused the greatest concern was the pressure emanating from this encircling ring. If it were to fall upon an ordinary person, it would crush them into speechlessness and immobility. Although Chen Ze was not pressed to the point of paralysis, the energy still made breathing difficult and his body far less agile. The cloaked figure hovered silently in midair, unlike in movies where spellcasters would extend one or both hands as an aid during incantation. As always, this was reality. Mages cast spells through their force fields and sensory perceptions, not through their hands. Thus, naturally, they did not make hand gestures like those seen in films and television dramas. Sensing the mounting pressure around him, Chen Ze was certain that if those black blades of light touched him, the consequences would be dire. So he dropped to the ground, evading the strike range of the black blades. But as Chen Ze descended, the blades shrank into a single ring, forming a wheel of light resembling a fan blade which hurtled toward him, accompanied by the persistent pressure that had been binding him. Bang, 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 bang. At that moment, the few people who had come with Chen Ze were firing their guns at the cloaked figure with all their might. Yet just as the bullets were about to reach him, they met with immense resistance and could advance no further. Chen Ze flicked 2 spider pellets toward the black wheel of light, but they had no effect on it. The wheel continued its descent, spinning and attacking relentlessly. Chen Ze found himself at a loss against this attack, which was not bound by physical laws. After all, his current abilities, whether spider silk or spider pellets, were tangible and could not harm this ethereal black wheel. His only option was to dodge. Bang! As soon as he hit the ground, he sprang diagonally upward. The wheel, caught off guard, collided with the earth and seemed to dissipate. However, the black-cloaked figure willed it otherwise. In an instant, the black wheel transformed into hundreds of black blades of light, surging toward Chen Ze, who was now airborne. He had no choice but to use spider silk to latch onto a nearby steel structure and spring away again. Yet, under the cloaked figure's control, the blades gave chase, relentlessly scattering into a swarm that charged at him once more. It was then that Chen Ze realized how troublesome his abilities were against such an opponent. Facing the blades rushing at him again, he knew that if he failed to evade and was struck by even one, the consequences would be severe. The training he had undergone in recent days now served him well. As the blades approached, Chen Ze leaped into the air. The gaps between the blades were considerable, and his sharp eyes caught the pattern. Soaring upward, he wove through the spaces between them. The blades, having failed to strike their seemingly easy target, crashed into the ground in a chaotic heap. Now airborne, Chen Ze knew he could not afford to give the cloaked figure another chance. Whiz! Whiz! Several strands of spider silk shot toward the cloaked figure along with a few spider pellets. Chen Ze himself, using silk to pull against the buildings, propelled himself directly toward his foe. His leaping power and strength converted into altitude, and he fired more spider silk at the cloaked figure. Though the cloaked figure could hover, and was indeed formidable, his body lacked agility, and floating in the air seemed to hinder his movements. Several spider pellets and strands of silk reached him, but a protective force field before him blocked them all. Yet when Chen Ze shot another strand of silk toward the cloaked figure, he willed it to stick instead of being a simple attack. This attempt succeeded. His spider silk adhered to the protective force field. Excellent! Encouraged by this success, Chen Ze sent more silk into the air, repeating the tactic until it too stuck to the force field. It seemed this was a valuable discovery. Spider silk could adhere not only to buildings and other solid objects, but also to force fields. Yiling grabbed the strands of silk and surged toward the cloaked figure with even greater speed, leaving the latter somewhat flustered. A swirling mass of black, spiraling dark light burst from the cloaked figure's chest. This vortex exuded a fierce, devouring aura, intensifying with each rotation as it blocked Chen Ze's path. Undeniably, this was the most troublesome cloaked figure Chen Ze had encountered among many, yet he still had a way. He shot out more spider silk, which pulled his body in an arc through the air, bringing him to the right side of the cloaked figure and temporarily evading the vortex's reach. But Chen Ze did not stop. He continued to fire silk strand after strand, sticking to the force field. Using the pull of the silk, he lunged forward. Bang! Chen Ze's right foot struck the cloaked figure's protective force field. It did not shatter, but the impact sent the figure flying several meters through the air. Chen Ze did not let up. He shot more silk from both hands, all of it sticking to the cloaked figure's force field. Chen Ze surmised that although this was reality, not a novel, certain descriptions of mages from fiction should still hold true. For instance, that a mage cannot be interrupted while casting a spell. He believed this was likely the case. Now that he too possessed magical energy, and understood the principles of magic, communicating with the external world to achieve resonance, and draw upon outside energy was no simple task. At the very least, it required a stable environment. If the cloaked figure was constantly being kicked back and forth by him, achieving resonance with the surrounding environment would certainly be difficult. Moreover, his protective barrier might even be shattered by Chen Ze's assaults. Chen Ze's spider silk was exceptionally agile. Once released, it could stick to the cloaked figure's protective barrier. Of course, the cloaked figure could choose not to activate the barrier to avoid being ensnared, but then the spider silk would turn into an offensive weapon, slipping through the gaps in the protective field. Bang! Chen Ze delivered another kick. The two of them were mutually restraining each other. Chen Ze was suppressed because he could not counter the other's energy attacks and could only dodge frantically. However, the cloaked figure was also suppressed by Chen Ze. Now that Chen Ze had closed in, he could not even use a single technique. Chen Ze kicked the cloaked figure's protective barrier repeatedly. With his leg strength now nearly 3 tons per kick, such immense force was truly beyond the cloaked figure's ability to withstand. On the 4th kick, the cloaked figure finally crashed to the ground. Chen Ze did not let him go, but instead dropped down with him, landing on top of him. Boom! The cloaked figure struck the earth with a thunderous noise, kicking up dust all around. Falling from a height of 8 or 9 meters was nothing to Chen Ze. But for the cloaked figure, despite barely managing to activate his protective barrier, the fall left him spitting blood and utterly drained of strength. Facing this cloaked figure, who could hover in midair, Chen Ze was intensely intrigued. He had no intention of letting him go. Chen Ze removed his glove and, following the same method, began to devour the cloaked figure's energy. Previously, when devouring magical energy from a living person, it took him at most half a minute to finish. But this time was different. It took nearly 5 minutes for Chen Ze to absorb all the energy into his body. Moreover, although he had devoured the cloaked figure's energy, the man did not die. He only appeared extremely weakened. Considering the cloaked figure's physical constitution and magical energy, Chen Ze understood why he had not died. He had only absorbed the man's magical abilities, not his life force, so the cloaked figure survived. As Chen Ze devoured more and more energy, and gained more abilities through absorption, his mastery over his own devouring power grew stronger. Gradually, Chen Ze learned to choose to devour only energy, not the target's life force. This was crucial, for not everyone needed to be killed through devouring. Some, if they could live, were better left alive. He now wielded this control with increasing precision. He believed that one day he would fully master this devouring power. As the energy flowed into his body like a stream, Chen Ze felt the sensation of energy accumulating in his mind, growing ever more intense. His mind expanded significantly, and he could sense that the magical energy within it had grown considerably stronger than before. This energy derived from devouring the cloaked figure was indeed far more powerful than the paltry amounts he had absorbed from minor creatures. But soon Chen Ze sensed something amiss. He seemed to have gained something extra. He felt a new ability, the power to control his surroundings, transforming his magical energy into a force of dominion. Could this be a force field? Chen Ze's heart leaped with joy. A force field sounded mysterious, but in reality it was an influence on the surroundings within the scope of the 4 fundamental forces of the universe. For example, according to the theory of universal gravitation, there is a gravitational attraction between planets. This falls under gravity, and gravity is a type of force field. Force fields include gravitational fields, electric fields, and electromagnetic fields. Chen Ze could now sense that he had indeed grasped such a power, even if his current mastery was still rudimentary. The force field Chen Ze now commanded was indeed weak, far from the level the cloaked figure had achieved, but he had essentially begun to harness some of its strength. For instance, he could form a defensive barrier around himself, an invisible shield of force that could block energy attacks, physical blows, and even the intangible assaults previously unleashed by the cloaked figure. Then came the application of the force field. At present, Chen Ze clearly lacked the power to use the force field offensively, but he was slowly exploring its uses. Evidently, the force field was not merely for defense. With the magical energy now in his mind under the force field's control, it began to resonate to some degree with the surrounding air. This has actually come true. Chen Ze's heart was filled with both surprise and elation. Magical energy had existed in his mind for a long time, but he had never been able to truly utilize it, until today when he finally acquired the force field. A stream of energy concentrated about 2 or 3 meters in front of Chen Ze. The energy in the air and the magical energy in his mind gradually resonated, their influences interweaving. The energy was compressed, growing increasingly potent. Damn! Chen Ze suddenly realized he could no longer control this energy. In an instant he leaped, pushing off the ground, and soared backward, retreating 7 or 8 meters. He had barely landed and pushed off again to retreat further when at the spot where the energy had been compressed. Boom! A violent explosion proved that his spellcasting had succeeded, yet not entirely. Chen Ze's success lay in his spell's ability to compress the surrounding energy, condensing the force field. His failure was that the spell nearly struck himself. If not for Chen Ze dodging swiftly, the spell would have indeed hit him. For a first attempt at spellcasting, such a terrifying scene unfolded. It must be said that Chen Ze's handling of these abilities was still exceedingly crude. He now realized that he had indeed mastered the force field, and thanks to the magical abilities within his mind, Yiling had also grasped the art of spellcasting. Yet these skills were still quite rough, requiring much time to refine. The process of refinement was also a process of cultivation. But for now Chen Ze had no established method for wielding magic. He could only gradually master this art on his own and slowly perfect it. In any case, the beginning was the hardest part. Since he had already devoured the magical ability and the power of the force field, the next step was to gradually master this capability. The path to mastery could only be through gradual exploration. After all this time he had absorbed the cloaked figure's abilities, but not his spellcasting technique. Judging from the cloaked figure's state, his magical prowess was remarkably refined. He had even reached the point of levitation, demonstrating just how formidable he was. But Chen Ze was far from that level, and he could only take it step by step. His first spellcasting attempt had failed, yet a thrill of discovery stirred within him, and he began to summon his force field once more. Around Chen Ze, the force field gradually emerged. At this moment his force field could block everything, including physical strikes like bullets and fists, as well as energy-based attacks like Iron Man's beams, and even virtual assaults such as the cloaked figure's earlier attack. The force field was an application of gravity, and gravity was immensely powerful, strong enough to bend light. Thus, when honed to a sufficient degree, his force field would reach an extraordinary level. At that point, the extent it could achieve would be astonishing. In this state of eager excitement, Chen Ze's force field began to exert influence around him. The surrounding force field started to shift, and as Chen Ze manipulated it, the earlier sensation returned. A resonance of magical energy began to emerge around him. A mass of energy began to compress nearby. "Hey Chen, let us leave first before you blow things up." At that moment several SHIELD soldiers beside Chen Ze shouted out. They had no choice, having been terrified by his earlier energy control. "All right," Chen Ze replied, but he felt the energy mass becoming difficult to contain. He used his force field to guide the energy forward. Under his control, the energy flew about 2 zhang ahead. Then Chen Ze immediately leaped, landing with his hands on the ground, springing up into a backflip that carried him 2 or 3 meters away. Sure enough, another explosion erupted. "That damned fool!" The SHIELD soldiers nearby muttered under their breath. Chen Ze knew he couldn't keep testing, though learning a new skill always sparked a desire to experiment. Just as when he first acquired the Venom Black Spider's abilities, he longed to scale skyscrapers and race across walls. Now Chen Ze felt the same thrill, eager to try out his new skills in every way to experience the force field and the surrounding magical energy. The problem was that while his force field could form a defensive shield protecting everything around him, he still couldn't use it for attacks. At most he could employ a repulsive force field to push enemies away, but his repulsive field was still very weak. As for shaping the force field into spiral spikes or similar forms, that was utterly impossible. From his battle with the cloaked figure, Chen Ze had also learned that spellcasting, much like in novels, could not be interrupted. Now, after his own attempts, he confirmed it. If someone fought him while he cast, he couldn't maintain the spell, for it required a resonance with the surrounding magical energy. Of course, when one's magical energy, force field, and technique reached a sufficient level, a mere thought could alter the world around them, conjuring magical energy at will. At that stage, magic would flow freely and effortlessly, unlike now. But this would undoubtedly require a long time and immense effort. Yet Chen Ze felt the pressure was manageable. Even on the helicarrier SHIELD had training equipment that was quite effective. After a few days of training, results were evident, and he believed that with practice he could master these abilities. "Is the plane okay?" Chen Ze asked the SHIELD soldiers nearby. "I saw the energy graze the underside." "Nothing major," the SHIELD soldiers replied, keeping their distance from Chen Ze, fearing he might suddenly lose control and unleash another mass of energy. Chen Ze said helplessly, "Everyone, don't worry, I won't manipulate that anymore." "All right," Only then did the others feel somewhat reassured. Letting Chen Ze continue his experiments would be far too terrifying. Once aboard the plane, they quickly headed back. Though Chen Ze dared not use magic again, he could still practice his force field. His control over the force field grew increasingly refined. He could release it instantly and manipulate it with ease. As for its applications, he could shape it into a defensive shield or a repulsive force field. Although his repulsive field was extremely weak, only exerting a force of a few dozen Jin, it was better than nothing and might one day prove useful. Whoosh! Whoosh! Above Chen Ze, he toyed with a bullet which began to rise slowly under his control of the force field. This was the application of a repulsive force field. However, Chen Ze's current control was insufficient and he occasionally ricocheted the bullet onto himself. His force field truly had too little influence incomparable to others. At least he recalled Susan, the invisible woman from the Fantastic Four, whose repulsive force field could allow her to soar through the skies. To repel oneself for high-altitude flight would require at least several tons of force, especially when soaring to several hundred meters. The required force would escalate to dozens or even hundreds of tons. The members of the Fantastic Four were exceptionally powerful. In Fantastic Four 2, the Thing effortlessly lifted a Ferris wheel which certainly weighed at least 5,000 or 6,000 tons, illustrating the immense strength he possessed. I need to cultivate a force field for high-altitude flight. My hopes of flying all rest on this force field. Chen Ze decided to focus on training his force field more, but if he didn't absorb the force fields of other superpowered beings, he had no idea how many years it would take to accumulate such abilities. However, among the superheroes with force fields, he knew of Susan and the Ghost Rider had magic which might also involve a force field. Other individuals possessed them as well. As for the villains, he would need to think carefully and examine the information. Magneto and the mighty Thor should also have force fields, but those two were far too powerful. In fact, in the X-Men film series, Magneto's powers were severely diminished because in the comics he could control electromagnetic forces, one of the 4 fundamental forces of the universe, but in the movies he could only control all metals. Chen Ze did not know what Magneto's abilities were in this timeline. He planned to look it up later. He felt that this was the real world, so Magneto's powers probably wouldn't be limitless. Because in fact, when he watched X-Men, he thought the most absurd part was that if Magneto could control so many missiles, how could his mutant brethren not dominate the Earth? In X-Men First Class, he controlled so many missiles, yet by X-Men Days of Future Past he was captured. How could he possibly be captured? How could normal humans capture him? After flying for a while, the plane returned to the skyship. After Chen Ze landed, Maria immediately approached to inquire about the details of the recent mission. Chen Ze explained briefly, while handing over the captured cloaked man to S.H.I.E.L.D. Then Chen Ze went to his room to research. According to his analysis, Magneto was a high-level mutant of the second stage, far surpassing his own abilities, but he was incomparable to Thor and the others. The explanation here stated that Magneto's powers were almost limitless, but his energy was finite. Using it to control metal inevitably consumed his energy, and once that energy reached a certain point it would be exhausted, similar to true chi. Otherwise, if this guy Magneto were truly invincible, humanity would have no means to deal with him. In the current state of the Earth, where is there no metal? Chen Ze took the opportunity to check the status of mutants. There was a school founded by Professor X just like in the movies and comics, and there were also some familiar faces among the mutants such as Wolverine and Beast. However, the X school founded by Professor X was always at odds with S.H.I.E.L.D., which sought to control everything. The people at X school were simply not aligned with the government. Only when humanity faced a threat, especially from the Brotherhood of Mutants, would the people from their school take action, otherwise they would have no dealings with the government. Among the Brotherhood of Mutants there were also some familiar faces to Chen Ze such as the X-Men and Diamond Girl. Unfortunately, Magneto's ideology was not accepted by most, even his twin children Quicksilver and Scarlet, which completely betrayed him and joined the Avengers. However, Chen Ze did not see Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver in the Avengers. He heard that they were currently on a mission. Chen Ze heard Iron Man mention that it seemed to be surveilling the Brotherhood of Mutants. He thought carefully, Magneto had truly suffered enough. Even his children had turned against him. Next, Chen Ze began training in the training room of the skyship. His training sessions were getting longer. In the training content, Chen Ze added a new type of meteorite which he needed to repel using his force field. This training was more complex, but at least it strengthened Chen Ze's training effectiveness. Of course, the difficulty was also much higher now. Swish! At this moment, Chen Ze's right hand shot out a web, directly striking the meteorite, while his left hand fired a spider shot at another meteorite. Then Chen Ze surged upward between the two meteorites, twisting his body to weave through. Previously, when Chen Ze faced the cloaked man, He had also relied on his efforts over these days to weave through the gaps between the flying light blades, so he was exerting himself fully during this current training in terms of reaction and agility. Having passed between the two meteorites, Chen Ze executed a front flip facing several meteorites ahead. Some shot out webs, some fired spider shots, and one released a repulsive force field to push the meteorite away with the fastest method. Chen Ze's mastery of these skills was becoming increasingly precise. He was clear about when to employ which response and found it particularly effortless. After so much training, Chen Ze was now able to dodge many dense meteorites weaving through them and could instantly shoot out webs or fire spider shots or quickly unleash his repulsive force field in such high-speed maneuvers. Now Chen Ze could trigger his force fields, including defensive shield fields and repulsive force fields, at the fastest speeds. He had gradually begun to gain a faint grasp of some magical abilities over the past few days, no longer experiencing the initial situation where they would simply explode upon activation. Moreover, Chen Ze's magical abilities could also be condensed to a smaller scale. They just required a longer period of brewing. In summary, Chen Ze's strength had been continuously improving, allowing him to handle upcoming matters with much more ease. The training equipment of S.H.I.E.L.D. was remarkably sophisticated, and most importantly, these devices could be adjusted at will. Thus, under such advanced training gear, Chen Ze's strength improved rapidly. Before long, he had essentially mastered his newly acquired abilities. Chen Ze could now unleash the most suitable spider silk or spider web in the shortest possible time. He could also deploy force fields swiftly, whether for precise defense or repulsion. This training proved immensely beneficial to Chen Ze. After completing such rigorous drills, he began to gradually engage in other forms of training, specifically those aimed at enhancing overall body control. This type of training delved into the control of every muscle in the body. The human body contains 639 muscles. Some easy to control, others exceedingly difficult, with a vast difference between them. Chen Ze's current objective was to train his body to gain better command over all its muscles, bringing each one under his complete and categorized control. Legend has it that the tongue is the most flexible muscle in the human body. Chen Ze's goal now was to evolve every muscle in his body towards the agility of the tongue, making them increasingly nimble. After days of training, Chen Ze's power grew substantially. Initially, some energy from the Venom black spider was stored near his heart. Now, after extensive training, that process was no longer so cumbersome. The energy mass from the Venom black spider, originally located near his heart in his chest, had been absorbed by his body, by about 1/5, transforming into his own strength. His power had surged dramatically. His leg strength, previously around 5 tons, had now increased to nearly 7 tons, a truly terrifying figure. Chen Ze's maximum punching power had also reached the terrifying figure of nearly 5 tons. Currently, Chen Ze focused on training his control, while gradually absorbing the power devoured from the Venom black spider, making it truly his own. One day, Chen Ze was once again deeply engrossed in his training room. He had just completed an extended session on muscular control, and was now taking a brief rest. Chen Ze picked up a jacket and draped it over himself. He was now attempting to use his muscle movements to take off this garment. Ordinarily, removing the jacket would be simple for Chen Ze. He could easily do it by manipulating a force field. However, he was currently training his muscular control. The muscles on Chen Ze's shoulders and arms began to ripple. Under his command, individual muscles started to writhe, creating interconnected movements. After a considerable effort, over 10 minutes, Chen Ze, now fatigued from the intense concentration, finally managed to take off his jacket. He did so without using his hands, relying purely on the undulating force of his muscles. This kind of training served a dual purpose. It exercised his muscles, and being somewhat intriguing, prevented premature boredom. Chen Ze engaged in this form of training almost daily, expending significant mental energy each time. This practice had a profound impact on him. At the very least, his control over every muscle in his body had increased, making him more agile and nimble. Leaping, twisting, and turning in midair were no longer challenging feats. Just as Chen Ze was about to take a shower, everyone on the helicarrier was troubled by a single matter. This matter was the confirmed appearance of Loki on the top of the several hundred metal Stark Industries building. Upon hearing this news, Iron Man felt almost dizzy. He immediately instructed his home AI to activate the weaponry he had installed on the rooftop. Anticipating a potential major battle there, he had been preparing for some time. Now all his defenses were activated to counter the threat. Iron Man was no pushover. His armaments were powerful and not merely scientific weapons. Just as he could now engage mythical foes, his equipment was capable of attacking someone like Loki. Armaments activated. A voice came through Iron Man's remote control earpiece. Hundreds of kilometers away at the Stark Industries building in New York, Loki hovered there in midair. If Chen Ze could see Loki at that moment, he would find it surprising yet logical, for Loki's appearance was exactly as he had seen in the movie The Avengers. This was also the same rock star look that Iron Man had mockingly attributed to Loki. Following Iron Man's command, energy emitters emerged on the roof of the Stark Industries building. Massive cannons began to charge their energy, intensifying, ready to unleash a devastating blast. Boom! Boom! The roar echoed as incandescent beams of light shot into the sky, all targeting Loki. Whoosh! Loki's floating form proved incredibly agile as he effortlessly dodged these energy attacks. A moment later, a green figure also appeared, hovering in the sky. A green cloak with a high hood that partially revealed a face. Oh, but the face was hidden behind a silver metal mask. Everyone witnessing this was stunned. Atop the Stark Industries building in New York, two heavyweight villains had appeared: Loki and Dr. Doom. Moreover, more and more supervillains were gathering, many of whom Chen Ze had only seen in film and television works from another dimension. Of course, only those with immense power were appearing now. Otherwise, lesser villains would have been eliminated directly by the U.S. military before reaching the core of New York, as the army still possessed some combat effectiveness. Damn! How are there so many of them? Iron Man immediately complained. Near the Stark Industries building in New York, talents had truly gathered. Unfortunately, none of those appearing now were of the virtuous sort. We're doomed. Iron Man groaned, clutching his forehead as he gazed at the video monitor footage. Then, without any visible disturbance in the sky, the rooftop of the Stark Industries building, including some of Iron Man's deployed defenses, silently disintegrated into dust over the course of a few seconds. Will the U.S. government compensate for this? Iron Man asked Fury at that moment. Fury spread his hands. I'm sorry. This isn't covered under our compensation policy. That attack, whether it was Loki's or Dr. Doom's doing, both possessed formidable magical prowess. They might have employed spatial magic or perhaps directly manipulated force fields. Regardless of the spell's nature, the fact remained that the rooftop of the Stark Industries building had been utterly demolished. Chen Ze had just received the latest notification and arrived at the bridge where he witnessed this shocking footage. Everyone was stunned save Iron Man, whose face behind the steel helmet was etched with anguish. We must stop them as quickly as possible, Fury declared. Everyone needs to get over there now. I'll summon more reinforcements. The military is already evacuating civilians, so please hurry. All right? A resounding chorus of assent echoed. After all, there was no time for idle chatter. But just then the situation near Stark Industries shifted once more. We've detected intense spatial energy over there. Something is tearing through the fabric of space. S-H-I-E-L-D, analyst shouted. Could it be? A shared thought crossed many minds, and their gazes turned to Chen Ze, for he had prophesied that this very location might become a gateway, unleashing the demonic army upon the world. At the thought, Iron Man's voice crackled through his armor's microphone. Oh God, just kill me now. Let it be done. Boom, boom. On the screen, countless transformations unfolded. Beams of azure light shot into the sky. These devices were likely brought by those two scoundrels, Dr. Doom and Loki, as their mastery of spatial magic made transportation simpler. Others, even those capable of flight, found it difficult to appear there. Their instruments blasted upward into the heavens. Chen Ze observed the scene, identical to that from the Avengers. Unfortunately, this time they lacked Thor, leaving only Earth's native heroes to strike with all their might. The azure beams soared into the sky. Though initially fired from different angles, they converged into a single mass upon reaching the heavens. This mass did not continue upward, but instead coalesced. Then, boom! The blue sky seemed to burst open, revealing a gaping hole within which lay an abyss of impenetrable darkness. Space has been torn apart. Several S-H-I-E-L-D technicians shouted. Indeed, space had been rent asunder. S-H-I-E-L-D. Worst-case scenario had come true. From that torn maw, like a leaking dumpling, swarms of Chitauri warriors poured down on their flying chariots, dense as locusts. The overwhelming sight made everyone's scalps tingle. Boom! Boom! The U.S. military was the first to engage these demonic invaders. Fortunately, they possessed physical form, so the military's fighter jets proved effective, their heavy cannons mowing down countless Chitauri in bursts of sparks. Had this been a wilderness battle, even the might of the U.S. military alone might have subdued these demonic forces. Demonic realm, being merely the Asgardian term, they were not entirely invincible. If all else failed, a few nuclear warheads in Earth's environment would bring these Chitauri to their knees. But the crux was that this was New York. a sprawling metropolis of 10 million souls. The military was hamstrung, fearing both collateral damage and above all the unacceptable civilian casualties. Thanks to Chen Ze's earlier warnings, the area around Stark Industries was already sparsely populated, and with police evacuations underway, there should be no major issues. However, the problem was that these Chitauri warriors scattered like petals across every district of New York. So it was a complete mess. Things had truly gone awry. Hurry, hurry! Everyone move faster! Fury, now frantic, was tempted to grab a gun and join the fray himself, putting himself in their shoes. If his own country, say Beijing or Shanghai, suffered such an assault, Chen Ze would have been furious and unable to wait a second longer. So he understood Fury's urgency. Even though the victims were Americans, Chen Ze felt a burning anxiety. After all, sharing humanity, imagining the horrors they might face. He quickly donned his combat suit in his quarters and set off aboard an aircraft. Meanwhile, Iron Man and others capable of flight raced to the scene at top speed. Many other superheroes not officially part of the Avengers also rushed to the scene, including the Fantastic Four, Spider-Man, and even Wolverine and his crew from the X-Men. The superhero side was indeed formidable. Every hero present threw themselves into the battle with all haste. Most were exceptionally powerful. For instance, Johnny Storm, the Human Torch of the Fantastic Four, could incinerate a string of Chitauri with his flames. Yet the sheer number of Chitauri, tens of thousands having already descended with more pouring in, was overwhelming. Thus, even with the military and superheroes in action, it was like a drop in the bucket. The current situation called for capturing the ringleaders first, dealing with Loki, and the others was the key to turning the tide. The Chitauri soldiers appearing on the scene had grown increasingly numerous, like petals scattering from heaven, countless Chitauri warriors riding their flying chariots as they swooped down from the lofty skies. After descending to the ground, these Chitauri soldiers began attacking people, indiscriminately striking at anyone they saw. This was, after all, the real world, not a movie where Hawkeye could shoot arrows everywhere and Black Widow could leap and tumble unscathed. Here, countless lives were being lost, and the U.S. fighter jets that had joined the battle were being blasted out of the sky. Of course, many Chitauri soldiers were also being killed. These were Chitauri warriors, but their individual combat prowess was not exceptionally formidable. When struck by the thick cannons of U.S. fighter jets, many Chitauri soldiers were torn into several pieces. However, the fighter jets could only handle the Chitauri soldiers that had just appeared at high altitudes. For those below, heavy armed helicopters were needed to rush in. If the fighters were to weave among the skyscrapers, a single misstep would result in destruction and death. But armed helicopters compared to fighter jets were far inferior in maneuverability. A newly arrived armed helicopter had just sprayed bullets across the ground, killing 7 or 8 Chitauri soldiers, but then, bang, 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 the Chitauri soldiers aimed their weapons at the helicopter and fired a few shots. Instantly, the helicopter's belly was pierced through. More shots struck the helicopter, blowing off its rotors. In a moment, the helicopter wobbled and crashed to the ground, erupting in a shower of sparks. Countless armed helicopters met the same fate. High above, the fighter jets were not having an easy time either. From the rift torn in the sky, enormous flying beasts emerged, their bodies ranging from tens to hundreds of meters long, covered in layer upon layer of scales. They flew through the air in a bizarre manner, as if swimming through the atmosphere rather than flying. These flying beasts charged recklessly, often crashing directly into buildings, instead of swerving around them, shattering many skyscrapers into rubble. After this battle, the economy of New York, and indeed the entire United States, would regress by an unknown number of years. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. High above, fighter jets unleashed streams of cannon fire at the flying beasts and Chitauri soldiers. The beasts, thick-skinned and tough, remained largely unharmed, but many flying chariots were shattered, and some Chitauri warriors were torn apart by the massive cannon rounds. At the same time, the fighter jets launched numerous small air-to-air missiles, compact yet potent. These missiles streaked toward different targets, triggering countless explosions. The fighter jets were indeed powerful, capable of clearing many foes. However, their luck was not particularly good. Boom! Boom! From many flying chariots, the energy beams fired from Chitauri weapons riddled the planes with holes. Many aircraft plummeted to the ground and exploded on impact. Under these circumstances, the military had to rely more heavily on ground forces. The Chitauri soldiers' weapons were so powerful that they could shoot down fighter jets with ease. Thus, to speak bluntly, every fighter jet and helicopter lost was irreplaceable. Even with the vast resources of the United States, such relentless attrition was unsustainable, not to mention the precious pilots killed by those weapons. Ground forces were a better option. Human lives were precious, but it was still more cost-effective to use this lower-cost branch of the military to resist the invasion. The ground troops' guns could still kill Chitauri soldiers. The U.S. Army gradually joined the battlefield. However, in the current conflict, the superhumans had taken center stage. Whoosh! A long stream of flames shot from Johnny's hands, engulfing over a dozen Chitauri soldiers on the street, turning them into human torches. Johnny transformed into a ball of fire again and charged toward Dr. Doom high in the air. Bang, 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 bang. Beside a stunning blonde in a sleek black outfit, many Chitauri soldiers were inexplicably lifted into the air and slammed against the walls behind them. The Chitauri soldiers immediately tried to retaliate, but were astonished to find that the blonde had vanished. Yet the influence of the force field persisted. Boom! The Thing Ben grabbed a Chitauri soldier and hurled him to the ground, smashing him into pulp. Then he seized another and did the same. Energy beams from some Chitauri soldiers struck him, but they barely caused any harm. He continued his rampage. The Fantastic Four had arrived. Bang, bang, bang. Dust flew as a figure in red and blue swung through the air, firing spiderweb bombs as he moved. The bombs were immensely powerful, collapsing buildings on impact and blowing gaping holes through Chitauri soldiers. Bang! Spider-Man's momentum carried him into a Chitauri soldier, shattering his skull with a kick. SSSS. A silvery white beam traced a long arc, and wherever it passed, many Chitauri soldiers were blasted open with massive holes. Iron Man materialized in the air, long yellow flames trailing from his legs. He emerged from a street, firing micromissiles from his hands to destroy many flying chariots, while energy blasts from his palms killed numerous Chitauri soldiers. When encountering a skyscraper, Iron Man shot upward, hugging the building's facade. Sometimes he used energy attacks, other times he simply rammed the enemies aside. Finally, Iron Man ascended to the top, and a silvery white beam from his chest shot directly toward Loki. Boom! Loki's body vanished from its spot, reappearing above Iron Man. He raised his scepter, and a blue energy blast struck Iron Man. Iron Man flipped in midair, and the energy from his chest clashed with Loki's blue beam. Boom! The explosion from the collision echoed far and wide. Many superhumans had arrived on the scene and joined the fight. By now, the number of superhumans on the battlefield was growing, and they had become the main force resisting the Chitauri. The scene grew increasingly chaotic as more superheroes arrived. The military and superheroes were advancing steadily, while countless civilians were being evacuated from New York. Although danger had been foreseen and some people near Stark Industries had been relocated in advance, it was impossible to move the entire population of New York. Thus, countless lives were still lost at the scene. Chen Ze arrived at the location following an aircraft. The sky and the ground were in utter disarray. Countless buildings were being destroyed and numerous aircraft, both human and Chitauri, were plummeting from the sky. In fact, the Chitauri had a much higher loss rate of aircraft compared to humans. So far, humanity had lost over 60 fighter jets and more than 100 helicopters, but the Chitauri, including those taken down by superheroes, had already lost at least 10,000 flying units and hundreds of aerial beasts. However, the Chitauri warriors seemed to pour endlessly from the gaping hole in the sky. Thus, at this rate, humanity still couldn't prevail. Even with so many superheroes, they were still outmatched. It was a matter of war costs, much like the ancient clashes between agrarian and nomadic civilizations. The nomads bore far lower war costs. For agrarians, especially maintaining cavalry was exceedingly difficult. But for nomads, it was different. If this attrition continued, the superheroes' powers would eventually be exhausted, while the Chitauri warriors kept appearing, without end, raising grave concerns for the future of New York, and indeed for the future of the entire United States and all of humanity. Just then, bang! A fighter jet was shot down again from the sky. This time, standing on a flying vehicle was a Chitauri warrior distinctly different from the others. This being wore a suit of golden armor and a large helmet, also golden. The helmet's design somewhat resembled Hattori Hanzo from the show The Love Apartment that Chen Ze had seen before. This newcomer appeared to be an officer, having just shot down the fighter jet with a burst of energy from its hand. Bang! Another helicopter was brought down by this officer, its rotors clattering on the ground. As Chen Ze jumped off the plane, he spotted this Chitauri officer. Chen Ze estimated that while this Chitauri officer seemed fairly powerful, its attack methods were limited, relying solely on its physical strength and energy blasts from its hands. He could handle it. Chen Ze was tired of his current strength. The rating of first stage intermediate made him feel severely constrained. Though he appeared to comply with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s orders and seemed under their control, it was merely a temporary expedient. Not that he harbored any conspiracy against S.H.I.E.L.D., but he instinctively distrusted them. He felt that their invitation to join the Avengers was not as simple as it seemed. They surely had ulterior motives. This gut instinct kept Chen Ze feeling uneasy. But the problem was his strength was too weak. If he left the Avengers, he would be in deep trouble with Hydra. Hydra also had designs on him, and there were far too many terrifying individuals within their ranks. Moreover, if Chen Ze truly left the Avengers, he could imagine S.H.I.E.L.D. would order a swarm of agents to monitor, arrest, or even kill him. This American government agency, which sought to control everything, would never tolerate such a variable. Thus Chen Ze's strength was insufficient. He now possessed force field's magic and the power of the symbiote, but these abilities were still relatively weak. At least he couldn't handle most people. If S.H.I.E.L.D. truly turned against him, even Iron Man alone could spell his doom. He saw this Battle of New York as an opportunity. Chen Ze planned to take on the Chitauri officer, as he felt no pressure dealing with ordinary Chitauri warriors. Just as Chen Ze was about to shoot a web, a loud crash resounded. The Chitauri officer above plummeted heavily to the ground, kicking up dust. A green figure flashed through the air where the officer had been. The Hulk! Chen Ze realized instantly. Seeing the Chitauri officer writhing on the ground, Chen Ze wasted no time. He extended his right hand and forcibly absorbed it. Squealing sounds came from the officer's mouth. Presumably cries of agony, though Chen Ze couldn't see its expression or understand its language. It was clearly in great pain. Since this was a demonic creature, Chen Ze had no qualms about forcibly siphoning its life force. After over 10 seconds, Chen Ze tossed the Chitauri officer aside. In absorbing its life force, he also absorbed its energy, which transformed into magical energy within his body. Just magical energy again. Chen Ze frowned, having hoped for something better. Still, a little extra magical energy was better than nothing. To unleash greater explosive force externally, he needed to strengthen the magical energy in his mind. So absorbing more would bring additional benefits. Just then, several Chitauri warriors suddenly fired blue energy blasts at Chen Ze. In a split second, Chen Ze dodged left and right. These blasts could definitely pierce his body. After evading several, one incoming blast left him no room to escape. Bang! The energy blast struck just before Chen Ze pausing momentarily. He was shoved backward to the left, then shot a web and soared high into the air. In that critical moment, he had activated his protective force field, deflecting the blast slightly. So my power has already reached this level. At this moment, a hint of doubt lingered in Chen Ze's mind. His force field was currently extremely weak, capable of blocking only a minimal amount of attacks. However, he had just managed to unleash his strongest psychic energy in a moment of crisis, thereby deflecting the shockwave. More critically, this incident meant that Chen Ze could not withstand even a single blow from a Chitauri warrior. A single energy beam would be enough to kill him. After lamenting, Chen Ze felt a surge of displeasure. He had only blocked a single attack, yet his force field was already depleted. More critically, this incident meant that Chen Ze could not withstand even a single blow from a Chitauri warrior. A single energy beam would be enough to kill him. It seemed he would have to be more cautious from now on, preferably sticking close to the main force. Thus Chen Ze picked up his submachine gun and followed the squad. Bang! 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 Chen Ze exchanged fire with the Chitauri warriors, managing to take down a few of them. Yet he increasingly felt that this approach was futile. If this continued, his goal of enhancing his strength would never be achieved. He needed to find something new. Bang! 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 Suddenly, the Chitauri warriors ahead became densely packed, unleashing countless shockwaves in their direction. Forced to take cover, Chen Ze lay flat on the ground, passively evading the onslaught. Slowly, he began to channel the force field that had just slightly recovered. Requesting tank support. Requesting tank support. The American soldiers beside Chen Ze were shouting. Ignoring them for the moment, Chen Ze focused inward, searching for that resonant sensation. Boom! Finally, Chen Ze's magical energy stirred the surrounding forces, triggering a massive reaction. Streams of spatial energy folded and overlapped, compressing into a dense mass. When Chen Ze relinquished control over that cluster of energy, it detonated directly among the Chitauri warriors who had been attacking him. Several Chitauri warriors were blasted into pieces by the explosion. Chen Ze immediately sprang to his feet, abandoning his submachine gun, and began flicking out spider orbs with both hands. Chen Ze's spider orbs possessed slightly greater power than bullets, though they lagged behind in both velocity and impact force. Yet due to their larger size, whether striking a human or a Chitauri warrior, the sheer impact they delivered was unparalleled. If they hit a human, they would leave a massive hole. Bang! 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 However, the Chitauri warriors Chen Ze had eliminated did not clear his path entirely. Many more were still charging toward him. Yet these oncoming Chitauri warriors fell like wheat before a scythe. Chen Ze squinted and saw a figure clad in red and blue soaring through the air. Countless more Chitauri warriors were falling at his hands. Spider-Man swung down from the sky, landing steadily in front of Chen Ze. "Hey buddy, long time no see. Ready to fight together?" "Sure." Chen Ze agreed without hesitation, as his current state made it imperative to borrow Spider-Man's strength. Moreover, their similar abilities made it easier to coordinate and support each other. There was another reason Chen Ze hoped to leverage Spider-Man's power to engage in high-intensity battles. Otherwise, fighting these Chitauri soldiers offered little benefit. Whoosh! Whoosh! Thus a truly astonishing scene unfolded. Spider-Man and Chen Ze, both shooting webs, swung forward through the air. Bang! Bang! Spider-Man's spider orbs struck a massive flying beast, hitting its eyes and causing it to howl in agony. Chen Ze swung in from another side of the building, unleashing his own spider orbs to send the Chitauri soldiers atop the flying beast tumbling. He then landed directly on the beast and engaged the soldiers in close combat. In hand-to-hand combat, these Chitauri soldiers were no match for Chen Ze at all. He kicked several Chitauri soldiers off the flying beast, sending them crashing to the ground. With both hands, he shot webs in all directions, piercing many of the soldiers' bodies while continuing to fire spider orbs. Simultaneously, Chen Ze's body moved like a blur, weaving through the Chitauri soldiers with dizzying agility, yet they could not catch hold of him. Such was Chen Ze's strength in ranged combat. He could not withstand the Chitauri soldiers' energy beams and would be wounded, but once the fight turned melee, they were utterly outclassed. Boom! The last Chitauri soldier was kicked to the ground by Chen Ze. Meanwhile, Spider-Man was swinging between buildings, dealing with the Chitauri flying beast beneath Chen Ze's feet. Standing atop the head of the Chitauri flying beast, Chen Ze's gaze rose toward the sky. That was where the fiercest battle raged. Dr. Doom and Loki were locked in combat with Iron Man, the Human Torch, Johnny from the Fantastic Four, and other superheroes. At another location, the site responsible for bridging the two worlds and summoning the Chitauri soldiers to Earth, where the Tesseract was being developed, a fierce struggle for the Tesseract was also underway. The Avengers were gradually gaining the upper hand, but the Tesseract was now operating at full power, repelling anyone who approached it. It seemed that even seizing the Tesseract here would be futile for now. The Avengers, however, were executing their assault with a clear strategy. Before arriving, Chen Ze had suggested that destroying the Chitauri mothership was likely the key to closing the portal. But now, with an endless stream of Chitauri soldiers pouring through, they couldn't even get close enough to destroy the ship. Since Chen Ze had predicted the Battle of New York, SHIELD had taken his words seriously. But the current situation, at the very least, they had to subdue Dr. Doom and Loki first. However, those two were overwhelmingly powerful. Despite being surrounded by numerous superheroes, they still managed to break through the encirclement. Dr. Doom in particular was so strong he seemed almost inhuman. The tide only began to turn when the Hulk, whose indiscriminate rage was a concern, joined the fray. The Hulk's strength was immense, and it grew even more formidable as his anger intensified. Bang! The Hulk leaped up and punched the force field surrounding Dr. Doom. At that moment, he felt a searing pain erupt from his back. Suddenly, the Hulk began to roar in fury. It was an energy attack orchestrated by Loki from the sidelines. Loki's side had some villainous superhumans, but not a great many. After all, most villainous superhumans were merely pursuing their own interests, not seeking to destroy the Earth. Destroying the planet would do them no good. Those who came here were either harboring ulterior motives or were truly insane. Thus, although the Battle of New York had already inflicted devastating damage upon the city, the number of villainous superhumans present was actually not that large. The Hulk's assaults were taking a toll on the two adversaries. Despite their immense power spanning both technology and magic, and their increasingly formidable attacks, the problem was the Hulk's thick skin and his tendency to grow stronger with rage. No one had ever witnessed his ultimate state, only his ever-escalating power. Such a Hulk proved exceedingly difficult for them to handle. Boom! Finally, the Hulk was knocked off the rooftop. But midair, he grabbed hold of a building floor, exerted his strength, and launched himself back up to the roof, rejoining the fray against the two. Boom! Boom! Bang! Bang! The sounds echoed incessantly from the battlefield, where countless energies were constantly erupting. The battle raged with unprecedented intensity. Boom! At that moment, Iron Man blasted a silver energy beam down from the sky. The beam was so potent that it consumed a vast amount of energy stored in his armor, forcing Loki to exert his full strength to counter it. Loki turned and fired an energy blast at Iron Man high above. The two forces collided violently in the sky, generating an immense shockwave that affected everyone locked in combat nearby. The blast even rippled outward, engulfing and obliterating several Chitauri warriors descending from the sky. But the battle was not limited to that area. Boom! Chen Ze and Spider-Man swung near the rooftop of a tall building where a flying beast awaited them. Chen Ze exchanged a nod with Spider-Man, and they coordinated once more to launch an attack on the flying beast. Their teamwork had become seamless, employing the same tactics as before. After a while, the flying beast let out a pained roar, heavily battered by their spiderwebs. At this moment, Chen Ze did not kill the beast alongside Spider-Man. Instead, he extended his right hand, attempting to directly absorb it. Chen Ze had never had the chance to attempt such absorption before, and now was the perfect opportunity. A surging torrent of energy flowed from Chen Ze's right hand into the depths of his being, converging near his heart. Chen Ze was well acquainted with this process. The energy mass pulsed within his heart, and the absorption lasted over 20 seconds, yet the energy gained was equivalent to several minutes of previous absorptions. Huff! Huff! After confirming that the energy had fully integrated into his body and become his own, Chen Ze exhaled deeply. The energy had been immense and injected into his body in a very short time, leaving him momentarily unsettled. But the discomfort quickly faded as he adapted to the newfound power. However, after acquiring this energy, Chen Ze would need extensive training to restore his agility and control over his strength to pre-absorption levels. The energy absorbed from the flying beast primarily enhanced his strength with some improvement in agility and control, but the most significant gain was raw power. Too bad I couldn't absorb its flight ability. Chen Ze still harbored a deep yearning for flight, yet his current web-swinging was almost akin to flying. He and Spider-Man now traversed hundreds of feet in the air, coordinating seamlessly to eliminate their foes. After prolonged combat, many superheroes had nearly exhausted their abilities and stamina. On the ground, with the cooperation of the military and heroes, nearly 10,000 Chitauri warriors had been slain. The battle was indeed ferocious. Nevertheless, although fewer Chitauri were now emerging from the portal, they still streamed forth endlessly as if inexhaustible. Hundreds of thousands of Chitauri warriors remained on the ground to be dealt with. A daunting prospect. However, many superheroes were growing weary. What would happen next was uncertain. Everyone harbored grim forebodings about the situation. Spider-Man's stamina and energy had also diminished, yet he maintained his combat intensity without any sign of abatement. Because everyone was deeply anxious about the state of New York. Thus Chen Ze and Spider-Man continued to press forward. In truth, Chen Ze had already gained much, especially from absorbing the flying beast's power. With training, this strength would become his own, augmenting his formidable abilities. Just then, another flying beast appeared before Chen Ze and Spider-Man, but this one was different from the others. Other flying beasts moved through the air like fish swimming in water, their tails undulating up and down. This one, however, had broad wings and resembled a mythical western dragon. Moreover, whoosh! The beast suddenly spat a stream of water at Spider-Man and Chen Ze. Chen Ze's force field immediately detected intense magical fluctuations. The beast was using magic. Watch out! There's something off about this one, Spider-Man said to Chen Ze. Chen Ze rolled his eyes. He could see that for himself. There was definitely something strange about the creature. The flying beast was covered in a blue-black hue, a stark contrast to other flying creatures. Both Chen Ze and Spider-Man were exceptionally agile. With a swift roll, they dodged the water dragon surging toward them. Boom! As Chen Ze's web shot out and latched onto a skyscraper ahead, his body swinging through the air, he caught a glimpse of the aftermath from the flying beast's water dragon. A building was cleaved in half by the torrent and came crashing down. Shit! Spider-Man exclaimed nearby. The water it spews is incredibly powerful. We need to be careful. Chen Ze acknowledged with a grunt, swinging back around from the other side of the building and firing web projectiles at the flying beast. However, his web shots halted about 2 or 3 meters from the beast, unable to advance further. A force field. So it does have a force field. Chen Ze realized instantly. This flying beast was clearly using a force field to block his web projectiles. Spider-Man shot his webs from the front as well and found the force field blocking his path. But Spider-Man knew to use his webs to stick to the protective field. So he anchored his threads to the beast's force field and delivered a kick with tens of tons of force. No sound echoed, but the flying beast clearly felt the weight of that heavy blow. Roar! The flying beast let out a furious roar, and nearby Chitauri soldiers on flying platforms charged at Chen Ze and Spider-Man, firing beams at them. Chen Ze dodged left and right, shooting webs continuously, barely evading the beams. The power he had just absorbed slightly reduced his agility, a problem to address. This could only be resolved through his own training later. Boom! 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 Just then, a series of explosions erupted around the Chitauri soldiers on their flying platforms, encircling Chen Ze and Spider-Man. With these blasts, many Chitauri soldiers were turned to dust without even a groan. Sorry I'm late. Chen Ze and Spider-Man turned to see the source of the explosions. A figure in green armor with a familiar head and a glider beneath his feet. Green Goblin had arrived. The Chitauri soldiers around them were nearly all cleared out, and from his glider a small missile shot out aimed directly at the flying beast. Spider-Man and Chen Ze moved in perfect sync, scattering to opposite sides. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed. Though the force field wasn't a solid shape to trigger the missile, Green Goblin could control the detonation himself, so the missile exploded the instant it touched the beast's force field. The flying beast's force field shattered, and it roared in fury. Whoosh! A massive torrent of blue water brimming with immense power surged toward Chen Ze and Spider-Man. A separate stream branched off from the main torrent, shooting up at Green Goblin in the sky. The blue water spewed by this beast was indeed formidable, carrying overwhelming force. Unfortunately, the flying beast's attack methods were too monotonous, and its massive size made it clumsy. Facing three agile fighters, Chen Ze, Green Goblin, and Spider-Man, who moved through the skyscrapers with ease, it was at a severe disadvantage. All three evaded the blue water's assault, but as the torrent brushed past Chen Ze, he felt a bone-chilling cold. Clearly, the water's temperature was extremely low. Realizing this, Chen Ze became more cautious around the flying beast. He couldn't afford to be reckless. One hit from that water could spell disaster. You two keep attacking it. It'll handle the rest of the perimeter. Green Goblin said to Chen Ze and Spider-Man. Indeed, more Chitauri soldiers were closing in, so he needed to clear them out, leaving Spider-Man and Chen Ze to focus on the flying beast. Got it. Chen Ze and Spider-Man understood the battle plan and responded in unison. Green Goblin tossed some items toward each of them, and naturally neither Chen Ze nor Spider-Man let them fall. Both shot out webs, snatching the objects midair and pulling them into their arms. Chen Ze saw that Green Goblin had given him bombs, specialized ones similar to those used against Spider-Man and Venom in Spider-Man 3, but with a more refined design. They might even pack more power. Bang! 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 Armed with these new tools, Spider-Man and Chen Ze hurled bombs at the flying beast, relentlessly blasting it into a frenzy. Its water streams couldn't hit the agile duo, so it attempted to flee. Where do you think you're going? Chen Ze sensed that the beast's force field was nearly shattered. He couldn't let it escape now. If Spider-Man wanted to stop it to prevent further damage to New York, the military, or other heroes, Chen Ze had an additional crucial reason. He wanted to devour this flying beast. Earlier, absorbing the levitating cloaked figure had granted Chen Ze a force field, but it was too weak with minimal control over magic. Acquiring more force field power would be a monumental leap in his strength. With this intention, Chen Ze was determined to chase down the flying beast. Swoosh! Both Chen Ze and Spider-Man shot their webs onto the beast. Spider-Man fired several web projectiles, and if not for the beast quickly spewing water, it would have been blinded. Chen Ze also unleashed web shots while gripping the threads, launching himself onto the beast's back and landing a heavy kick. Spider-Man jumped on as well, delivering another powerful kick. Both their legs struck the beast's head, causing it to let out a piercing shriek before plummeting to the ground. Seeing the flying beast plummeting downward, Chen Ze acted swiftly, instantly shooting a strand of spider silk and propelling himself after it at breakneck speed. With a thunderous crash, the flying beast slammed into the ground, gouging out a massive crater and cracking the earth. Chen Ze descended with equal haste, landing beside the creature moments later. He extended his right hand and began to devour it. This flying beast was no ordinary creature, unlike those he had encountered before. It seemed to possess the ability to wield magic, which piqued Chen Ze's interest in consuming it. As Chen Ze commenced devouring, the flying beast, energy once again surged into his body, just as it had previously. The first to enter was the beast's raw strength. Having already devoured a flying beast before, the increase in power from this one was far less significant than the last. Before long, he had completely absorbed its physical might. Next came the beast's magical energy. This energy flowed into Chen Ze's mind, merging seamlessly with the magical power he already possessed. In an instant, Chen Ze once again experienced a heightened perception of the world around him. It felt as if everything within his vicinity was under his keen sensory control, and with a mere thought this sensation transformed into vivid imagery. This feeling was exhilarating. The magical energy within Chen Ze's mind had already been considerable, and after countless acts of devouring the cluster of power, had grown immensely robust. It was precisely because of his abundant magical energy that his first spellcasting had triggered an explosion. A feat virtually impossible for anyone else attempting their first incantation. Once Chen Ze had finished devouring the flying beast's energy, he sensed that his overall strength had once again been elevated. Of course, the sudden influx of energy also greatly diminished his control. He would undoubtedly need more training to gradually regain the mastery and command he once had. Drawing on his extensive experience from past training, Chen Ze was confident that after the Battle of New York concluded, it wouldn't take him long to fully harness the energy within him for his own use. While Chen Ze devoured the flying beast Spider-Man, and the Green Goblin cleared the skies above him of the relentless onslaught of Chitauri soldiers and flying chariots, ensuring a safe environment for his task. After that fierce battle, a bond of trust had genuinely formed between Chen Ze, Spider-Man, and the Green Goblin. The Green Goblin in particular harbored a deep gratitude toward Chen Ze. After all, if not for him, he would have been slain by Venom. How is it? Spider-Man descended from the sky, landing beside Chen Ze with a resounding thud, and asked. Excellent, Chen Ze replied, clenching his fists and feeling the immense power surging within them. The sensation of strength was intoxicating. The growth of power was always tangible, bringing with it a profound sense of satisfaction. Yet what many superheroes and ordinary people found arduous, an elusive path to enhancing their strength, was remarkably simple for Chen Ze. All he needed was to find suitable targets to devour, and the enhancement of his power would follow. This was his unique advantage. This was the supreme edge he possessed as a devourer, an ability no one else shared. So should we look for more flying beasts? They'd be beneficial for you, the Green Goblin called out from above. Let's take it as it comes, Chen Ze replied. For now, let's focus on clearing these things out. We'll deal with the rest later. Having just devoured a vast amount of energy, he felt a slight sense of saturation in his body, a signal that he should pause and not continue consuming for the moment. Just as he finished speaking, Chen Ze sensed something different. He hadn't only absorbed the flying beast's strength and magical energy, but also a force field. Yes, as he had speculated, he had indeed devoured the flying beast's force field. The force field was what Chen Ze desired most at this moment. Its absence had left him lacking sufficient combat prowess and kept his magical control at a disappointingly low level. A major reason he had wanted to devour this flying beast was to test whether it possessed a force field he could absorb. Now it seemed Chen Ze had achieved his goal. He sensed that his force field had expanded by roughly double its previous size. It could now unleash a considerable repulsive force, further augmenting his strength. If the situation weren't so chaotic, Chen Ze would have loved to test how much his newly acquired force field could amplify his magical power. But given the turmoil, he abandoned the idea and continued advancing alongside Spider-Man and the Green Goblin, attacking the surrounding Chitauri soldiers. Nevertheless, he could clearly feel that his force field was stronger and his power had increased. The decline in control, however, would have to wait until after the current events were resolved. As the group moved forward, the battle in the skies continued to rage unabated. The Hulk's fury and strength seemed boundless, growing fiercer with each passing moment and increasingly vexing his opponents. Even Loki and Dr. Doom had their limits. After such a prolonged exchange of attacks, both were nearly exhausted. Yet the offensive power of the superheroes only grew stronger. However, it seemed premature to declare victory for the heroes. For at that moment, a surge of immense energy erupted from the device that had opened the space portal in the sky, striking the Hulk. The blow caused the Hulk immense pain. Though it couldn't kill him, it momentarily halted his movements, nearly sending him crashing down from the sky. The others felt a sense of impending dread. The few figures high in the air grew somewhat hesitant, fearing they might inadvertently be struck by the device's blunt force, causing their attacks to momentarily falter. In particular, Johnny the Human Torch was knocked down from the sky by Dr. Doom. The Hulk regained his senses, his fury intensifying, his strength surging, and his attacks becoming even more ferocious. Once again, the battle in the sky reached a stalemate. On the ground, Chen Ze, Spider-Man, and Green Goblin were working together to eliminate the monsters. While dodging a beam of light and struggling to control the power he had just absorbed, Chen Ze accidentally fell through a glass window into a floor of a building. He landed amidst a pile of shattered glass, feeling some pain, but it was merely a minor discomfort. Rising to his feet, Chen Ze suddenly noticed strange objects on this floor, things that resembled coffins. And beside these objects, Chitauri soldiers stood guard. What are these? Curious, Chen Ze showed no mercy to the Chitauri soldiers. Swiftly, he shot webs from his hands, eliminating them all. Then he approached the coffin-like objects to see what lay inside. Upon looking, Chen Ze's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. Inside, a woman in her 30s was submerged in a golden liquid. However, she could no longer be called human. The liquid appeared highly corrosive, having already dissolved her lower body up to her waist, leaving nothing but half a torso and charred muscle tissue. A sight so gruesome it almost induced vomiting. Of course, that wasn't the most horrifying part. After all, the dead are typically sent to crematoriums, their bodies reduced to ashes. What was truly terrifying was that this woman had her eyes open, and they were not the eyes of the dead but of the living. Chen Ze could easily see the panic in her gaze, the despair hidden within. His breath grew heavy. Bang! He punched the ground, nearly shattering it. His eyes burned with fury. In the movies, he had never seen the Chitauri being so horrifying, committing such heinous acts. With trembling hands, Chen Ze shot a web strand onto the woman's body, pulling her out of the golden liquid. He knew the liquid had paralyzed her, leaving her unable to move, forced to watch her own body dissolve inch by inch. Seeing the pleading look in her eyes, Chen Ze gritted his teeth. He shot thin strands of web from his left hand into her head, destroying her brain tissue. A tumult of emotions surged within Chen Ze. A urge to cry, but he suppressed it after a moment. In its place, an intense hatred for these beings took hold. He had to stop this destruction of New York as soon as possible. Chen Ze was about to rush out and join the battle in the sky when a thought struck him. He looked at the golden liquid in the coffin and began to ponder. After some consideration, Chen Ze made a decision. He found the lid of the container and placed it on the large box holding the golden liquid. The lid fit perfectly, sealing it with almost no gap. He tested it by lifting the container with his web. The liquid didn't leak. Good. Using his webs to drag the box, Chen Ze glanced outside. Finding a spot away from Spider-Man and Green Goblin, he strapped the large box to his back and flew out. He lowered the box to the ground with his webs. The box weighed only a few dozen kilograms. A trivial burden for Chen Ze. He searched the area, carefully scanning with his eyes until he found a suitable place to hide the box, one he could easily find later. Arriving there, Chen Ze buried the box underground and made a mark only he could recognize. Then he shot his web back into the sky, hoisting himself high, and rejoined Spider-Man and Green Goblin. Spider-Man and Green Goblin were in the midst of fierce combat with the Chitauri soldiers. After helping them kill a few more, Spider-Man said, "Hey buddy, where did you go? We couldn't see you all of a sudden. We thought you were dead." "Of course not," Chen Ze replied. "I chased something over there and just came back." "You should have told us, or we'd worry," Green Goblin said. "I understand," Chen Ze responded. He then continued, "We can't stay here fighting these grunts. If we keep taking out the small fry, when will this battle ever end? After all, more of these things keep descending from the sky. We can't kill them all, can we?" Both of them knew he was right. "So what do? We need to join forces with all the Avengers and take down those two first," Chen Ze proposed. Chen Ze's suggestion was sound, but Green Goblin and Spider-Man had initially chosen to fight on the ground to avoid cooperating with the others. Otherwise, both could fly or use webs to traverse the sky, qualifying them for the aerial battle. After witnessing the woman's tragic fate, Chen Ze felt compelled to stop this catastrophe. He had to join the effort to capture the ringleader. "All right, let's go together." Green Goblin and Spider-Man, realizing the urgency, didn't hesitate. The three of them soared into the sky using their respective means. Chen Ze, clinging to his web, took a few minutes to reach the base of Stark Tower, then shot upward to join the fray. By now, the Hulk's strength had grown with his rage, putting increasing pressure on Loki and Dr. Doom. With a series of sharp whooshes, three figures shot into the sky, ascending to the rooftop of a towering building. Chen Ze clung to a strand of webbing, reeling it in as he propelled himself to the summit. Several spider-shaped projectiles had already reached the rooftop, hurtling directly toward the imposing figure of Dr. Doom. They tore through the air, massive and black, before crashing against his protective energy field. The Green Goblin's bombs flew one after another, a relentless barrage. Though Dr. Doom and Loki were far beyond the level of Chen Ze and his allies, the prior battles with the Hulk and Iron Man had severely drained their energies. Dr. Doom in particular felt his power waning. Under these circumstances, he sensed the situation spiraling into chaos. He had initially sought to reap benefits from this alliance with Loki, but now it was clear that matters were far more complicated. Chen Ze's strength was not remotely on par with that of Dr. Doom. A single strike from the villain could spell his doom. Fortunately, Dr. Doom was too preoccupied to focus on him. Just then, Loki's voice rang out amidst the chaos, calm and unhurried. "Do you truly believe that defeating us will save your planet? Even if you vanquish us, this portal will remain open, an endless stream of invaders pouring through." This was a pressing concern, and the heroes sought to seize control of the situation, ideally by capturing Loki to find a way to close the breach. "Spouting nonsense now. That proves you're all bluster." Iron Man's voice boomed as he zipped through the air at high speed. His energy continued to surge. Though engaged in battle, Iron Man's stamina and focus were his only real expenditures, as his armor's power reserves were not his own. Moreover, with Stark Industries Tower nearby, he could swap out suits mid-fight, so energy was never an issue. "Is that so? You will soon learn the consequences of your actions." Loki's tone carried a hint of sardonic mockery. Far away aboard the hovering helicarrier, events were unfolding. Fury was locked in a tense conversation with high-ranking government officials. The officials had made a critical decision to launch a nuclear missile directly at Stark Industries Center, hoping to eliminate the Chitauri forces in one fell swoop. Evacuate any superheroes who cannot withstand a nuclear blast immediately. The military is pulling back. You must act swiftly. The official's voice was cold and rigid. Fury seethed with anger, but his tone remained measured. You cannot do this. There are still civilians trapped there alongside countless superheroes and soldiers fighting. New York is a vast city, a symbol of America. What will the world think of us if we obliterate it with a nuclear bomb? That is our concern. We have considered all factors. You need not worry about it, the official replied dismissively. What you need to focus on is preparing the aircraft for launch. Time is running out, Fury retorted. At those words, Fury's face twisted with fury. No, you cannot do this. You have no right. Just then Maria Hill rushed in breathless. Sir, a plane is taking off from the deck against our orders. Damn it. Fury cursed under his breath, abandoning the conversation to grab a rocket launcher. He aimed at the departing aircraft and fired. A thunderous explosion echoed as the missile struck the plane's tail, crippling it on the deck. But another aircraft had already launched in its wake. Fury discarded the launcher, drawing his pistol and firing a few futile shots. He punched the air in frustration, his anger palpable. Yet rage alone would not solve the problem. After a moment's thought, Fury activated his radio and spoke urgently. Tony, prepare yourself. A nuke is heading your way. Intercept it. Copy that. Tony Stark's voice crackled with alarm. Without a word to his teammates, Iron Man veered off course, following the trajectory S.H.I.E.L.D. had relayed to him. What's happening? The sudden departure of their primary firepower left the other heroes bewildered. Iron Man's absence weakened their offensive, but the Hulk seemed inexhaustible, his energy and fury only growing stronger, sustaining their fighting strength. However, the gap left by Iron Man's exit affected Chen Ze. A blast of energy from Loki slipped past Johnny Storm's defenses, hurtling toward him. The attack came too fast. Chen Ze barely managed to deploy his defensive barrier, but even after absorbing some of the impact, Loki's energy shattered it. With a heavy thud, Chen Ze was sent flying over 20 meters, crashing onto the roof of another building. That building housed the Tesseract. He slammed onto the rooftop, his body aching from the brutal landing. This was the most powerful blow Chen Ze had endured all day. Indeed, Loki was formidable. Even a stray wisp of his energy was devastating to someone of Chen Ze's level. Chen Ze stumbled back a few steps, sensing an immense power emanating from the Tesseract. A daring, reckless idea sparked in his mind. While watching the movie The Avengers, Chen Ze had always been curious about the capabilities of the Tesseract. He had searched for answers on Baidu a few times. However, much of the information on Baidu was also unclear, as Marvel's comics are vast with countless universes and numerous variations within them. Thus, many found it difficult to discern the specific functions of each artifact. Chen Ze himself was also somewhat confused about their purposes. But now he sensed a peculiar energy emanating from the emitter behind him. This energy drew him in, exerting a unique and irresistible allure. A growing impulse surged within him. As the fierce battle raged on, a thought expanded boundlessly in Chen Ze's mind, compelling him to take action. Thus Chen Ze extended his right hand toward the massive emitter. Ah! The moment his right hand touched the edge of the emitter's energy field, a formidable current of power surged from his arm straight into his heart in an instant. Unlike others who had tried to destroy the energy array and were flung far backward, Chen Ze remained rooted in place. This energy rushing into his body reminded him of a childhood experience. Back then, a power line had fallen near his home, and his youthful ignorance led him to touch it. The electric shock felt exactly like this. His entire body trembled violently, as if scoured clean. This sensation left Chen Ze reeling for quite some time. After all, when he had touched that live wire as a child, his body was still frail, and the shock was unforgettable. Now his physique was immensely stronger, which meant the energy he was enduring now far surpassed that childhood encounter. Once this energy entered his body, Chen Ze experienced a remarkable sensation. A connection to his inner power. The dark mass near his heart, which had originally formed from the venom of the black spider he had absorbed, had remained condensed there. But now, with the influx of this energy, he felt everything suddenly clear and unblocked. In the blink of an eye, the power within his heart dispersed entirely, flowing into every limb and bone. Chen Ze had never expected this process to have such an effect. What he had previously needed to train slowly to integrate into his body was now fully released and became his own in an instant. He immediately felt the impact of this energy on his physique. His strength had now reached complete mastery. His physical power, along with his webbing and spider-shot energy, had all peaked at their optimal levels. His legs now possessed over 10 tons of force, elevating his power to a whole new tier. This strength was truly immense. Chen Ze yearned to test it immediately. Moreover, he sensed that his webbing and spider-shot energy had also significantly increased. The power derived from the black spider's venom had now been fully activated within him. This fusion of energies was incredibly exhilarating. Fantastic! Chen Ze clenched his fists, feeling a surge of formidable power coursing through him. Indeed, the Tesseract was no ordinary artifact. The power it bestowed was extraordinary. Furthermore, Chen Ze sensed that the energy he had just absorbed from the Tesseract had not only dispersed the mass near his heart, but also granted him control over another unfamiliar force. This power was foreign, yet he felt it could offer something akin to the magical energy he had previously acquired. Something that would surely prove useful. In truth, if Chen Ze could carefully attune himself to this energy and begin to wield it, he would gradually master it. But this was a battlefield, and there was no time to dwell on such sensations. What he needed to do now was to use this power to fight. He had to stop both Dr. Doom and Loki. At that moment, the Hulk was overwhelming, landing blow after blow, pushing Loki to the brink of collapse. Around them, many Chitauri soldiers had stopped descending and were instead firing their energy weapons at the superheroes, keeping them constantly on the defensive. The energy blasts barely affected the Hulk, given his immense physical resilience, but their sting only made him roar louder in fury. Chen Ze's spider shots together with Spider-Man's slammed relentlessly into Dr. Doom's force field. Dozens of kilometers away, Iron Man had intercepted the fighter jet heading for New York, but the nuclear missile had already been launched. He chased it through the sky, grabbed it with both arms, and made his decision. He flew straight toward the portal where the Chitauri were pouring through. Iron Man's speed was immense. In no time he had crossed the sea and arrived near Stark Tower. Then, directly beneath the opening, his body shot upward at an accelerating pace. He soared swiftly through the concrete jungle of buildings, breaking into the open sky above. Damn it! Loki immediately realized Iron Man's intent and cast a spell toward the sky. However, Iron Man's current armor could withstand the magic. Though it drained much of his energy, he continued his ascent. Distracted by his attack on Iron Man, Loki was struck by Chen Ze's spider shots and several other hits, finding himself in a perilous situation. Dr. Doom at this point began to contemplate retreat. Iron Man accelerated, hurtling straight toward the gap in the sky. He flew out through the breach. Damn it! Soon Iron Man reached the opening. Darkness surrounded him. He released the nuclear missile, letting it fly toward the colossal mothership as he began his return. Having flown beyond the sky's rift for so long, the missile now carried its own inertia, while Iron Man's armor, though equipped with life support, drained immense energy, a heavy burden on the suit. Thus Iron Man ceased his ascent, allowing the missile to soar toward the Chitauri vessel. No sound, barely a flash. This was the silence of a nuclear explosion in the vacuum of space. Yet it was enough. Iron Man plummeted back through the rift, falling straight from the heavens. On the ground, everyone's heart surged with hope, especially the Chitauri soldiers below. When the missile obliterated their ship, they froze like lifeless automatons, motionless where they stood. Even the flying beasts above lost their power, crashing down from the sky. Some struck skyscrapers, their massive 100-meter-long bodies and immense weight collapsing the rooftops. Other aircraft, also powerless, smashed into the ground, sending dust and debris flying. Many Chitauri warriors simply ceased to move. Seeing this, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Iron Man had done it, and with this turn of events, Dr. Doom knew the tide had turned. Staying any longer was futile. Boom! Amidst the battle of superheroes, a colossal burst of energy erupted, flames soaring to the sky. Dr. Doom's body shot upward like an arrow from a bow. Midway, his form vanished into thin air. Damn, he's escaped again. At that moment, fury consumed everyone's hearts. Dr. Doom had long been a bane to H-I-E-L-D. He had founded a nation in Eastern Europe, one that, despite economic blockades, managed to smuggle supplies through alliances with the likes of Kingpin. Military action was impossible too. This small Eastern European country was a formidable thorn, boasting powerful armed forces and nuclear weapons. No nation dared provoke it recklessly. Under Doom's rule, it was like a porcupine bristling with spines. Hard to bite and even harder to swallow, as many nations, despite their disdain, feared the backlash. In the mainstream world, nations are inherently selfish. Though Doom was a great villain, his country's people didn't engage in global threats, so this Eastern European state persisted. And now that accursed Dr. Doom had slipped away once more, his spatial magic was utterly unpredictable. Loki, the remaining fugitive, tried to flee, but this time the heroes united swarming to ensure he stayed. They rejoined the fray, yet none noticed Iron Man descending from the sky. As he neared the ground, his thrusters remained silent, unresponsive. No deceleration. If he kept falling, he would surely die on impact. Chen Ze recalled the original Hulk movie where the Hulk caught Iron Man, saving him from a fatal fall. But now the Hulk was locked in combat with Loki with no intention of rescuing Iron Man. What a bunch of idiots. Can't any of you see something's wrong with Iron Man? Chen Ze's heart brimmed with resentment. Blame Iron Man's usual arrogance and showmanship. Even if someone glimpsed him falling without his thrusters, they'd assume he was just showing off, planning to fire them at the last second. No one realized that Iron Man, drained of energy and reeling from the impact, had already fallen unconscious. Guess I have to do it. With no other choice, Chen Ze leaped into the sky, shooting a web toward Iron Man. The strand caught him and Chen Ze yanked, pulling toward a building. But he misjudged the force of Iron Man's fall. The impact was too great. Instead of reeling him in, Chen Ze was dragged off the building. Holy crap! 1,000 curses raced through Chen Ze's mind. His heroic act was backfiring. As he plummeted, he fired multiple webs latching onto the building. He spread hundreds of square feet of webbing across the structure, but it wasn't enough. The force tore chunks from the wall. Chen Ze shot more webs, clinging again to the building's facade, but they only ripped away bricks and debris. The ground loomed closer, only a dozen meters away. At this rate, if Chen Ze didn't release Iron Man and secure himself, he'd die alongside Tony Stark. What now? What now? In a flash, countless thoughts raced through Chen Ze's mind. No! I have to save him. Gritting his teeth, Chen Ze fired more webs, failing again, but the impact had lessened. Reach the ground. I must reach the ground. The thought swelled in his mind, growing louder and louder. Then suddenly his vision blurred. It felt as if he had entered a strange dimension. When he opened his eyes again, Iron Man lay 6 meters ahead, crashed on the ground. And Chen Ze himself was lying flat, unharmed, yet so weak, he couldn't lift a finger. As if he had toiled for 3 days and nights without sleep, utterly exhausted. This state, he sensed, would persist for a long time. But a thunderous thought echoed in his mind. Had he just teleported? Indeed, Chen Ze racked his brains and could only conclude that the situation had unfolded exactly like that. At the very moment his body yearned most desperately to reach the ground, he suddenly appeared upon it. However, he now felt as though all his strength had been drained. While Iron Man plummeted from the sky, the others hadn't noticed at first, but Black Widow had. She had seen Iron Man hurtling down from the heights without activating his thrusters. At once Black Widow hurriedly contacted the others, urging them to save Iron Man, yet she found herself unable to reach anyone who could truly catch him. In the midst of her panic, Chen Ze suddenly appeared, seizing Iron Man midair. He used countless strands of his webbing to rescue him. Thus Black Widow was the first to rush over, only to find Chen Ze sprawled on the ground, utterly drained. Hey Chen Ze, what's wrong? Black Widow immediately patted his cheek. Don't hit me, I'm fine. Chen Ze replied helplessly, but he could barely lift a finger, his voice weak and breathless, so he could only stop Black Widow's actions. Alright, I'll go check on Tony. Black Widow hurried over to see Iron Man Tony Stark. Yet her strength was utterly insufficient to even budge his helmet. Meanwhile, a startling change was occurring high in the sky. Boom! At that moment Loki unleashed a violent burst of explosive energy. Under its cover, he abruptly disengaged from the battle and reappeared elsewhere. Recalling how Dr. Doom had just escaped using the same trick, the superheroes in the sky felt a powerful sense of déjà vu and immediately moved to seal off all of Loki's escape routes. But Loki fled too swiftly, his power too immense, and in an instant he vanished into the sky. Fuck! We still let that bastard get away. Everyone on the scene was deeply frustrated, realizing that all their efforts had been in vain. But in that very instant, rip! Countless sounds echoed in the sky. The breach caused by Iron Man's explosion had already sealed itself, restoring the bright, clear blue sky. Suddenly countless lightning bolts erupted, silver-white flashes crisscrossing the heavens like the tangled roots of a giant tree. Following the lightning, Loki, who had just vanished into thin air, came crashing down from the sky, flailing wildly. But he did not fall to the ground. A hand appeared in midair, gripping the throat of the plummeting Loki. A crimson cape fluttered high in the wind. Seeing this, everyone understood what had happened. And who had arrived? Thor, the god of thunder. He had come at last, albeit belatedly, but he had still made it in time for the finale and had captured Loki. Capturing Loki was a momentous event. Thor's sudden appearance made everyone feel that at last the situation was under control. Beside Chen Ze, a figure in a red tight suit and helmet suddenly appeared. It was Ant-Man. Ant-Man, with his immense strength, quickly pried off Iron Man's faceplate. Once the faceplate was removed, Tony Stark's face was revealed to all. But his eyes were tightly shut, his complexion pale, giving the impression that his life force had nearly faded. Is he dead? Black Widow asked, a hint of shock in her voice. She had known Iron Man for quite some time, and his joining S.H.I.E.L.D. was largely due to her influence. Thus her reaction was not just shock but also deep sorrow. Yet, as a seasoned agent, she held back her tears. Though her nose was stinging, her expression betrayed nothing. Is he really dead? Captain America rushed over. Despite his frequent clashes with Iron Man in this moment of life and death, he too was filled with urgency. A crowd gathered around Iron Man, growing larger by the moment. Spider-Man, Ant-Man, the Fantastic Four. More and more people surrounded him. The medical system is temporarily down. The best we can do is get him to the nearest hospital as quickly as possible. The reply came, but just then Tony Stark suddenly stirred from his unconscious state, gasping heavily a few times before opening his eyes. Hey, what's going on with you all? Phew! Seeing Tony Stark open his eyes, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. Even Chen Ze, lying not far away, sighed in relief. Tony Stark opened his eyes, saw the relieved expressions on everyone's faces, and asked, "What happened? Don't tell me someone just kissed me." Seeing that he could still crack jokes in such a state, everyone was clearly reassured. "No one kissed you, but someone did save you," Black Widow said to Tony Stark with a smile. "You should thank Chen Ze. He risked his life to save you, or otherwise you wouldn't be opening your eyes right now." "Oh, then I really must thank him. But where is he now?" "Tony, I'm over here." Chen Ze, having regained a bit of strength, slowly sat up on the hard ground and spoke to Stark. "What's wrong with you? Did you catch my condition from saving me?" Iron Man asked. In that final moment no one had seen clearly. They only knew that Chen Ze had saved Iron Man, but not how he had done it. So everyone looked at Chen Ze with curiosity. Iron Man had been suffocated and nearly died. "What about you? Why have you become so weak?" Chen Ze explained. "I'm exhausted. You fell from such a great height. Catching you drained too much of my strength." No one doubted his words. But Chen Ze had made up his mind. Unless absolutely forced, he would never let anyone discover his newfound ability for short-range teleportation. Indeed, Chen Ze did not want anyone to know that he had now acquired the ability of short-range teleportation. The primary reason naturally was caution. He needed to keep a few tricks up his sleeve. Otherwise, he felt a deep unease in his heart. Chen Ze had already obtained considerable power. From the moment he ingested the venom, his abilities had grown increasingly formidable. He was no longer the weak newcomer who had first arrived in this world. However, compared to the many exceptional individuals of the Avengers, Chen Ze felt he held no advantage. The Avengers boasted an overwhelming number of prodigies. Especially after the Battle of New York, Chen Ze understood this truth all too clearly. For now he was powerless against the members of the Avengers. Not to mention the legendary figures, even Iron Man, the Hulk, and Johnny the Human Torch were far beyond his current capability to contend with. If S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers harbored any ulterior motives toward him, they would already have full knowledge of his situation, making any attack on him a trivial matter, leaving Chen Ze no room for recourse. But now things were different. He had at least teleportation. Though each use nearly drained his energy and the distance he could cover was quite limited, it was still a trump card. Thus Chen Ze resolved to keep this ability deeply hidden. Now, as the weakness gradually receded, Chen Ze slowly rose from the ground. At the same time, Iron Man managed to prop himself up in his armor, which had already recharged some energy from the sunlight. "Chen Ze, thank you." Tony Stark opened his arms as if to embrace him. Chen Ze casually returned the embrace, and then Tony Stark turned around to address the others. "I just exhausted Chen Ze. Was there no one willing to fly up and save me during my fall? I mean, it's not that difficult, is it? You're always cocooned in that metal shell. How were we supposed to know what was happening?" At that moment, Johnny the Human Torch hovered just above the ground and directly taunted Iron Man. All right, I don't want to argue," Tony said. "What's the situation now?" He suddenly stopped and remarked, "Well, I see it. We must have one because I spot the guy in the bedsheet." High in the sky, Thor was holding Loki by the neck, floating there, which made Iron Man realize the outcome. Hearing him refer to Thor as the one in the bedsheet, some couldn't help but chuckle. "Since we've won, I think we should take a day off tomorrow," Iron Man said, walking a few steps to stretch his body. "Come on." Captain America shrugged helplessly. "Look at New York now. Do you think it's fit for a day off?" Indeed, the surrounding city was a mess. Rubble everywhere, a scene of desolation too grim to behold. Plumes of smoke still rose from explosions, and the lifeless bodies of Chitauri soldiers and their leviathans lay scattered about. Not to mention the Chitauri soldiers themselves. The enormous leviathans stretching tens or even hundreds of meters would pose immense challenges for the cleanup efforts, let alone the severely damaged state of New York, which left one wondering how it could ever be restored. How could this New York ever return to its former state? That was the question facing the U.S. government. Look at this mess. Captain America gestured widely as he walked. How are we supposed to clean this up? How many excavators will we need? Do we have enough workers? Eft. Hearing Captain America's words, Chen Ze couldn't help but burst out laughing. The others looked at him in bewilderment, and Captain America gave him a strange glance. Do I look like a comedian? Chen Ze shook his head, suppressing his laughter. I just remembered something from the past. He recalled the classic question about excavators and couldn't help but think of the famous Chinese meme about which school teaches the best excavator skills. Nevertheless, despite the severe damage to New York, these matters were no longer the Avengers' concern, as the cleanup would primarily fall to the U.S. government. The U.S. government, powerful as it was, could manage the restoration efforts, though with great difficulty. So some of the superheroes were already preparing to leave. At that moment, Thor descended from the sky with a roar, holding Loki in one hand and his hammer in the other. He landed on one knee, creating a large crater in the ground. Loki was completely subdued by Thor. Having expended enormous energy during the prolonged battle, Loki hadn't recovered quickly. Moreover, Thor's strength indeed surpassed his, so Loki now had virtually no resistance in Thor's grasp. Chen Ze watched with a sense of caution. Loki was indeed formidable, having fought fiercely against so many superheroes, yet Thor had captured him in a single encounter. Thor, after all, was a legend from Norse mythology. His immense power both amazed Chen Ze and heightened his sense of urgency. His own strength was still insufficient. There's an Arabic barbecue place 2 blocks away. I think it's excellent. Would you like to join me? At this moment, Tony Stark, just like in the original movie, began inviting everyone. However, most people declined. The battle had just ended, and they needed to rest and recuperate. Chen Ze, come with me. And Agent Romanoff, everyone, let's go. Iron Man said. Well, I mean, if that place hasn't been destroyed. Right. Iron Man also remembered. New York was in ruins? Who knew if that place was still open? So he waved his hand in defeat. All right, buddy, next time. Many superheroes were now gradually departing in an orderly fashion, each returning to their respective origins. At that moment, a greeting rang out. Chen Ze turned around to see Spider-Man and the Green Goblin. After this battle, the bond among the three had grown considerably deeper. Their camaraderie forged through combat had only strengthened. How do you feel? I saw you take a fall earlier, Spider-Man said to Chen Ze. I'm fine. I just overexerted myself trying to hold on to Tony. Chen Ze replied with a nod. Glad to hear it, the Green Goblin said from above. What's your next move? Heading back to Asgard. I might return to the helicarrier, Chen Ze replied. I need some equipment there, Chen Ze added. Chen Ze required the training facilities aboard the helicarrier. He had already absorbed all the energy from the Venom symbiote into his body, but it would take considerable time and effort to truly make that power his own. Such training equipment was most readily available on the helicarrier or directly at Asgard base. Given his current situation, Chen Ze also felt it was safer to be at Asgard. He simply wasn't suited to be anywhere else. All right, the Green Goblin said to Chen Ze. Since you've made up your mind, I won't press you, but if you ever need anything, you can come to me. I have some influence over there. The Green Goblin spoke from the heart, genuinely grateful for Chen Ze's life-saving grace. Spider-Man also chimed in. Yeah, if anything comes up, we won't stand by. Thanks, guys. If I need anything, I'll reach out, Chen Ze said in return. All right, we'll be off then, Spider-Man said, patting Chen Ze on the shoulder. Chen Ze responded with a smile. After exchanging farewells, the Green Goblin's glider accelerated and vanished into the sky, while Spider-Man swung away into the distance between the skyscrapers. How are you feeling? Recovered? Captain America approached Chen Ze after seeing him part ways with Spider-Man and the Green Goblin coming over to check on him. Thanks for asking. I'm about back to normal now, Chen Ze replied. Indeed, his body was gradually recovering from its weakened state. He could now clench his fists firmly and had even regained enough control to shoot webbing from his hands. In this condition, he was indeed nearly recovered. Good. Let's head back to the helicarrier. There's still a lot to deal with, Captain America said to Chen Ze. A lot to deal with? Chen Ze was puzzled. The aftermath of the Battle of New York would naturally be handled by the government. It wasn't something that involved Chen Ze and the others. They couldn't exactly have him use his webbing as a crane, could they? That would be absurd. So what else was there? Soon Chen Ze would find out exactly what required their attention. Loki was imprisoned in the helicarrier's brig, a floating cell designed to drop him from great heights if necessary. Moreover, the prison employed the most potent anti-magic measures, rendering Loki unable to sense any ambient energy fluctuations, effectively blocking his use of sorcery. The cell also utilized space-warping technology to prevent Loki from teleporting. This prison wasn't originally designed specifically to contain Loki. Its purpose was to neutralize all possible superhuman abilities, making it a truly inescapable facility. After some quick modifications, Loki was now locked inside. Yet the god remained remarkably unperturbed, sitting calmly as if nothing had happened. The helicarrier was now crowded with people. Among them were Mr. Fantastic, representing the Fantastic Four, Ant-Man, Captain America, Iron Man, Dr. Banner, and many others. It was clear that after the fierce battle everyone was exhausted, their faces pale with fatigue. Loki has severely violated our laws. Preliminary estimates put the direct and indirect economic losses to the United States at $200 billion, Ant-Man stated solemnly. I believe he must bear the consequences and submit to our judgment. Judgment by mortals. Thor, the one-emitter god of thunder, wore a faint enigmatic smile as he spoke. After a pause, he continued, Loki belongs to our realm. You have no authority to judge him, nor I believe the capability to do so. Thor shrugged. Trust me, Asgard will deliver a just verdict. Mortals. Ant-Man's voice now carried a note of anger. Are all these innocent mortals who died today supposed to be sacrificed for your internal conflicts among the realms? Tony Stark also spoke up. You must provide an explanation no matter what. I agree with him on that. Thor glanced around the room. These were all Earthlings, and though he was powerful, he felt somewhat isolated here. We will provide an explanation, Thor repeated. As for the purely economic losses, we will offer technological sharing and other forms of compensation to the United States. Chen Ze felt the tragedy of the Battle of New York deeply, especially when he thought of that woman and the innocent civilians who had died. It made him clench his teeth in fury. But purely in terms of the economic blow to the U.S., he almost felt like applauding. Moreover, this battle had granted him immense power. After the Battle of New York, Chen Ze's strength should now be assessed at the early first stage advanced level. Fully integrated spider power, teleportation, and enhanced magical field manipulation. These were Chen Ze's three new abilities, greatly boosting his combat prowess. Thus Chen Ze remained silent, simply sticking with the main group and standing alongside the Earthlings. Thor furrowed his brow as he observed the Earth's superheroes, who seemed to be gradually uniting against him. With so many voices of opposition, it was clear this matter had become quite troublesome. In truth, when Thor first appeared on Earth, he did not inspire the reverence of a lost mythology. On the contrary, his arrival only deepened the Earthlings' sense of insecurity. Even though Earth already boasted numerous superheroes, they realized the universe was far more complex than they had imagined. The existence of Asgard, a realm of legend, suggested that even more formidable beings might emerge. Driven by a lack of security, humanity, upon acquiring the Tesseract, immediately sought to replicate the Nazis' earlier experiments, with it aiming to develop weapons of mass destruction. Thor's assertive demeanor today only further irritated everyone present. After all, each of them possessed extraordinary abilities. Even Dr. Banner, who loathed his own powers, harbored a deep-seated pride. Such proud individuals would never bow to Thor, as if he were the Norse god of thunder. They regarded him as just another metahuman, not a deity. What is a god? A god says, let there be light, and there is light. Thus a god creates and governs the world. That is the true definition of divinity. Although Thor bore the title of a god, they saw him merely as a powerful metahuman. Iron Man, sensing the tension, interjected, all right folks, maybe we can leave this headache to the higher-ups for now. But Thor, how did you get to Earth? Wasn't the Bifrost destroyed? We detected the use of the Tesseract's energy in Asgard, so we used the Tesseract's power on Earth to reopen the Bifrost. And yes, I came down today with the intention of reclaiming our Tesseract. Shit. At this many couldn't help but curse. Iron Man shrugged. Who would have thought that beneath that archaic armor of yours lies such a greedy heart? So you've come to claim the spoils of war. Thor's gaze turned icy, a chill emanating from his striking blue eyes. Watch your tongue, mortal. Mortal. How ridiculous. Iron Man retorted, his temper flaring. Iron Man's anger was now palpable. Fury, witnessing the escalating discord, showed no visible change in expression, but everyone knew he was seething with frustration. The Avengers, when assembled, rarely did anything but argue and fight. Thor harbored no ill intentions, and he genuinely cared for Earth, but he possessed an inherent disdain for its inhabitants. Meanwhile, every other member was a maverick making conflict inevitable. This was the moment he had to step in, as was the case now. Fury raised his hands, gesturing for calm. All right, folks, I understand your concerns, but trust me, we'll find a satisfactory resolution. The key issue was that Earth simply could not afford to antagonize Asgard. Reluctantly, the others backed down. Deep down they knew that even if Loki were drawn and quartered, it would not undo the damage to Earth. If Earth were to try Loki, what punishment could they impose? The death penalty. Who could actually kill him? And if they did, how would they deal with Asgard's retaliation? Imagine revealing the truth of the New York incident to the world only to face immense pressure from Asgard during Loki's trial. Or worse, unforeseen complications. That would shatter S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers' credibility. Such a scenario was unacceptable. If the truth came out, the public would demand Loki's execution, leaving no room for negotiation. Thus, their earlier outcry was merely a venting of righteous indignation. No rational person would insist on prosecuting Loki. When Fury stepped in, everyone fell silent, recognizing his intervention as a face-saving gesture. They moved to Loki's holding cell, where he sat with a faint, enigmatic smile, his eyes gleaming with peculiar amusement. This was Loki. Despite being scrutinized like a caged beast, he remained utterly unruffled, seemingly enjoying his own company, untouched by the crowd's gaze. That villain is utterly indifferent. Damn it, someone muttered. Dear brother, it seems you're not on good terms with your mortal friends, Loki suddenly remarked. His words were aimed directly at Thor, who stood among the crowd. Anger blazed in Thor's eyes. Loki's tongue was far sharper than his combat skills, always provoking fury. I will take you back to Asgard to face the Allfather's judgment, Thor declared coldly. And we will root out your allies behind this. By all means, but first you must convince your mortal friends, Loki retorted. This matter is far from simple. How many lives were lost in New York? How many buildings destroyed? As the instigator, do you think I can escape the Earthlings' condemnation? Brother, consider this. If our people in Asgard were suddenly slaughtered, what would we feel? These words made Captain America's eyes redden with rage. He yearned to storm in and kill Loki. Thor was filled with helplessness. That damned Loki was sowing discord even now. If Loki continued, many Earth metahumans might unite in their fury, disregarding the consequences, and demand his head. Thor turned and walked away, fearing what Loki might say next. Loki shrugged. He's always so fragile. Several other superheroes also left, afraid of their own impulses. Loki shrugged. He's always so fragile. Several other superheroes also left, afraid of their own impulses. It must be said that Loki truly is a troublemaker. Wherever he goes, peace is a rare commodity. At least that's the impression Chen Ze gets from what he sees now. Of course, this is exactly how Loki is portrayed in the movies. Seeing many people turn and leave, Loki's face betrayed no sign of triumph. He maintained that ambiguous smirk, fixing his gaze on those who remained. Chen Ze stayed behind as well, along with Captain America, Iron Man, Ant-Man, and Dr. Banner. They all eyed Loki with ill-concealed hostility, but he seemed utterly indifferent. But then his eyes suddenly fell upon Chen Ze. Loki's gaze shifted from a casual glance to an intense stare, both eyes locked onto him. A flicker of intrigue gradually emerged in those eyes. No one knew what scheme Loki was brewing, but one thing was certain. For now his attention was fixed on Chen Ze. Iron Man and the others began to grow wary, sensing that Loki might be plotting some kind of mischief. Loki, however, sat back down on the ground, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The same smile he had worn while speaking with Thor. You there, the one with black hair and dark eyes. You are far from ordinary. Chen Ze furrowed his brow slightly. The last thing he wanted was to become the center of attention. Being the target was never a good position to be in. Moreover, earning Loki's recognition was hardly a cause for celebration. Chen Ze tensed up, bracing himself for whatever incendiary remark Loki might unleash. That troublemaker Loki surely had some scheme up his sleeve. All eyes now turned sharply toward Chen Ze. After all, Loki had just singled him out, and even the slowest among them had caught on. Feeling their gazes upon him, Chen Ze narrowed his eyes slightly. What are you trying to say? What I'm saying is that you are far from ordinary, including that peculiar ability of yours. Aren't those around you afraid of you? As he spoke, he cast a malicious glance at the Hulk and the others. Is that all you can do? Stir up trouble with words? Chen Ze wasn't falling for it. Thor and the others had been swayed by Loki's provocations earlier because the Battle of New York was an irreversible fact. Even knowing Loki was trying to sow discord, the memory of the city's devastation still kindled their rage. But the situation was different now. Chen Ze had done nothing to harm anyone. On the contrary, he had always been a force for good, having saved Iron Man earlier. No one present would be easily manipulated by Loki. Shut your mouth. You won't always get what you want. Captain America spoke up. Maybe you'll escape death this time too, but believe me, one day you will pay the price. Loki, however, refused to be silenced. He sized up Captain America and quipped, I heard you slept at the bottom of the ocean for decades. Ha! How's your head these days? Still clear? That's none of your concern. Captain America's tone was colder than usual. Very well, since there are no other issues, let's get back to the point. You with your abilities. Why do you still associate with these people? Chen Ze knew Loki was turning his attention back to him. He smiled faintly. That's none of your business. But tell me, have you ever, even once, defeated Thor? In his presence you are nothing but a groveling loser. Loki's expression remained placid, but a spark of anger flickered deep in his eyes. Chen Ze continued, you chose Earth as your battleground for revenge, but even if you destroyed it, what would you gain? The future ruler of Asgard will still be Thor, and you will remain the overlooked, pitiful one. Oh, sorry, perhaps I shouldn't have spoken the truth. Loki's face finally twisted with menace. The others looked at Chen Ze with a hint of surprise. They hadn't realized he could be so sharp-tongued. As Loki rose to his feet, Chen Ze added, a friendly reminder, you'd better not touch that glass beside you, or you'll find yourself falling tens of thousands of feet with this big guy. Without magic or powers, you'll be nothing but a smear on the ground. At these words, the malice in Loki's eyes intensified. Just as he seemed on the verge of an explosive outburst, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. He shook his head disdainfully and said, fine, say what you will, but I advise you to prepare yourself. Well, perhaps you already have. After all, you and several of those around you will engage in a cataclysmic battle one day, a fight to the death. The moment those words left his mouth, the expressions of several people darkened. Iron Man said grimly, spare us your nonsense. Don't assume everyone is as selfish as you are, and don't waste your breath on pointless curses. No one takes you seriously. A curse? You think this is a curse? No, it's a prophecy of the future, and one day you will see it come true. Loki's smile seemed even more charming. Chen Ze's eyes also darkened as he stared at Loki. But unlike Captain America and Iron Man, Chen Ze felt no particular anger at those words. In fact, he suspected Loki might be right. It wasn't a curse but a genuine prophecy. Deep down, Chen Ze had a vague premonition that this world might soon witness events beyond his imagination. Don't pay him too much attention, Iron Man said, patting Chen Ze on the shoulder. You can't trust a word from someone like him. I know, Chen Ze nodded in agreement. Fury then held an emergency consultation with Thor and his superiors. The topics of discussion were, of course, the punishment for Loki and Thor's demands regarding Earth. These were pressing matters, and once the discussions began, they threatened to drag on endlessly. The higher-ups naturally wanted to keep both Loki and the Tesseract on Earth. They couldn't afford to lose either, but there was no way Thor would agree to that. The debate escalated to a fever pitch. Thor was now eager to return to Asgard, bringing Loki, the mastermind, behind it all with him. However, the U.S. government remained somewhat unyielding. The sheer magnitude of the disaster in New York had dealt them a devastating blow, leaving them utterly unwilling to acquiesce to all of the Thunder God's demands. Thor's time was now exceedingly tight. Everything seemed to be plunging into a deadlock, yet the negotiations had to continue nonetheless. Chen Ze returned to his room and checked his files. There were no updates this time. It appeared that the Tesseract had unlocked all his abilities, and S.H.I.E.L.D. might not have noticed yet. Perhaps the surrounding cameras had been destroyed at the time. Otherwise, with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s terrifying analytical capabilities, they might have fully deciphered Chen Ze's powers. Even his teleportation ability could have been analyzed. If his teleportation ability were ever analyzed, Chen Ze felt that would be utterly absurd. He would have no secrets left before them. That was a terrifying prospect. After all, Chen Ze still took Loki's prophecy to heart. At the very least, it was essential to prepare for the worst. He now needed to carefully assess the true power he had gained from the Battle of New York. Unfortunately, the only tangible gains he could perceive were his current physical strength and the fully integrated abilities of Spider-Man. This was something Chen Ze felt with particular clarity. His physical strength now approached 20 tons, and the abilities to shoot webbing and use Spider Strike were fully integrated. Far better than when Spider-Man's power was confined near his heart. Aside from that, however, Chen Ze's perception of his newly acquired abilities was less intuitive. For instance, he had absorbed a larger force field from the magical flying beast, and more magical energy from the battle. Yet even so, Chen Ze could not easily sense the magical power within him or gauge his current magical explosive force. All of this remained unknown to Chen Ze for now. Then there was the teleportation ability. Undoubtedly, Chen Ze's teleportation power originated from the Tesseract. It was only after he attempted to absorb its energy and was thoroughly bathed in its power that he seemingly gained this ability. Yet this teleportation had only manifested at the most perilous moment when he was backed into a corner with no other choice. However, when Chen Ze later tried to evoke that power again and rediscover his teleportation ability, he found it difficult to awaken. It was possible that his teleportation energy was limited and had been entirely consumed during the Battle of New York. This was highly plausible. Of course, he believed that since he possessed this energy, it should eventually recover, allowing him to teleport again. Another possibility was that it hadn't been teleportation at all, but that seemed too unlikely. Thus, Chen Ze needed to carefully attune himself to his teleportation ability in the future. This was undoubtedly a life-saving skill not to be taken lightly. This teleportation was indeed a formidable skill. Even if his current range was quite limited, who could say how much that distance might yield? Moreover, Chen Ze intended to keep teleportation a hidden ability. However, he had no idea how to practice it or what level he had achieved. This would require time to uncover. But based on his previous teleportation distance, it was truly too short, laughably so. Without striving to enhance this power, having it or not made little difference. To increase his teleportation energy, Chen Ze suspected he would need to continue absorbing the Tesseract's power. Yet that was no simple task. Thor was now demanding that Earth surrender the Tesseract for him to take back to Asgard, arguing that it rightfully belonged to them. If the Tesseract went to Asgard, even a vastly stronger Chen Ze would be powerless. But if it remained on Earth, he would have to find a way to absorb its energy. Since teleportation couldn't be practiced or assessed for now, Chen Ze had to focus on honing his newly acquired force field and magical abilities. Magical energy was difficult to use on the airborne carrier, so he could only practice controlling his force field. Chen Ze released his force field and began manipulating it with his will. Then, to his surprise, he slowly lifted off the ground. Weighing nearly 200 pounds, Chen Ze was able to float in the air using his repulsive force field. This absorption of the force field had truly advanced Chen Ze's strength by a significant margin. However, he soon landed back on the ground. Though he had only used the force field briefly, it had consumed a great deal of its energy. Yet, even such easily depleted force field energy was a vast improvement over before. Chen Ze began to channel the force field again, this time not to levitate himself but to control objects around him. The tablet in his room rose from the floor, floating in midair, moving according to his will. This kind of control consumed far less force field energy. Chen Ze practiced his force field for a long time in his room, gradually gaining greater mastery over it. At other times, exhausted, he rested in the room for a few hours. When he awoke, it was the next morning. The biggest news was that the negotiations between SHIELD and Thor had concluded. Breaking news: Earth ultimately yielded before Thor. Of course, Asgard, under Thor's lead, also made certain concessions. The final outcome was that Thor and his company would take Loki far from Earth, returning to Asgard to face his deserved punishment while the Tesseract remained on Earth. However, as Thor departed, he expressed his hope that Earth's people would refrain from using the Tesseract to manufacture weapons of mass destruction. But they could only hold onto that hope, for although the Bifrost had been re-established, traveling from Asgard to Earth was no easy task. Deep within Thor's heart, he harbored genuine affection for Earth's people. Even as he called them mortals, he did not wish to see Earth come to harm. Thus, before leaving Earth, he urged them to contact him immediately if they encountered insurmountable problems. Those words immediately sparked further speculation within SHIELD and the U.S. government. They sensed from Thor's demeanor that he seemed to know of some looming threat approaching Earth, one that might be connected to the Chitauri. What problems? I think you could elaborate. That day's negotiation was conducted via video communication. Thor and Fury were in one room, while other high-ranking government officials joined through 3D holographic projections. Now Fury ever-sensitive questioned Thor. Thor paused. I have no specific direction, don't overthink it. If you truly care for Earth's welfare, I believe you'd better clarify things. So we have a target to guard against, Fury said sternly. His words reflected SHIELD and the U.S. government's consistent mindset to nip all potential dangers in the bud. I can't explain that, for I have no way to prove it yet, because it involves a figure even I fear. Thor shook his head. But if Earth faces true peril, you should trust that I won't stand idly by. That is a significant promise. What Thor feared was the mastermind behind this incident. He himself knew only a little about that entity, and his understanding was limited. Thus Thor resolved to remain tight-lipped. Indeed, whether fury pressed him or the figures on the holographic projections did, Thor barely uttered a word. So the matter faded away and no one brought it up again. The deal between Thor and S.H.I.E.L.D. was fully settled. The next step was for Thor to take Loki back to Asgard. Of course, some of Asgard's technology might have been transferred to the U.S. government, likely as part of the terms. When the news was officially announced, everyone fell silent. Essentially, they were reluctant to see the executioner Loki receive such an outcome. It left those who had fought desperately feeling aggrieved, but honestly they lacked the power to retaliate against Asgard. Thus they could only remain silent. That day, as Loki was about to emerge from his cell, Iron Man arrived from Stark Industries. Yet to everyone's surprise, Iron Man came aboard by plane today. That guy usually flew in his armor, flaunting his sleek suit for all to see. But today he actually took a plane. Who knows what was on his mind? Iron Man arrived, and all the superheroes who had participated in the Battle of New York and were willing to come gathered. Their presence served both to guard against any sudden betrayal from Loki and to bid him farewell. For various reasons, Chen Ze also showed up. Loki still wore that enigmatic smirk on his handsome face. His expression revealed neither disdain nor any sign of regard for others. He remained as calm as ever, as if he were merely observing someone else's story, untouched by his own circumstances. This demeanor incensed everyone, but they had no further recourse. Thor personally took charge of Loki to prevent any unpleasantness. They were about to open the Bifrost and return to Asgard. As he faced everyone one last time, Loki's eyes suddenly fixed on Chen Ze again. A sinister smile curled at the corners of his lips. Remember what I told you before. One day you will find yourself locked in a life-and-death struggle with them. With those words, he turned away. Chen Ze remained silent, as if the words were not meant for him. He refrained from responding to Loki, wary of arousing suspicion in others. He had his own considerations. Thor, with one hand restraining Loki and the other gripping his hammer, suddenly turned to face all the superheroes and bowed deeply. For this man, who always called them mortals, to bow before them was indeed a surprising gesture. But before anyone could react, Thor and Loki left only faint afterimages where they stood, vanishing from sight. Everyone knew they had returned to Asgard. They too prepared to go their separate ways. "Hey Tony, I might need your help with the Tesseract, Dar." Banner suddenly spoke up as Tony Stark was about to leave. Iron Man turned around, but his smile seemed insincere. "Sorry, I'm busy with other matters recently. I'm afraid I can't help you right now." Everyone sensed something off about Iron Man. He had been fine right after the battle, but after a night, he came aboard the helicarrier by plane and now refused Banner's invitation. No one knew what was wrong with him. Only Chen Ze seemed to ponder. Could Iron Man's change be related to what he himself had witnessed? Was this Iron Man suffering from psychological trauma due to what he saw through the open portal? But for now, Tony was only slightly unusual, so Chen Ze shelved that thought. He couldn't yet make a definitive judgment, so he set the idea aside for the moment. The cosmic cube has actually remained on Earth. Chen Ze began to contemplate the potential benefits this situation could bring him. Before the Battle of New York, Chen Ze would have had no interest in the cosmic cube. Although in another timeline, comics and films had glorified it as a mythical artifact, he never believed it could be of any use to him. But now the circumstances had changed. He discovered that the power of the cosmic cube had granted him a multitude of formidable abilities. Thus Chen Ze was deeply intrigued by the fact that the cosmic cube was temporarily left on Earth. However, he remained impassive, unwilling to reveal his interest in the cube. Loki was a troublemaker whose words often harmed others without benefiting himself, or were coated in a glossy veneer with a corrosive force akin to strong sulfuric acid. Yet Chen Ze took his words to heart. In truth, even Chen Ze himself had a nagging premonition that one day he might indeed come to blows with the current members of the Avengers. He also knew that when that day came, a cataclysmic battle between him and the Avengers would be inevitable. Although it was merely a speculation, after arriving in this world, Chen Ze fully understood the importance of preparing for a rainy day. Subsequently, Chen Ze began to discreetly probe for information about the whereabouts of the cosmic cube. However, this matter had been kept under wraps by S.H.I.E.L.D. It was estimated that only a few superhumans with significant technical expertise knew of its location, namely the Hulk Dr. Bruce Banner, Ant-Man, Iron Man, and a handful of others. Yet Iron Man's recent state had indeed raised some concerns. Everyone felt that Iron Man had become a different person and he was rarely seen. After the Battle of New York, many things around the globe gradually returned to normalcy. In reality, this war was a devastating blow to the United States. The loss of hundreds of billions of dollars was no laughing matter, and various aftereffects were beginning to accumulate, ready to erupt. Nevertheless, New York initiated its post-disaster reconstruction at the fastest possible pace. The corpses of the Chitauri and their flying beasts were gradually being removed, and numerous construction machines were tirelessly at work. But other countries could not afford to antagonize the United States at such a time. After all, separated by vast oceans, America's uniquely advantageous geographical position left other nations with few opportunities to exploit. Moreover, major powers besides the U.S., Russia, China, the United Kingdom, and others were also grappling with the threat of superhuman crimes. Each nation was preoccupied with its own troubles. The entire world gradually turned its attention away from the Battle of New York. In this information age, countless events occur globally every day and are posted online. Thus, even when significant incidents involve casualties, they are quickly overshadowed by a constant stream of new information. The smoke of the Battle of New York seemed to be dissipating. Chen Ze also began to relentlessly hone his own abilities. He chose to train at one of SHIELD's main bases. Since Chen Ze's power had increased substantially, the training room on the helicarrier no longer sufficed. Thus, he opted for a more formal and robust facility. At this main base's training room, many other superhumans also participated in drills, hoping to refine their superpowers through such exercises. Unfortunately for many superhumans, their abilities were fixed upon gaining them. Subsequent training could only enhance their control over their powers and improve combat skills, but offered little hope of increasing their absolute strength. But Chen Ze was different. His power could be improved, and the method of enhancement was rather peculiar, at least in the eyes of other superhumans. Chen Ze now began training to master the abilities he had acquired during the Battle of New York. This time, his force field and overall physical capabilities had made tremendous progress. Indeed, on the superhuman rating system, Chen Ze had ascended to the rank of a first-stage advanced superhuman. And that was indeed the case. The Chen Ze of now was incomparable to his former self. At this moment, above Chen Ze hung a tree, 100 meters tall, though it was merely a projected visual illusion. However, the projection here was far more refined than the one on the helicarrier, nearly indistinguishable from reality. Leaves were falling from this tree in a flurry. The speed of the falling leaves increased rapidly. Each leaf bore a different color, and Chen Ze had to react differently according to the color. For instance, if a yellow leaf fell, Chen Ze would pierce it with his web. For a red leaf, he would shoot a web to stick to it. And for a green leaf, he would shatter it directly with a spider shot. Occasionally, when a purple leaf drifted down from the tree, Chen Ze would immediately manipulate his force field to send the leaf flying toward a designated spot under its control. A sophisticated computer would record all of Chen Ze's results. His training cycle lasted 15 minutes. After each cycle, the leaves would stop falling and the scores would be calculated. Now Chen Ze was training his overall abilities as usual. The leaves fell at an ever-increasing speed. At the start, Chen Ze handled everything with ease. Whether shooting webs to pierce leaves or to stick to them, he accomplished the tasks at maximum speed, even having a little breath left to spare. But as time went on, he became increasingly focused, and had no choice but to be. The leaves grew more numerous and their descent accelerated. At times Chen Ze would shoot 2 or 3 webs from his left hand to pierce leaves, while his right hand shot another 2 or 3 webs to stick to separate leaves. Simultaneously, he had to divert his attention to control his force field, sending several leaves soaring upward under its command. Yet no sooner had he managed one task than several leaves of different colors would descend abruptly, some requiring force field manipulation, others needing spider shots. Consequently, Chen Ze became flustered and overwhelmed. Since this was a state-of-the-art training room, the leaves falling from the tree were never the same each time. This was not a game but training. If the pattern were fixed, one would gradually master the routine. After 15 minutes drenched in sweat, Chen Ze saw his score 10478 points. As the training session progressed toward its conclusion, Chen Ze grew increasingly flustered. Without a moment's respite, he was forced to maintain an intense concentration of both mind and body, a strain that began to wear him down. Yet, when the training finally ended and he beheld the number, a measure of satisfaction washed over him. This score was governed by a stringent set of rules. It was calculated based on the leaves he had successfully processed using permitted methods minus those he had failed to react to, and had fallen to the ground, and further reduced by the points deducted for his misjudgments. For instance, a leaf that should have been pierced by a strand of web but due to the surrounding clutter was mistakenly struck by a spider shot instead. This would incur a penalty. After such rigorous calculation, the final tally stood at 10478 points. Having absorbed the power of the Tesseract and allowed the essence of the Venom Black Spider to flow through his entire being, Chen Ze embarked on a month of relentless training largely confined to the training room. At the outset, his score was a mere 2100 points. Now, over a month later, it had soared to 10478 points. Though merely a number and not a complete measure of his true combat prowess, this training had significantly elevated his mastery over the power within him. For example, he could now unleash a web strand, the most suitable one for the moment, in a single thought in the blink of an eye. With a mere flicker of intent, the web would appear in the most opportune location. When a spider shot was needed, it materialized instantaneously. His command over the force field was also growing ever more refined. After devouring that magical flying beast, his force field had expanded considerably, which in turn meant his control over magical energy had also been greatly enhanced. Lacking any systematic guidance, Chen Ze's mastery of magical power had always been a raw and unrefined endeavor. Yet many great things emerged from such primitive beginnings. Humanity too began with slash-and-burn agriculture, yet gradually evolved into a highly advanced and civilized society. Chen Ze's dominion over magical energy was steadily strengthening. He arrived at a vacant lot on the outskirts of New York, where he concentrated on manipulating a sphere of energy before him. A mass of energy visible to the naked eye began to coalesce, condensing into a black substance. This mass grew larger, expanding from the size of a fingernail to that of a fist. Chen Ze did not relent. He channeled all his mental energy into this black orb, commanding it to move. From the initial inability to even compress the energy, he could now guide this orb to drift leftward. After the orb had traveled about 10 meters to the left, Chen Ze used his force field to trigger an explosion. Boom! The black energy detonated, and a sound like rolling thunder echoed through the air. The explosion filled Chen Ze with a profound sense of accomplishment. He had been persistently honing his control over magical abilities and the force field. This training had continued for a long time, and he had finally achieved a measure of success. The explosion just now was quite formidable, though it required considerable time to gather the energy. Other tasks, however, came far more easily to him. A fingernail-sized black energy orb could be conjured within a second, and he could direct it to its intended target without difficulty. As for defensive force fields, he could erect one instantly. However, he placed little trust in this shield, compared to his own body, which after fully integrating the Venom Black Spider's power, had become so resilient that bullets could no longer pierce his skin. For now, his force field shield was far inferior to his physical defense. It certainly couldn't stop a bullet. His control over the force field still needed improvement. That was beyond doubt. Incoming! Chen Ze gazed at his own hand, lost in thought, when his keen senses detected something approaching from behind. He spun around instantly. A figure red above and blue below shot down from the sky, firing several spider shots directly at him. Training all day could enhance one's strength, but such gains were no substitute for those forged in actual combat. Thus Chen Ze never neglected the tempering of his practical combat skills. Every few days he would spar with Spider-Man. Today was no different, as Spider-Man had come to find him. If this had been right after he absorbed the Venom energy, he would have been no match for Spider-Man. The power he had absorbed was too meager to compare with Spider-Man's own. But things were different now. Although some of his power was lost in the absorption process, the Black Spider itself was inherently stronger than Spider-Man. As a result, Chen Ze could now essentially fight him to a standstill. Chen Ze performed a backflip to dodge Spider-Man's spider shots, then fired a few of his own. Spider-Man twisted and turned in the air, his lithe frame evading every shot with a slight shift before landing before Chen Ze and lashing out with a kick. Chen Ze blocked the kick with his arm and countered with a kick of his own. As Spider-Man sidestepped, Chen Ze fired an offensive web strand from his hand. Simultaneously, Spider-Man unleashed his own offensive web, and the two strands collided in midair. Both Spider-Man and Chen Ze were incredibly agile. Their movements were blindingly fast, and within the span of 10 seconds they had exchanged over 30 blows. Yet neither could gain the upper hand. After a dozen seconds, however, Chen Ze began to handle Spider-Man's attacks with increasing ease. His body, light and nimble, leaped and flipped through the air. Using his web lines, the two combatants moved into the woods, bounding among the trees, as the sharp sounds of spider shots rang out one after another. After a minute, Spider-Man spread his hands and said with a hint of resignation, "I concede." Chen Ze offered a faint smile and retracted one of his web strands, which he had forcibly halted just in time. Had he not, it would have marked the beginning of a relentless assault on a downed opponent. Spider-Man looked rather dejected, Buddy, your rate of improvement is just too astonishing. Indeed, Spider-Man was quite frustrated. Throughout this month, Chen Ze had engaged in numerous sparring sessions with him. At the very beginning, Chen Ze did not utilize his force field, nor did he employ teleportation or magical energy. Of course, given his current level of mastery, even if he had deployed these offensive methods, they would not have significantly contributed to enhancing his strength. Thus, in the initial stages, Chen Ze's bouts with Spider-Man were marked by more defeats than victories. He would often be subdued by Spider-Man's precise control over his own energy and his combat experience. Afterward, Chen Ze could no longer match Spider-Man. However, as time progressed, Chen Ze's abilities grew increasingly formidable. By now, Spider-Man found it difficult to overcome Chen Ze. Therefore, he remarked that Chen Ze's rate of improvement was astonishingly swift, which genuinely left Spider-Man feeling somewhat disheartened, as if he had been reduced to nothing more than a sparring partner for Chen Ze. Just a bit of progress, Chen Ze humbly said to Spider-Man. It's mainly because some of the training equipment within SHIELD is quite good. I've heard about that too. They have some training facilities specifically for people like us. However, compared to certain ideas about that place, such trivial benefits amount to very little. Spider-Man and Chen Ze were now at a point where they spoke frankly, so he voiced his doubts about SHIELD and the Avengers directly. Of course, he had never concealed his distrust of SHIELD and the Avengers from Chen Ze. Yes, Chen Ze nodded without refuting him. Then he asked, so how are things in New York lately? I haven't really been paying attention. It's okay, Spider-Man said to Chen Ze. After that major battle, superpowered crime has virtually vanished for now. However, this might be the calm before an even greater storm. Spider-Man had now reverted to his civilian form, appearing as the tall, handsome Peter Parker. As he spoke, a hint of worry clouded his face. I just hope something like the Battle of New York doesn't happen again. You never know if we'll be able to withstand it if it does. It's not just about whether we can hold out, it's that our country might not be able to endure such repeated assaults. Spider-Man's words carried a sense of concern for his nation. Yes, I feel the same way, Chen Ze replied non-committally. To be honest, aside from the shared human sentiment when facing invasion, especially witnessing fellow humans tormented by aliens or creatures from other dimensions, Chen Ze held little goodwill toward the United States. This stemmed primarily from another world. In this world, due to the presence of numerous supernatural elements, the U.S. often had its hands full. But in that other timeline, while America treated its own citizens well, it brought devastating calamities across the globe to sustain its own survival and above-average standard of living. Countless families were shattered. Endless battlefields ignited. Many people lived in constant fear day and night. Thus, even if he joined the Avengers, he would never join SHIELD. After all, the Avengers were a superhero organization. Although they had intricate ties with SHIELD, the connection wasn't so strong as to be unbearable. SHIELD, however, was a different matter. It was entirely the national apparatus of the United States, an extension of its government. Under no circumstances would Chen Ze become a lackey of American imperialism. Seeing Chen Ze's lack of enthusiasm on the subject, Spider-Man dropped the topic and asked, so how are things with you at SHIELD? Lately, are you being deployed often? Not really, Chen Ze said. I've hardly had any assignments recently. I've been focusing entirely on training. Spider-Man nodded and then said to him, but there's something odd lately. A surveillance video captured a scene of a man. But honestly, I think it seemed from the inside out. I know it might sound unbelievable, but that's what I think. From the inside out. Can you be more specific? Chen Ze asked. What do you mean? It was caused by something within himself, you know. He didn't pour gasoline on himself, nor did he set himself on fire, and then and there was an explosion. I suspect something might be happening. Peter Parker's face grew even more troubled. I see. Chen Ze nodded, indicating he understood. His thoughts wandered far and wide, because this incident combined with Iron Man's recent unusual behavior triggered many associations in Chen Ze's mind. Perhaps something he had seen in a movie was coming to life. With this thought, Chen Ze glanced at his own grotesquely deformed right hand, and a fervent anticipation surged within him. It seemed that this time he might have stumbled upon a golden opportunity. Los Angeles, Hollywood Boulevard, TCL, Chinese Theater. Night had fallen. This was an era of information, an age of entertainment unto death. Despite the world-shaking battle that had erupted in New York not long ago, causing irreparable massive losses, it did little to dampen the dazzling lights of Los Angeles. At this moment on Hollywood Boulevard, the lights blazed brilliantly as crowds of people thronged the streets. A brawl broke out nearby, but no one paid it much attention. Only the fat man who had been beaten stared in horror at his assailant. This man had hurled him over 10 meters away with nothing but the strength of his arms, landing him onto a massive pile of trash bags. Weighing over 220 pounds, the man had been tossed with effortless ease. Now the fat man gazed in terror at the bald man approaching him, his eyes filled with fear. But the bald man suddenly halted, turned around and glanced. After that single look, as if he had spotted something troublesome, he strode off in the completely opposite direction. Within the fat man's line of sight, he saw a man in work clothes lying on the ground, extending a vivid red left hand, his voice hoarse as he cried, "Help! Help!" Yet many mistook him for a beggar and simply moved aside in disgust. All the people stepped aside from the man in work clothes with looks of disgust, unaware that a crisis was lurking just inches away from them. Only the fat man felt a growing terror in his eyes. He sensed that disaster was imminent. "Help! Save me!" The man crawled on the ground, his right hand raised high as if grasping for something. However, his right hand had turned crimson, and within that redness a golden light seemed to emanate from the center of his palm. His head had also undergone the same transformation, a golden radiance seemingly brewing within his body. The surrounding crowd sensed something amiss and began to scream and scatter in all directions. But it was too late. Boom! A thunderous explosion. The Hollywood Chinese theater was blasted open, leaving a massive crater from the man's self-destruction, with many people charred black. The fat man who had been beaten earlier, unable to move a muscle, could only watch helplessly as the catastrophe erupted right before his eyes. He was left with only a sliver of life. Through his severely damaged vision, he vaguely saw the bald man who had struck him earlier re-emerging. His right leg was bare, the pants burned away, revealing a bright red thigh, and his face bore a faint flickering red glow. Yet this man did not self-destruct. Instead, he tossed something unknown into his mouth, chewed it, and walked out of the smoke, disappearing into an unknown place. The fat man felt the last vestiges of life slip away. His eyelids, weighing 1,000 pounds, finally closed completely. However, the fat man happy did not die. He was sent to the hospital. He had once been Iron Man's most loyal bodyguard. In the hospital, Tony Stark felt an overwhelming surge of rage. At that moment, a video began to spread across the world. The video was filled with slaughter. In it appeared Iron Man's arch-nemesis, the Mandarin. The Mandarin's true identity, according to legend, was born during the era of Chinese warlords in the early 20th century. Like Iron Man, he was a wealthy scion born with a silver spoon, with more money than he could spend in a lifetime. Fleeing to Europe during China's internal chaos, he mastered certain technological forces and orchestrated a series of terrorist incidents. According to records, the Mandarin later attempted to seize real power in China through his immense economic influence, but was repelled by local Chinese superhumans and driven out of the country. Afterward, the Mandarin's primary area of activity shifted to the Middle East, where he remained largely in the shadows for most of the time. During his expulsion from China, he realized the power of certain traditional energies. After arriving in the Middle East, he went into semi-hiding, primarily to study mystical forces. In the following years, he clashed with Iron Man a few times but rarely appeared. Now, after the Battle of New York, when Iron Man seemed to be facing some issues, he re-emerged. And he claimed responsibility for the incident at the Hollywood Chinese theater. The Mandarin was not acting alone. He was now based in the Middle East with intricate ties to many factions and nations there. Thus, his vendetta was not solely against Iron Man. Behind it lay Middle Eastern affairs. At the end of the video, he declared his intention to assassinate the U.S. president. This instantly made everyone realize the gravity of the situation. Moreover, many people were now pointing fingers at Iron Man. The Mandarin had named him directly in the video, claiming he was targeting him. Of course, keen observers could read deeper meanings. Stark Industries, what did it do? It was a vast industrial conglomerate involved in many things, especially arms sales worldwide, including the Middle East. And behind Iron Man's arms sales, naturally, the U.S. government. Many of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s technologies were provided by Stark Industries, illustrating the intricate web of connections with the U.S. government. Therefore, this incident undoubtedly concealed many political elements. If not handled properly, it would be a devastating blow to Stark Industries. But these were interpretations by only a few. Most believed that the Mandarin was unilaterally retaliating against Iron Man, causing immense harm to innocent people. Thus, Iron Man was now being held accountable by the American public. Countless journalists awaited his response. This was one of the troubles that came with being an exposed superhero. People would soon come knocking at his door. One morning as Iron Man emerged from the hospital and was about to get into his sports car, he was swarmed by a crowd of reporters. He began to throw a hysterical tantrum. "There's no politics here, just old-fashioned revenge. It has nothing to do with the Pentagon. It's between you and me, to put it bluntly," Iron Man said calmly, then smashed a reporter's camera to pieces. Everyone knew that Iron Man was now in trouble. That morning Chen Ze rubbed his tired eyes. He didn't know why, but lately, after fully absorbing the Venom and Black Spider, his strength had grown immensely and his physical condition had improved many times over. Yet every morning when he woke up he felt inexplicably exhausted, as if he had drained all his energy doing something at night. This feeling perplexed him, but he couldn't pinpoint the problem. After washing up, Chen Ze received a notification to attend a meeting via video projection in the conference room. Chen Ze narrowed his eyes, slightly sensing that something major had occurred. Upon entering the conference room, many people were projected, including Captain America. In the upper left corner of the projection, a video was playing, the footage of the Mandarin accusing and threatening Iron Man. Chen Ze frowned deeply as he watched. His fears had come true. The Mandarin's revenge on Iron Man had begun. No, according to the movies, the Mandarin was just an actor. Iron Man's real adversary was the biologist Aldrich Killian, whom he had once rejected. It seemed that serious trouble was brewing. "I feel like there's no hope ahead and I want to give up on myself." Chen Ze soon understood what had happened. It was about the Mandarin's threat to Iron Man and even the President of the United States. This threat was so grave that everyone had gathered for a meeting today. The key issue involved the President of the United States, which inevitably led to broader considerations. SHIELD also needed to make arrangements regarding this matter. They had no idea when the President might face a threat. "Steve, in the coming days, we need you to stay by the President's side." Fury had already made the arrangement. Indeed, Captain America was the most suitable person to accompany the President. Captain America had always been a symbol of the American spirit, embodying loyalty and many other noble qualities. Fury and the President had complete trust in him. With other superheroes, they might have hesitated. But since it was Captain America, there was no problem. "All right, I understand. Just call me whenever needed." Captain America immediately nodded in agreement. He would never refuse such a task. After all, Captain America had proven himself over 70 years. "Good." Fury paused, then said to Ant-Man, "Scott, you and Janet need to keep an eye on this matter as well in the coming days." Ant-Man and his wife, the Wasp, possessed the ability to shrink and enlarge. The Wasp could also fly while shrinking, making them uniquely suited for investigating the truth. The task of protecting the President required the right person, not just anyone. For instance, if the Hulk were assigned to guard the President, many would think that was a joke. After delegating these tasks, Fury turned to Chen Ze. "Chen, we may need you in the next few days. I hope you can remain on standby." "All right, I understand." Chen Ze nodded in agreement. He had no objections to this. In fact, he hoped to integrate into the team quickly, as he had something he needed from this mission. Once everything was essentially settled, Fury stepped out of the meeting room. At that moment, an aircraft landed on the helicarrier, and a woman in a black uniform stepped off, walking straight into the vessel. "Let her in," Fury said into the microphone after seeing her request on the video feed. The door opened and Fury led the woman into a dimly lit room devoid of any surveillance equipment. This was where Fury discussed more private matters. "How is it? What's the status?" Fury asked, crossing his arms. The woman shook her head. "No good. We've tried many methods, but there's still no progress. If we need to continue the rebirth project, we might have to perform a certain surgery on him. But if we do, he could become a walking corpse. And during the process, he would undoubtedly sense it. His power might be difficult to contain." "A walking corpse?" Fury frowned. "What do you mean?" "A year ago something happened in Detroit." The woman continued. "OCP once provided the police with robotic officers, but these machines were rigid and dogmatic, following robot protocols. They were deemed too cold for law enforcement and were gradually abandoned." "Yes, I recall." Fury was aware of this. But then OCP had a novel idea. They found a police officer who died in the line of duty, his body below the waist, right arm and skull obliterated by an explosion. They used his brain to create a RoboCop, a machine with an indestructible body and a human mind. At the time, some believed RoboCop could replace Detroit's superheroes. Fury already knew what she was getting at. He waved his hand. "I understand your point. Let's stick with our current approach. Don't be too aggressive." He knew the outcome of that incident. Eventually, the RoboCop regained his memories and grew more human, losing the impartiality of a machine. OCP repeatedly injected hormones to suppress the officer's emotions until he suffered brain death. The woman shook her head. The Department of Defense doesn't see it that way. They think we should use other means to forcefully initiate the Rebirth Project. Only then can we have the strength to enforce the Superhero Registration Act. These people. Fury spread his hands and smiled bitterly. I never thought we needed the Rebirth Project in the first place. As for the Registration Act, it's a ticking time bomb. But since they've made the decision, I can't change it. Whatever. His expression turned grim. Understood. The woman nodded, opened the door, and stepped onto the deck of the helicarrier. Fury watched her retreating figure, his brow furrowed. After issuing threats against the President and Iron Man, the Mandarin vanished without a trace and no attacks followed. It seemed the storm was beginning to calm. During these days, Iron Man did not appear at SHIELD and was rarely seen by anyone. Perhaps he was investigating the Mandarin on his own or preparing some secret weapon to counter him. In any case, Iron Man had practically disappeared. A month passed. Chen Ze's score in the training room had exceeded 15000, and his control over his abilities grew stronger. That day, Chen Ze received a call from Iron Man inviting him to his home without specifying the reason. Go to your place. Why the sudden thought? Chen Ze was evidently puzzled by Iron Man, who had been absent for so long, suddenly approaching him. Iron Man on the other end of the video call said, "You'll know when you get here. Of course, the official reason I'm inviting you today is because you saved me last time and I never got to thank you. So I'd like to have you over for a meal at my place as a token of my gratitude." All right, I'll be there on time. Since Iron Man had put it that way, Chen Ze didn't decline or ask too many questions. Instead, he felt a sense of anticipation about why Iron Man wanted to see him. Sometime later, a luxurious white sports car that seemed to skim the ground pulled up in front of Chen Ze, who had been waiting. Iron Man was at the wheel. What do you think? Iron Man emerged from the car wearing black sunglasses and a white suit. He took off his shades, leaned against the vehicle, and asked with a hint of pride. Chen Ze observed that the troubled Iron Man from before seemed to have vanished, as if he had overcome something. Not bad. Chen Ze appraised the sports car, then said with a wry tone, "But seriously, are you really planning on cruising in a sports car with another man? What's wrong with that?" Iron Man joked, "Come on, sweetheart." "Oh, shit." Chen Ze cursed. "You go on ahead. I don't think I need to get in your car." "Get in him, just kidding," Iron Man said. The car sped down the highway at tremendous speed. Chen Ze felt that Tony Stark was quite different from before. The current Tony Stark still spoke with the same wit, humor, and a hint of acerbity. But there was a deeper feeling that he was deliberately imitating his former way of speaking. This sensation was somewhat strange. However, Chen Ze could understand Iron Man, knowing he was facing serious psychological issues. Thus, the two chatted idly. In truth, Chen Ze wasn't particularly close to Iron Man. In fact, he didn't feel especially close to anyone in the Avengers. His best relationships were with Spider-Man and the Green Goblin, forged through shared hardships. But his bond with Iron Man hadn't reached a point where they could discuss anything openly. However, friendship often depends on fate. Some people who seem destined never to be friends become the best of friends, while others who seem like they should be close are actually incompatible. Such things are common, and certain events can turn strangers into friends. Chen Ze had saved Iron Man during the Battle of New York, which could very well be the catalyst for them becoming good friends. The car drove for a long time before arriving at Iron Man's villa, not his home in downtown New York. "So you meant this place," Chen Ze said thoughtfully. "Yes, of course, this place. There are people here too," Iron Man said with a smile. It was a seaside villa. As dusk approached, golden light cascaded from the sky, and the sea surface shimmered with ripples. The villa had many large glass panels offering a direct view of the ocean. It was an enviable residence indeed. Chen Ze remarked to Iron Man with some emotion, "Hey, it must be nice to be rich." Iron Man replied with a hint of smugness, "So you've become a hater of the wealthy too?" "I suggest you think before you speak," Chen Ze said with a smile. "I'm right here beside you and you're not wearing your armor. If you think I'm a hater who resents you, watch your back." "All right." Iron Man chuckled non-committally, then drove the car up the driveway. He and Chen Ze got out and entered the house. "Darling." A woman in a white skirt suit approached. Caucasian women might appear older. The skin on this woman's face was slightly loose, but her figure was still excellent with graceful curves. Chen Ze recognized her immediately. Pepper Potts, Iron Man's girlfriend and the current head of Stark Industries. "Darling." They exchanged a cheek kiss, oblivious to others. Then Pepper said to Iron Man, "Aren't you going to introduce your friend?" "Oh, right." Iron Man clapped Chen Ze on the shoulder. This is Chen Ze. He's my comrade in arms. He saved my life during the Battle of New York. Hearing this, Pepper's gaze towards Chen Ze shifted. Thank you for saving this jerk, she said, extending her hand. I'm Pepper. Hello. Chen Ze shook her hand. Then Pepper turned her full attention to Iron Man and said, Tony, a woman came looking for you earlier. She claimed to be your ex-girlfriend. Ex-girlfriend? Iron Man said nonchalantly. I wonder which one. Sorry, my memory's been a bit off lately. Pepper shot the flippant man a stern look. Go see for yourself. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over Chen Ze. Iron Man, Chen Ze, and Pepper walked further inside. In the hall, a woman was indeed seated. Upon seeing Iron Man, a peculiar light gleamed in her eyes and she stood up. Tony, long time no see. Long time no see. At that moment, Chen Ze was shocked. He recognized her face vividly from the movies. Shit. Chen Ze cursed under his breath, then said, Let's talk outside. Why outside? Iron Man walked over his face, also showing a hint of awkwardness at the woman's presence. Yes, long time no see. Chen Ze grew anxious and asked Pepper, Is there a weapons system here? Not installed outside, but Tony's suit has one, Pepper replied, looking at him strangely. Chen Ze was now in a dilemma. If he warned that something was about to attack, he couldn't explain how he knew. But if he didn't warn them? Chen Ze hesitated for barely a second. Whoosh! A missile suddenly streaked in from afar, traveling at least Mach 10. The missile, with a long tail of flame, crashed into Iron Man's villa with a speed that neither Chen Ze nor Iron Man could react to. Boom! A burst of heat and shockwave erupted. It all happened far too swiftly. When the missile exploded, all of Chen Ze's warnings were too late. Chen Ze himself was flung back by the blast wave, but in that critical moment, his recent training proved invaluable. A protective force field automatically expanded around him, the most powerful he could currently muster, deflecting almost all the flying debris. Some heavier stones, however, didn't even reach him. Indeed, most of the massive debris was falling downward. Few could be hurled sideways by the explosive shockwave. In the split second he was hurtling backward through the air, Chen Ze caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye. To his left, a colossal boulder was hurtling toward Pepper. Pepper had no means of defense. If that massive stone struck her, she would undoubtedly be crushed to death. In that very instant, whiz! Chen Ze's web shot forth with pinpoint precision, appearing before the giant rock in a mere fraction of a second. With a sharp tug, he unleashed over 10 tons of force, naturally wrenching the boulder aside. This maneuver made it difficult for Chen Ze to maintain his balance in midair, but of course it was no challenge for him. As he descended, he began to stabilize himself. With a light push of his left hand against the ground, he transformed his backward stumble into a stance on all fours. A classic Spider-Man pose. Chen Ze's body was incredibly agile, his speed astonishing. Pepper watched the enormous rock hurtle toward her, only to be snatched away mid-flight by Chen Ze. Still shaken, her gaze toward him was filled with immense gratitude. At that moment, Tony Stark's former girlfriend had been thrown a great distance and was nearly unconscious on the ground. Tony Stark was in better shape. He had been thrown back onto the sofa behind him and, carried by immense inertia, slammed into the wall before barely coming to a stop. Without his armor, Tony Stark was, in Chen Ze's eyes, utterly pathetic. After such a violent impact, he lay on the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Still, his mind remained clear. He immediately commanded his AI Jarvis to have the nearest suit of armor envelop Pepper. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, Chen Ze's keen ears were filled with the sound of missiles streaking toward them one after another. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out incessantly. This time, fortunately, the area around Tony Stark didn't collapse further. Pepper, now clad in the armor, was unharmed. However, Tony's ex-girlfriend Maya Hansen was in unknown condition, possibly dead or alive. Pepper. In this critical moment, Chen Ze had no time for hesitation. He shouted, "Get that woman out of here. I'll save Tony." Having witnessed Chen Ze's abilities moments ago, Pepper felt no worry about his plan. So, wearing the armor, she clumsily maneuvered it toward Maya, wrapped her arms around her, and with a powerful push of her legs, soared high into the sky. Chen Ze was about to go rescue Tony Stark. But just then, boom, boom. 2 more missiles screamed in, sending debris flying everywhere. The spot where Tony Stark had just been was now a pile of rubble. Clearly, one missile had detonated right there. Chen Ze himself, thanks to his activated force field, combined with his agility and the strength of his webs, evaded the impact of these missiles. But then a thunderous thought echoed in his mind. Holy crap! Is Tony Stark dead? Iron Man dead just like that? He truly felt that life was unpredictable, full of wild ups and downs. How thrilling it was! After all, this was the real world, not a movie. Tony Stark had no protagonist's luck. Being hit by a bomb meant certain death. Chen Ze swung on his web to the other side and peered down through the blasted opening. He didn't see Tony Stark's figure, but he did spot the Iron Man armor submerged in the water below. Then the armor shot up from the water, hovering in midair. With a thrust of its right hand, a ball of energy was launched toward the attack helicopter high above. Boom! The attack helicopter stood no chance against such an energy attack, and exploded in midair into a brilliant shower of sparks. However, there were at least 7 attack helicopters streaking across the sky. The armor Tony Stark had donned was severely low on stored energy. After destroying just 2 helicopters, it lacked the power to sustain flight or fire another energy blast. Tony's right hand gripped the edge of a building, and he seemed about to fall into the sea. Whiz! Chen Ze swiftly shot out his web, intending to pull Tony Stark and his armor over. But an unexpected obstacle intervened. A cascade of building debris came crashing down. Chen Ze's web stuck to a large stone, and by the time he yanked the stone away at top speed, Tony Stark had been knocked into the seawater by the falling rubble. Tony Stark had barely escaped death, only to be plunged into the sea. Even knowing the armor had underwater life support systems, Chen Ze dared not wait a single moment. He used his web to pull himself high from the building, ready to dive down and haul Tony up. But in that split second, rat-a-tat-a-tat, the helicopter's 23mm cannon began to rain fire upon Chen Ze. This was a 23mm caliber cannon. On an ordinary person, it could blast a body clean in two. Wherever it struck, that part would be shattered instantly. This was an autocannon, not an ordinary firearm. Normal bullets couldn't kill Chen Ze. His skin was now far tougher than any ordinary person could imagine. But an autocannon. Chen Ze still dared not confront it head-on. If he were hit, the situation would spiral out of control. Thus Chen Ze had no choice but to abandon his rescue plan for Tony Stark. His web instantly pulled him behind a pile of rubble for cover. The thick bullets tore through the building debris, sending fragments flying everywhere. Such a massive autocannon brought devastating destruction. Chen Ze realized then that when his strength hadn't reached that level, even as a superhero, he was still fragile in the face of human weaponry. Boom! Chen Ze had barely finished his lament when their missiles came again. Seizing the brief interval between their launches, he grabbed a strand of web and leaped into the sky, enjoying a fleeting moment of suspension in midair. That suspension was far too brief. Yet even in that fleeting span, Chen Ze managed to purge nearly all distractions from his surroundings. The world around him seemed to lose its color and sound, falling into utter silence. Before Chen Ze's eyes, only the roaring attack helicopters remained. Swish, swish, swish. 3 bullets accompanied by sharp whistling sounds. These were actually Chen Ze's spider pellets. Bang! In terms of caliber, Chen Ze's spider pellets naturally measured several dozen millimeters. Such spider pellets effortlessly shattered the glass of 2 helicopters. The frontal glass of these attack helicopters boasted a defense standard capable of withstanding 12.7mm caliber machine gun fire from a distance of 300 meters. But of course, this could not stop Chen Ze's spider pellets, which carried a force of over 10 tons. One helicopter pilot was struck directly by Chen Ze's spider pellet, his upper body exploding into a pulp of flesh. Another was also hit, half of his body shattered. The 2 helicopters, now without their pilots, wobbled and plummeted from the sky. This momentarily halted the helicopter's barrage against Chen Ze. He immediately leaped to a still-standing support on a building, swinging both hands in rapid succession, sending a volley of spider pellets toward the helicopters. He destroyed 2 more attack helicopters. Meanwhile, Pepper, unable to operate the suit, could only passively withstand the bullets from the helicopters above. However, she had the foresight to move Maya to a safe location. Chen Ze fired spider pellets at the helicopters in the sky, one after another, making them even more wary of him. A dense rain of cannon fire descended upon Chen Ze. This time Chen Ze could only dodge and descend behind the ruins. Yet even so, a cannon round grazed his chest, shattering his protective force field. Fortunately, it was slightly off, otherwise it could have pierced his heart. But even though the bullet missed, it tore a large gash in his clothes and cut into his body. This made Chen Ze dare not act recklessly anymore. If he were truly hit by a cannon round, he figured he would be in deep trouble. So he began to move more cautiously. Nevertheless, these attack helicopters were also wary, knowing that fighter jets could appear at any moment, against which they would be utterly outmatched. Thus the helicopters began to turn and flee. Just then, Iron Man's suit seemed to encounter some problem, as if he had lost control. In short, Iron Man suddenly burst out of the seawater and vanished from sight. Jarvis! Jarvis! Chen Ze shouted loudly. He had no idea if this thing had been damaged or if it would respond, but he had to give it a try anyway. Hello? A mechanical voice actually came through. Where did Tony go? Chen Ze asked. Apologies, I cannot disclose that to you. Although Jarvis was highly anthropomorphized at its core, it was merely an intelligent program. Certain settings were fixed and it could not violate its own protocols. Pepper then shouted, Jarvis, tell him. Evidently Pepper had the authority to unlock Jarvis restrictions. Jarvis said to Chen Ze, very well, I will tell you. I have lost contact. Eft. Chen Ze nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. By then, the attack helicopters had wobbled away, leaving Pepper and the still-shaken Maya Hansen standing there. Seeing Maya Hansen still present, Chen Ze narrowed his eyes instantly. He could not let this woman go. Hearing Jarvis' words, Pepper grew anxious. You don't know. How can you not know? You can track him. His armor is completely destroyed, temporarily untraceable, and I have lost contact with him. Otherwise, I would not be here now. To re-establish communication, we must wait until he repairs it. Jarvis said, his voice calm and devoid of emotion. Pepper suddenly seemed to lose her anchor. The suit detached from her and she nearly collapsed to the ground. Chen Ze leaped over 10 meters, landing softly beside her. Then he patted her shoulder. Don't overthink it. He won't die. I suggest you get to a safe place now. We don't know which organization is targeting Tony, but it's likely they might capture you to blackmail him. To avoid that, take care of yourself. All right, thank you, I understand. Pepper raised her head with effort and said to Chen Ze, I'll head to the Stark Industries Center now. It's more secure there. I should be fine. Good. Wait for Tony's return safely. After saying this, Chen Ze walked over to Maya Hansen. At that moment, Maya Hansen's face bore traces of blood. She hugged her arms, gazing at Chen Ze with a composed look. Your ex-boyfriend's fate is unknown. Aren't you sad? Chen Ze said with a hint of mockery. You said it yourself, he's my ex-boyfriend. A flicker of wariness passed through Maya's eyes as she spoke to Chen Ze. Chen Ze glanced at Pepper, then said, I have something to discuss with you. Follow me. Why should I go with you? At that moment, recalling how Chen Ze had destroyed the attack helicopters with his spider pellets, she couldn't help but shudder regarding this seemingly gentle-looking Easterner with growing unease. Well, are you waiting for SHIELD to come and take you away? I think if I were to reveal the matters of your organization, SHIELD, would find you quite interesting, Chen Ze whispered softly in her ear, his voice so low that Pepper couldn't hear it, only seeing him lean close to Maya Hansen. You? Who exactly are you? Maya Hansen's mental fortitude was naturally different from Aldrich's, and fear began to creep into her heart.